Imagine a world suddenly plunged into an ice age. Outside, temperatures have plummeted to a staggering minus 60 degrees Celsius. In such conditions, heat and food have become the most valuable resources in the frozen concrete jungle of South Korea. The survivors initially tried to endure this together, but quickly realized there weren't enough resources for everyone. Soon, a brutal war broke out within the cold corridors of apartment buildings. But amid all this chaos, there is one man, Han Feng, who remains fearless in his fortified base, equipped with heat, electricity, and plenty of food. He is a regressor who not only traveled back in time before the apocalypse, began to prepare himself properly, but also gained superpowers that allow him to clone and increase the quantity of food. He didn't stop there, later building himself a true fortified sanctuary, with heating systems, greenhouses, and even a sauna. So how did it all begin? Let's find out. The transmission cuts off into silence and is replaced by a roaring voice, calling out for Han Feng. The man makes his way to the door while shivering in the cold. Peeping through the hole, he discovers it is his crush, Hyona, who is freezing and can barely speak. He opens the door without hesitation to check on her welfare, and quickly invites her inside. In an unexpected turn of events, she suddenly leaps up to kiss him, much to Han Feng's shock and amazement. She is clearly putting a lot of effort into the kiss. By the end of it, he is at a loss for words, unable to describe her sudden change in behavior. Keep in mind she was his longtime crush, so he likely feels like a Giga Chad finally scoring a win. At this moment, Hyona confesses her feelings, claiming she has always loved him. After being thrust into a terrifying apocalypse, she claims to have realized that someone like him truly cares for others. To further her point, Hyona makes him touch her body so he can feel her racing heartbeat, stating she is ready to do anything with him. And yes, that's the honey trap our protagonist falls for, because while he's busy fantasizing about romance, Hyona doubles down by rubbing her thigh against his legs, causing him to become even more lost and careless in his emotions. He reciprocates those feelings, stating that while she means the world to him, it doesn't make sense to behave this way right now. Hyona is an excellent manipulator, telling him to close his eyes so he can enjoy the process. Full of joy, he closes his eyes, wondering what will happen next, likely feeling the excitement of a child. But then, his first kiss with his crush is followed by his skull being bashed by her bastard boyfriend. A heavy blow to the head leaves him lying in a puddle of blood. The poor guy quivers in pain while Hyona feigns terror. She wasn't expecting an actual murder, but her boyfriend reminds her that she can't play innocent when they both agreed from the start that he had to go. They had no intention of sparing Han Feng, as in this apocalypse, it's every man for himself. They express their delight at discovering Han Feng's vast resources and loot. As for the nice guy who tried to show kindness, he lies there drenched in his own blood, unable to move as the clutches of death succumb to him, and the last thing he sees is Hyona getting excited with her man. His demise happened because of one ruthless woman's plan, so in his final moment he makes a vow. If given a second chance, he will never again be someone's toy to be used and discarded. As his consciousness fades to black, the terrifying sensation is replaced by a shimmering warm light, drawing him closer. At first he thinks it's the path to heaven, but then his innocent expectations are shattered as his spiritual body experiences a world of pain and bursts into 100 pieces. At the end of that traumatizing sequence, he jolts awake in his bed, his face drenched in sweat as he questions his surroundings. Han Feng was dying just seconds ago, and now he is perfectly fine. It's not just him, the world is fine too. There are no signs of an apocalypse. The sun remains warm even after 30 minutes of waiting, a warmth he never expected to feel again. Checking the calendar, Han Feng learns it is June 28th. The apocalypse in the original timeline was supposed to start on July 15th. This means he underwent a post-death regression, arriving back in time just weeks before the end. Shock, amazement, and confusion flash across his face. He clearly didn't expect to be reborn. But this time, he has returned with changes. Let's talk about that glowing red hand. Since regaining consciousness, his hand hasn't stopped glowing red. He tries to wave it off, yet nothing happens. The glow feels warm and painless. At first, he thought his mind was simply playing tricks on him. But then Han Feng sneezes out of nowhere, leading to another intriguing development. The hand that was red a second ago is now glowing a bright green, adding to his confusion. This time, however, Han Feng loses control over the intensity of the power, causing the glow to expand. In a state of hurry and panic, he stands there looking lost at this newfound problem. Suddenly, the radiating glow begins shrinking back into his hand. The behavior of the green glow is odd and different from the red one. Taking a seat, he realizes he feels a sudden drop in energy. Ever since the green glow activated, his body has felt more drained than ever. Frustratingly waving his hand in anger, Han Feng comes to a sudden realization. This is exactly like the awesome Manhwa stories he loves to read. The protagonist is reborn with overpowered abilities. To test his own power, he pulls out a knife, hoping for a miracle to occur. Funnily enough, nothing happens. The blade doesn't react, leaving him looking like a clown, not to mention his stomach is grumbling due to the energy loss he experienced. Checking his fridge turns out to be a waste of time, as there is absolutely nothing inside. The situation is growing more troublesome than he anticipated. He must eat or risk passing out again. An idea strikes him when he spots a jar of roasted soybeans. They are the only snacks feasible for use in the apocalypse. Though not a proper meal, they are filling enough for now. Reaching for one of the beans, he pops one in his mouth, but the moment he does, the soybean experience explodes into a fully grown bean plant. His radiating green hand fades, and so does his exhaustion. Hanfeng doesn't know if it was the soybeans or something he did intentionally. He grabs and pops open one of the bean pods, amazed to discover that this is his new power. Hanfeng is impressed and wants to study it intensely, but in his current state he has a couple of issues to address first, primarily stocking up on supplies so he doesn't run short during the freeze. To the supermarket he goes. In the next scene, he is navigating a busy crowd, all lost in their own thoughts. Hanfeng tries to collect his ideas. So far, he has two types of radiating hands. The green one is unstable and causes extreme exhaustion, but most interestingly, the moment he touched the soybeans with that glowing hand, they became proper bean sprouts. He still can't figure out the specifics of his power, which leads to frustration. While he's lost in thought, a familiar voice graces his ears. Iona, the same woman who betrayed him in his previous life, is here. She is drop-dead gorgeous, but getting involved with her is a literal death sentence. Hanfeng is quite shocked to run into her again like this. A little background, Lee Hyona has been his crush for 3 straight years. He tried every trick in the book to win her over, but deep down, he knew he was just a backup. Now, after what she did, deceiving him and getting him murdered, he is livid, rage fills his body, but he isn't the type to go ballistic considering his unique situation of being reborn. Hanfeng calms himself down, hoping to take his revenge properly another time. For now, he needs to gather supplies. Hyona shows concern, waving her hand to grab his attention because he appears spaced out. Trying his best to maintain politeness, he praises Hyona's beauty, claiming it stunned him for a moment. She calls him a smooth talker in return, thinking it's a good opportunity to invite him out shopping. But despite her attempt, she gets straight up rejected as he moves past her like she's not even worth his time. This gives her a reality check so harsh that she is left speechless. In reality, Hanfeng knows she's only inviting him so she can use him as a personal ATM for her groceries. He's done being her pet, that won't happen again. The Waldemar Shopping Plaza is known as the best-stocked supermarket in the region. In the original timeline, the moment the Arctic apocalypse began, this place was emptied in a single night. It remains unknown who managed to loot it so quickly. But for now, Hanfeng's objective is to stock up as much as humanly possible, especially since he has a survival guide list for everything he needs: food, winter clothing, medicine, fuel, and other necessities. However, while he has a massive list, there is a second problem. The man doesn't have enough money to buy anything. While he's sulking, he receives a sudden message confirming he is eligible for a massive loan of $170,000. It's exactly the lucky break he needed. After all, who's going to repay a debt during an apocalypse? So using every loan app he can find, Hanfeng begins securing funds from everywhere. The scene switches to Hyona, who is deeply frustrated with how he treated her today. She is a stuck-up individual who can't handle the fact that her personal simp refused her. This says a lot about her personality, though not much more needs to be said after what she did to him. Hyona curses Hanfeng for being a pathetic loser without a car, deciding she won't be nice to him again. Speaking of the devil, a car drives up and honks at her. Hyona's reaction is one of shock when she discovers the driver is the very same man she was just insulting. It's Hanfeng. He stops to talk to her, mentioning he just purchased the vehicle. He claims his father has been making a fortune in the States and sent over cash for him to enjoy. He also mentions he was busy taking his father to the airport. This fact actually calms her down, making her think she was only turned down because he had an important task. She apologizes for asking him out at such a busy time. In typical Master Gaslighter fashion, she acts cute while complaining about how cruel he was. Hanfeng's reaction is interesting. First, he calls her foolish, then pulls her close, stating he would never ditch someone like Hyona, as she is far too important to him. The arrogant girl thinks she's hit the jackpot, so she plays on his feelings again, saying she feels the same. She suggests watching a movie and having a nice dinner. But just as she's suggesting this, our protagonist effectively says, "Peace out," and begins tending to his luggage. He complains about how busy he is with all the supplies. Even Hyona is stupefied as to why he bought so much stuff out of the blue. In return, Hanfeng plays it cool, saying he did it just because he wanted to. To raise her expectations, he tells her he also got her a present. Feeling satisfied, she decides to head home, hoping to see it later. As she leaves, Hyona has a smug look on her face, thinking she's won. But she doesn't know that Hanfeng shares the exact same look. They are both manipulating each other, and he will never let the secret of his stockpile out. It's his ticket to surviving this damned apocalypse. When the world sinks into despair, Hanfeng intends to take revenge on the bastard who killed him and on Hyona. He confesses that he is eager to enjoy the apocalypse this time. Something tells me Hyona is in for a rude awakening, and it will be quite satisfying to watch. The apocalypse is only 2 weeks away. On that day, immense heavy snow will cover the planet, and temperatures will drop to negative 20 degrees Celsius. Over the next month, temperatures will gradually drop to negative 70 degrees, and the world will be buried in snow. Going outside will become impossible. That's why food is so vital. He brought everything back to his apartment, packing it carefully so no one would suspect him of hoarding. For the most conspicuous supplies, he ensures they are moved at night when no one is around. Regarding the apocalypse, a secondary issue will be the power supply. Due to its instability, fuel is necessary, and Han Feng has purchased a year's worth of it. To solve the next problem, he knows the heating systems will fail, so he hired a crew to reinforce his house against the coming freeze. Finally, he set up a dedicated inventory room so he can access anything he wants without raising suspicion. By the time he finished his preparations, it was July 14th. Now there was only 1 day left before the temperature dropped uncontrollably. With all preparations complete, the final item on his checklist is to study his superpower. To survive this winter without freezing to death, Han Feng knows that relying solely on supplies won't be enough. This is where his plant-based powers will serve as a beacon of hope. In front of him are the same soybeans he managed to grow using his powers, and now it's time for a taste test. The issue is he has yet to figure out the exact trigger for his ability. Regardless, Han Feng decides to take a spoonful, hoping that the food is at least edible. After finishing half the plate, it's safe to conclude these beans have no ill effects. This means he can safely produce and consume food using this power. But the tricky part remains, figuring out exactly what makes his hand glow. Based on his experiments, he has only tried his ability on soybeans. So he inspects his fridge, hoping to find other vegetables to test. Afternoon quickly turns into evening. A drowsy and weak Han Feng opens his eyes, wondering if he just passed out. He is holding broccoli, and the kitchen is splattered with vegetables. He can't think clearly due to the exhausting side effects of his power. That is the only drawback so far. Eating the same soybeans from earlier, he realizes that in this way, he has successfully learned something new about his ability. Let's look at what happened before he lost consciousness. He tried to test his power on a different set of plants. Here's the strange part. Some of the plants were completely non-reactive. But for others, seeds for example, they grew into proper plants just like the soybeans. There's also a third category, some plants detonated in his hand, which remains a mystery. Han Feng also discovered charged substances that resembled coal upon detonation. This is a good thing, as these substances can be stored and reused to provide warmth. With this, he has successfully found a way to stay warm in the harsh apocalypse to come. Excited, he concentrated on honing his powers, though he failed at first. When Han Feng tries focusing his power, the magical effects are prominent, giving him what he desires. The man was deprived of energy and collapsed on the floor. Back to the present, he appears confused about the logic of his power. Some plants work, others don't. It's hard to determine what works and what doesn't. Still, he has realized the key trigger. It is imbued in his consciousness. He tries meditating to reach an ethereal state where he is one with nature, an experience that connects his mind and body. The fruits of his imagination prove successful because upon opening his eyes, Han Feng is satisfied to see his glowing green hand. This confirms his suspicion that his ability is linked to his consciousness. To test it further, he tries his ability on a piece of meat for good measure. The poor guy is disappointed when it doesn't work, as that would mean living off plants forever. Even after concentrating and begging his powers to work, nothing happens. This makes him question his thoughts again. Remember the meditation? He experiences 2 unique colors, red and green. So far, he has only used green. So this time, he closes his eyes tightly, hoping to connect with his second ability. To his shock, his hand starts glowing red and affects the meat, turning it into a disgusting, spiky blob that is barely recognizable. Feeling disgusted by the result, he tosses the meat on the ground for closer inspection. Han Feng pinches the meat, questioning if it reacted to the red light. It also seems the meat was cooked properly, begging the question if the red light is responsible for heating things up. Inspecting his hand again, he realizes something. The meat wasn't just cooked. On the contrary, it is reverting through a process of disintegration. From this, he makes a discovery. Green light speeds up evolution, while red light slows it down, reverting it toward disintegration. In an effort to combine the two, he clasps his hands together over the meat. A burst of yellow light forms, and the same meat turns into a larger slab than ever before. But he wonders what happened to the soybeans in his hand. They disappeared, likely merging with the meat. Han Feng is amazed by his power. After inspection, he concludes the meat is the freshest he's ever seen. He is excited and wants to try it once more. But his luck runs out. He fails so badly that everything turns to black. He slams his hands on the floor in frustration, but eventually settles for patience. He has plenty of time to experiment. He is happy to have made several discoveries in just 1 day, if only he can master this ability to its fullest. He thinks he could become like Superman and stand at the top of the world. But then he realizes food isn't the only necessity. He also needs a weapon to protect himself from other humans. Just as he's thinking of going out to buy one, the realization dawns on him: the apocalypse has begun. Just like last time, the world is experiencing absurd amounts of snow in July. He goes out anyway, believing it's necessary to find a gun before temperatures reach negative 45 degrees. However, buying a gun is illegal in this country. As he's deep in thought, he sees a punk with broccoli-like hair ranting about being the younger brother of Lao Wang from the Shigang Lida group. Typical "my brother is richer than you" rhetoric. Han Feng actually recognizes this clown from somewhere, thanks to his terrible fashion sense. The funniest thing is that people have dubbed him Homeless Joe. Let's talk about Homeless Joe, who lives in the same neighborhood. He is known as a contractor who has networks with everyone. People ask him what's going on, and he acts like the busiest man on the block, talking about his projects with his big brother. In reality, the guy doesn't even have a job and is always pretending to manage millions on his phone. Seeing him, Han Feng wonders if this idiot can help him get the weapon he needs. He greets Homeless Joe and pretends they've known each other for a long time. The thing is, this guy doesn't actually know our protagonist at all. Han Feng pretends to be Xiaohan, exploiting the man's pride by acting like long-lost friends. The idiot takes the bait and apologizes for not remembering, citing his heavy workload. Han Feng checks his surroundings and quickly closes in on the punk, explaining his entire situation. When he's done, Homeless Joe is shocked, questioning why on earth he needs a gun. At this point, Han Feng is at a loss for words before he can even come up with an excuse. The blonde punk warns him that guns are illegal and not to be taken lightly. Even if he has connections, Homeless Joe isn't in the mood for dangerous business. Han Feng clarifies his situation, stating he needs it for self-defense because some people hold a grudge against him. He tells a fabricated story about encountering a man on his way to work while they were both on bikes. The man supposedly spat carelessly right in his face. Of course, it pissed him off to no end. So he confronted the clown and started beating the crap out of him for everyone to see. After humiliating him, he let the man go. However, the man held a grudge and warned that he would return with his buddies. The very next day, Han Feng got destroyed by the entire gang. They mocked him and roughed him up from head to toe. After that beatdown, he has been desperate for a self-defense weapon to protect himself. Luckily, Homeless Joe is sympathetic to his story and agrees that spitting on someone is a step too far. He thinks this behavior should be punished. But Han Feng is starting to think that this guy might have completely missed the point of his venting. Still, Homeless Joe wraps his arm around him like a guardian angel. He promises to save the day by calling his big brother to sort everything out. Han Feng is glad things are going his way. Homeless Joe suggests they take the bus because his luxury car is currently being serviced. Han Feng agrees, showing Homeless Joe that he already has a vehicle for them to use. As they are driving, Homeless Joe is shocked and asks about the price. Our boy reveals it costs $700,000, which he considers a great deal. Joe starts snapping pictures like he's some kind of Instagram heartthrob. The hilarious part is that he captions them as if the SUV belongs to him. Speaking of the big brother, his punks are outside chilling by a fire. They are busy commenting on the absurd weather conditions. Han Feng's car pulls up and Homeless Joe pops out, acting incredibly smug. The rest of the boys can't believe Joe has his own SUV now. The slimeball even tells them he bought it for $700,000 out of his own pocket. Han Feng is left with the impression that Homeless Joe is incredibly bold for lying right in front of the actual owner. Next, the punk brings Han Feng to meet the boss. As expected of a gang leader, the guy has tattoos everywhere. He's annoyed to see Joe and kicks him out. In response, Homeless Joe puts the focus on Han Feng, stating his friend here wants to buy a gun. The gang leader is surprised at first and gives our boy a menacing look. At this, Han Feng is absolutely terrified. Boss Liu is annoyed that they came all this way for one lousy gun instead of something more interesting. The boss tells his lackey to fetch a handgun. It is tossed to Han Feng for a price of $6,000. However, our boy isn't in the mood to play around with a puny pistol. No, he's planning to go full John Wick and requests a long-range weapon with a scope. Boss Liu is alarmed by the kid's audacity. He confronts him for demanding a sniper rifle, reminding Han Feng that he isn't in a position to shop around like he's at a mall. The boss is just a hothead. That's when Homeless Joe steps in with another one of his stories. This time, he claims Han Feng's wife cheated on him 3 times. By the end of that storytelling session, the boss throws a fit, feeling genuine rage on our boy's behalf. It seems these ridiculous stories are actually quite moving to him. Anyway, the boss finally agrees to the sniper rifle request, stating it will take a few days. Han Feng is grateful for the help. Changzi, the underling, is told to arrange a semi-auto for him as well. The boss has decided to take pity on him and throws in a free gun as a gift. Han Feng is truly starstruck when he sees the boss offering a handgun at no cost. To return the favor, our boy decides to share a crucial piece of information with the gang. He mentions his connections to the government and warns that the weather will only get worse. He advises them to stock up on supplies before they run out. This time, Han Feng maintains a serious gaze, adding weight to his advice. The boss agrees to take his advice seriously, and that's how they concluded their meeting with the boss. On the way back, Homeless Joe brags about handling the meeting like a pro. He He's also glad his brother was in a good mood today. Hanfeng is grateful and offers to buy him cigarettes. Joe acts humble at first, but quickly caves, requesting 8 full cartons as if it's a simple favor. While Joe rants, Hanfeng focuses on his checklist. He has everything ready for the apocalypse and will spend his time studying his abilities and fixing his food situation. But just as he's confidently planning his next move, our guy slips right in front of Homeless Joe and takes a nasty fall. Hanfeng's leg is in shambles as he quivers in pain. Joe has no idea what just happened. Hanfeng suspects his leg is broken. He hands Joe the keys and asks him to drive them to the hospital. Staring back in silence, the punk shamefully admits he doesn't even have a driver's license. So they have to take the old school approach. The punk tries to help our boy lean on him for support. But the scene is so depressing that Hanfeng orders a taxi to end the torture. In the next scene, we are at the hospital. At the reception desk, Jin Yan, the head nurse, is working the night shift. She observes that the snow is getting heavier by the hour. Suddenly, she receives an emergency call to assist in the hall because they are short-staffed. As it turns out, our boy really did break his leg. He's devastated to hear the report of his fracture and must stay for an hour of observation. He planned for everything, only for a random accident to throw it all out the window. Brother Lee bids him farewell, claiming he has a busy schedule full of deals to attend to. Well, that brings Hanfeng back to square one. He's all alone, and now he has a broken leg to deal with. The hospital is swarmed with patients due to the extreme weather, a sign of the chaos coming in a few weeks. Hanfeng is waiting for his medicine, but the queue is way too long. He spots the pretty head nurse, Jin Yan, checking patient pulses. She's very reliable, so the doctors and other nurses rely on her heavily. Watching her work completely takes his breath away. He can't believe someone so young is already a head nurse. She's incredibly kind to every patient and frankly looks adorable from head to toe. Yep, he's simping again, but this time for a different lady. While he's admiring her, an old man requests her help. She rushes over and he complains about back pain. Jin Yan reminds him they are short-staffed, so it will take a while to process his request. The real goal of this sleazy old man is to harass her. He slips a camera under her skirt. He tries to take a photo while she's busy tending to him. She promises to return with an X-ray once they are less overwhelmed. But the old geezer doesn't stop there. He goes into full predator mode and grabs her. The naive nurse still doesn't suspect a thing, assuring him that a physician will be there shortly to examine him properly. But then the old geezer doubles down and tries to grope her. Before he can do anything else, our boy throws his crutch in his face, knocking him down. The nurse is alarmed and asks if the old man is okay. Hanfeng apologizes, claiming he doesn't know how to use a crutch. Sure, because when you're confused, you hurl it at someone's head. Hanfeng pretends to check on the old man's phone, just as the old geezer shouts at him to stop. Our boy spots the photo in his gallery and loses his temper. He can't believe this bastard snapped a photo of the nurse and had the gall to touch her. He threatens to call security and have him thrown in a cell. After all, it's one less annoying patient to deal with. Hanfeng refuses to return the phone, promising to expose him on social media if he ever catches the creep doing this again. Unable to do anything, the old man runs away in frustration. Yes, the same guy with back problems just sprinted out of the hospital at lightning speed. Even the nurse is speechless at how fast he ran. Meanwhile, Hanfeng reflects on how incredibly naive some people can be. He shows her the photo to prove the guy's ill intentions. Hanfeng is fine with her handling the rest, and even hands her the phone to report him to the police. Jin Yan is grateful and takes the device, but then she asks a concerning question. Wasn't your ankle injured? That reminds him that he has a fractured leg and only acted out of pure adrenaline. As the realization hits, the pain sinks in and he shouts out. A while later, she has him properly bandaged up. Hanfeng luckily feels much better. The head nurse is truly grateful and promises to be more careful in the future. But as she speaks, our boy's foot accidentally brushes against her. Hanfeng gets the impression that this girl isn't going to learn her lesson anytime soon. Jin Yan is called away for her duties again. She clumsily runs off, reminding him to return in a week for a checkup. Hanfeng realizes that unfortunately he'll never see her again because of what's coming in 7 days. He leaves with that depressing thought on his mind. The following day, the weather takes a turn for the worse. Reports of drastic temperature drops are springing up all over the globe. Even Dubai and Egypt are seeing heavy snowfall, which is unheard of. Experts from 46 countries have called an immediate meeting to discuss the crisis. According to these experts, the severe cold is only temporary and will break in a few days. People are warned to stay inside and stay warm. Meanwhile, Hanfeng is perfectly comfortable in his modified room, with a heater providing endless warmth. The news keeps lying that the disaster will pass, but he knows better. It's just propaganda to prevent public panic. He felt like a fool believing them the first time. This time things are different. He's ready, really ready. He is fully stocked and his heating system is running perfectly. For now, there is practically nothing left to worry about. The building's group chat is going crazy, with people complaining about the unbearable cold and their inability to stay warm. Interestingly, an anonymous user reveals that an ice age apocalypse is beginning, caused by shifts within the Earth itself. This message shocks Hanfeng because no one should have this information yet. Han Feng instantly marks this mysterious person as someone to watch out for. As the protagonist, he's supposed to be the only one who knows what's coming. The once happy residents are now an angry mob, tagging property management to fix the mess. Since reading text is boring, the group chat turns into a metaphorical theme park where residents appear as chibi cat avatars. The residents are furious. If the snow keeps piling up, they won't even be able to get groceries. They paid a fortune for what they now consider lousy service. They want to speak with the property agent immediately. On the other side, the property management team is panicking, offering non-stop apologies for the inconvenience. But half-hearted apologies won't ease the frustration. Honestly, the residents want refunds. The situation isn't worth it. Amid the chaos, Han Feng is annoyed watching people waste energy on nonsense. It's not like the owner has magic powers to stop a snowstorm, but not everyone has given up hope. One resident, Zhang Wei, is mature enough to admit they can't fight a blizzard. He suggests they help each other instead of making things harder. Natural disasters are out of management's control, so blowing off steam at them is pointless. Well, not everyone agrees with Zhang Wei's chill attitude. Some are so short-sighted that they start trashing him for sucking up to the management. He tries to explain he's just being realistic and objective. It's useless to back management into a corner when arguing gets them nowhere. But the crowd won't calm down unless the snow is cleared so they can shop. Starving to death isn't exactly their vibe. Zhang Wei does his best to talk sense into the mob. He points out that even if the front is cleared, the roads won't be. He suggests walking to the store, as clearing a footpath is more doable than clearing a road. Meanwhile, Han Feng makes a sour face, recognizing the guy preaching like some bootleg guru. Based on Han Feng's look, it's clear their history is far from pleasant. Suddenly, a blunt-talking resident with an annoyed face jumps into the chat. No formalities, he just lays it out. If you want to eat, get outside and start shoveling. Otherwise, all this gossip won't melt a single snowflake. Then he logs off. Another guy steps up, ready to head down and help clean the mess. This thug seems to be another figure Han Feng is familiar with. Slowly but surely, the residents start joining the crew to clear the path. Even the delicate cuties are willing to get their hands dirty for the cause. Then there is the unforgettable Hyona, who also volunteers to help. Han Feng wonders how someone like her agreed to join, but as it turns out, her volunteering is just a ploy to attract simp guys who won't let a beauty like her work while they are around. As expected, she milked the moment and dumped her work on others. What else do you expect from an opportunistic bitch like her? Han Feng logs out of the chat. The frustration on his face is obvious. This woman never fails to ruin his mood. And right now she's actually texting him. Why? Because she thinks he's still a desperate loser who would do anything for her. She wants him to bring her food supplies. She even throws in a bonus pic of her legs and revealing clothes to tempt him. Han Feng gives her a 10-10 for effort, trying to seduce him despite the freezing cold. But with a broken leg, he couldn't chase her even if he wanted to. So he sends back a teasing remark guaranteed to annoy her. Sure enough, it works. She's so pissed she wants to stomp on him. Here is a look at what's been happening. It's the third day of the blizzard and temperatures have dropped below 20 degrees. Since it's just the beginning, central heating is still on. The internet is still working, so like any bored teenager, Han Feng spends his time scrolling through TikTok, watching videos of attractive girls. Honestly, he isn't feeling it. He's already bored by day 2 of the apocalypse. It makes him wonder what loneliness can do to a man. His broken leg isn't helping, trapping him in place for months of recovery. With no other choice, he dives back into more videos. That's when he stumbles upon an awe-inspiring news report about a man with a self-healing ability. He survived a 15-story fall that should have mangled his internal organs and bones. But shortly after, the man started regenerating, actually healing himself. Thinking about supernatural powers reminds Han Feng that he has some tricks of his own, so he activates the familiar green light in his hand and tries to heal his broken bone. But the energy fizzles out without doing a single thing. He tries again, but no. Only failure awaits him. Admitting defeat, he slumps back on the couch, disappointed that his hopes were raised for nothing. After hours of endless scrolling, he finally drifts off to sleep. In his dream, he was wearing some primitive clothing. Riding a massive goat, and not just one, but a whole flock of goats followed him, their heads flapping as they soared. In this zoomed-out shot, you see the massive horde following closely, but suddenly, the fun ride screeches to a halt as the goat slams on the brakes, tossing him off its back. He hurts his leg in the fall, and one of the goats starts licking it. Han Feng finds this gross and pushes the creature away. This annoys the goat. Then the goat whips out its absurdly long tongue, wraps it around Han Feng's leg, and jerks it up into the sky. The part of his leg touched by the tongue starts to heal instantly. At that moment, Han Feng wakes up in a cold sweat. He's shocked. That bizarre dream messed him up so bad he's literally sweating everywhere. Suddenly, he notices his leg is glowing with green energy, showing signs of self-repair. Carefully, he unwraps the bandages and gingerly plants his foot on the floor. Surprisingly, it doesn't hurt at all. It seems the green light only works while he's asleep. To test this wild theory, he grabs a sharp knife in a morbid attempt to hurt himself, hoping to trigger the healing again. His hand trembles as he reluctantly makes a small cut on his index finger. While he tests his newfound ability, let's cut back outside. The angry mob of residents is finally working together. They've cleared the path in front of the building. Credit goes to Jiang Wei for his unity pep talk that got everyone moving. Jiang Wei then praises an old man who worked the hardest of all. The old man in turn praises the twins who were grinding just as hard. Then there is everyone's favorite nurse, Jin Yan, struggling to walk on the slippery snow. The twins spot the damsel in distress and lend a hand to help her up. After that, the twins decide to get back to work to clear the path further, telling her to call if she needs help. Jiang Wei notices the snowfall is getting heavier and urges everyone to hurry with their grocery run so they can get back safely. Speaking of supplies, the old man suddenly remembers something. He didn't think it was worth mentioning until Jiang Wei insisted. The old man mentions a rumor that a resident was seen bringing in a truckload of supplies, pretending to just be moving in. Jiang Wei doesn't think much of it. It's normal for new residents to haul their belongings. But then the old man adds a peculiar detail. He noticed the guy had gas tanks and a fireplace. That doesn't sound like a normal move. It sounds like hardcore survival prepping. Before they can discuss it further, the twins return with a progress report. Suddenly, a guy appears, having eavesdropped on the story and eager to learn more about this prepper. But he quickly gets smacked with a snowball by Liu Yan, who wants him to stop slacking and get back to work. Jiang Wei steps in to stop the arguing and tells everyone to move out now that the path is clear. Nurse Jin Yan is also hyped to go shopping. Meanwhile, the old man asks Jiang Wei if he thinks the new resident knew about the blizzard in advance. Jiang Wei thinks for a moment, then carefully dodges the question. He claims the blizzard will blow over soon, so there is no need to worry. In the worst case, they are lucky to have a neighbor with enough supplies to help everyone survive. So it's actually a good thing. As they head to the store, the snowstorm intensifies, pushing everyone to move faster. Meanwhile, our boy Hanfeng is still knocked out in his cozy apartment, but his nap is interrupted by a knock and a familiar voice calling him. When he opens the door, the visitor is homeless Joe, holding the items Han Feng had requested. This was the promised gift from Boss Liu. Brother Li agreed to deliver it because he had stocked up early and didn't need to scramble for supplies like the other citizens. Still, Han Feng was grateful to him for coming out in this weather. Brother Li also shared some very interesting rumors that had started spreading. Last night, an unknown person cleaned out an entire supermarket in the Eastern District. When Boss Liu's gang cleared the snow to get there, they found nothing but empty shelves. To Han Feng, it seemed unbelievable. Who could empty a whole supermarket in one night? However, Brother Li was certain it happened. Han Feng realized things were changing even more than in his previous life. It looked like he wasn't the only one who had gained superpowers. His thoughts were interrupted by Joe, who advised him to wear warm clothes and be careful. After saying goodbye, our hero was finally alone to think things over. He tried to find a logical explanation for the supermarket incident. The only theory that fit was someone with a superpower, like in novels, capable of storing unlimited supplies in a personal subspace. The only question was, could such people really exist in this world? The answer was simple. Since he had powers, others could too. This was a disturbing discovery. Han Feng couldn't waste a moment. He needed to master his powers. If he encountered other users, he needed a strategy to counter them. He had to know his limits, so he opened his diary and began studying what he knew. At this point, he knew his power reacted with different foods, both plant and animal. He could make them grow quickly, increase their volume, or even fry them, though they tasted terrible. Unfortunately, there were limitations. The success rate of his power application wasn't great and varied depending on the product. For soybeans, the chance was 10%, and for meat, it was even lower. Han Feng struggled to understand why the success rate was so inconsistent. Suddenly, a soybean exploded in his hand under the influence of his power, releasing an unpleasant green cloud. Instead of a plant, he was left holding a stinky rock. He was getting annoyed. The failure rate was too high. Han Feng was determined to practice hard to use his power more effectively. After all, nothing helps you learn faster than practice. He spent the rest of the evening working tirelessly. Finally, he succeeded. Han Feng held a fresh, living soybean plant with pods in his hands. Such an achievement did not come easily to him. He was sweating profusely and was already acting as a heater for his apartment. But that was the price he had to pay to figure out the rules for increasing the success rate. He discovered that the green light's energy is not constant. For different products, it is necessary to apply this light for different durations, depending on the product's nutritional value. If you miscalculate the duration, you will end up with a failure and get a burnt, stinking stone. Essentially, you need to know the exact ideal cooking interval for each product. This brought something familiar to Han Feng's mind. It reminded him of a popular music and dance online game from a decade ago, where you had to press the right buttons in rhythm at the correct intervals. It was also conceivable that the energy values could be compared to directions, up, down, right, and left. The value of the energy input had to be precise every second. Eventually, a critical point had to be reached and the process stopped. If you do it right, you achieve success, and every soybean will become a plant. After succeeding with plants, Han Feng began experimenting with meat. Obviously, meat was quite different from vegetables. If you did something wrong during the process, the meat would turn into a disgusting black slurry. However, the principles for transforming meat were supposed to be similar. The first step was to determine how much energy the meat required. Everything seemed to be going according to plan, but then a problem arose. The chicken leg exploded just like the previous ones, turning into a nasty black slurry. It looked like it would take him even longer to learn how to work with meat than with plant food. Time after time, Han Feng tried and failed. The chicken legs exploded one after another. There seemed to be no end to this series of failures. Finally, our hero's patience ran out. He even cried out in despair, cursing this ability and its increased level of difficulty. However, the hero was not one to give up. Even as the snowfall outside intensified and the temperature dropped further, Han Feng did not stop trying. Traces of his attempts were scattered all over the kitchen. And then came the moment of truth, the last chicken leg. Up and down, left and right, red and green energy. It felt like an overly complicated minigame to him. The steps repeated one after another, and as soon as he made a mistake, he had to start over. The tension was at an all-time high. And this time, Han Feng succeeded. He managed to grow the chicken leg to a gigantic size. With a snort of disdain, our hero said it was worth it, and collapsed onto the floor, exhausted but happy. He had finally found a way to synthesize meat. The weather outside grew worse by the day. The news announced that today, July 17th, was the third consecutive day of the snow disaster. In every corner of the country, the same thing was happening. It seemed mankind was facing a disaster that occurs only once in several millennia. To ensure the basic livelihood of citizens, authorities were actively fighting the consequences and taking measures to provide aid. Han Feng woke up to such news the next day. How many times had he heard this before? Empty warnings and promises about how the heavy snowfall had paralyzed transportation, electricity, and the internet. They claimed everything would be repaired soon, and all citizens needed to do was wait. Humanitarian supplies were supposed to arrive in the disaster areas shortly. Finally, the news anchor advised everyone to stay indoors and not go outside unnecessarily. For Han Feng, there was nothing surprising in any of this. He had heard it all in his past life. Suddenly, a notification popped up on his phone, followed instantly by several more. Han Feng immediately saw that the group chat of residents in his building had started making noise again, and he simply couldn't help but join the discussion. The uproar was unbelievable. Everyone was discussing the morning news. Some believed rescuers would come to help, while others thought it was all empty promises and planned their own survival. One particular avatar stood out from the crowd, asking the gullible if they really believed the news reports. It was old Uncle Lou, and he absolutely did not believe what was being said on TV. He argued that if everything were under government control, rescue teams would have arrived long ago. Instead, he had heard rumors from old friends that the government was assembling armored vehicles, tanks, and other heavy weapons in City A, the capital. They are likely preparing for the war that is about to break out. After hearing the very real possibility of an all-out war against an unknown enemy, a chilling silence swept through the group chat of paranoid survivors. Then came an eruption of concerns, with people asking Uncle Lou if what he said was true. If it were, wouldn't they be completely doomed? Meanwhile, Han Feng was simply fascinated by the topic of war. He had heard something about this progression in his previous life. Mr. Zhang interjected to quiet the noise. He asserted that if Uncle Lou's words were true, they had to start taking survival measures immediately to save everyone. Some owners in the neighborhood had already run out of supplies. With government support still uncertain, he proposed organizing help for those facing difficulties. He passionately suggested that those with ample supplies donate some of their stash. To set an example, Mr. Zhang pledged to donate half of his own supplies to those in need. Other owners quickly discussed the proposal in hushed tones. One man wholeheartedly agreed with Mr. Zhang's proposal, as everyone was just trying to survive the crisis. He pledged to donate what he could and even pressured Li Huna to do the same. She knew this crazy guy, Wu Kuan-yu. He was trying to humiliate her in front of everyone simply because she had rejected him before. So Li Huna had to play defense, adopting her meek girl persona while apologizing and claiming she had no spare supplies left. Most of her supporters immediately rushed to the witch's defense. This little commotion almost derailed the plan, as they couldn't even unite through selfless acts. But donations eventually started pouring in. Many people were moved by Mr. Zhang's impassioned speech. Food, clothing, and medicine were all put forward. Mr. Zhang expressed his gratitude to those willing to help. Since there were many people to manage, he thought it wise to appoint certain owners to take charge of the operation. He would naturally lead the team. It would be an interim emergency committee responsible for planning and distributing donated supplies. Han Feng smirked as soon as he read the announcement. This interim committee scheme had happened in his previous life too. Later, it would be revealed as a plot to seize other people's resources. Today was July 19th, the 5th day of the apocalypse. Temperatures outside had already plummeted to -40 degrees. The day finally arrived when the building's central heating system failed due to the extreme frost. Everyone was desperately trying to find ways to keep warm without the convenience of heaters. Some managed to light small fires inside their homes. It was just like the previous timeline. Terrible now, but the situation would only continue to worsen. The exception to this was our main character, of course. Han Feng was all set with his failed experimental charcoals, which were perfect for fueling his fireplace. On the table sat a fizzy iced cola and a scrumptious slice of strawberry cake. As for Han Feng himself, he was doing what most people would do in his situation, playing single-player video games while not giving a damn about the outside world. But his peace was interrupted by a sudden phone call. Taking a break from gaming, he picked up the call while sipping his Coke. It was the person in charge of Block 8. They planned to clear the roads in 20 minutes and needed manpower in the basement car park. Han Feng resisted the urge to curse this stranger out. These people still didn't understand. The snow wouldn't stop piling up. Against his will, Han Feng chose to leave the comfort of his home and head down to the main lobby. He reckoned falling out with the neighbors would be troublesome now. He had to minimize the risk of his secrets being discovered. At first glance at the gate, everyone could see the snow had already trapped them inside the building. Other volunteers were pissed that the paths they had cleared earlier had been erased by the highest snowdrifts they'd ever seen. Deciding to at least get the door open, the volunteers saw Han Feng and called him over to help. They threw their entire body weight against the door and pushed on the count of 3. To everyone's surprise, opening the entrance let in copious amounts of snow and exposed the lobby to the frigidity of a raging snowstorm. The storm was too extreme and none of them could handle the cold. When you're that close to the storm, even opening your eyes could result in an injury. Han Feng regretted leaving his cozy couch for manual labor and frostbite. If people went out in that weather, death was a very real possibility. Thankfully, the other volunteers came to the same realization. Only an idiot would try to go out in such temperatures. Speaking of idiots, he was finally here. A voice that sounded all too familiar to Han Feng. It was none other than Brother Lee, also known as Homeless Joe. He was mocking everyone for acting like cowards when they needed to be tough. The volunteers shivered while trying to talk Brother Lee out of his stupidity. No one should go out in that harsh snowstorm, but Brother Lee was built differently. First, he finished his cigarette in one single puff. Ready to charge in like a madman, Brother Lee plowed into the snow, pushing through with his bare hands. The dumbass started shouting like an anime character, while literally punching the snow, scattering the pile everywhere. He continued this for a while. He even managed to dig a hole the size of himself in the middle of the massive snow pile. But then came the silence. After a few moments, all the volunteers could hear were muffled pleas for help coming from under the snow. The others had to drag Brother Lee out. His face was purple from the cold and from being trapped under the heavy weight. The volunteers finally decided that venturing outside was impossible and closed the gate. Han Feng ran over to Brother Lee to make sure the foolish gangster was all right. He suggested everyone go to the car park first to find the person in charge of attendance. They could decide what to do next once the snow stopped. With such a severe blizzard rampaging across the world, manpower alone could no longer solve the problem. In the building's car park, the atmosphere seemed a bit more comfortable since it was underground. Mr. Zhang, the de facto leader, was surrounded by owners as usual. Upon receiving reports from the lobby, he agreed that the clearing operation should be paused. Furthermore, the basement car park would now be the designated donation and collection point. Han Feng stayed low-key in the background. This was the first time he had met the man named Zhang from the group chat in person. This was the man who had spearheaded the establishment of that eventual scam committee. With his kind and well-spoken demeanor, Mr. Zhang would manipulate everyone through the illusion of support and unity. Mr. Zhang commented on the overwhelming wave of donations from so many owners. He stated that these generous donations would help those who were struggling, and for that he was grateful. The general vibe in the car park was quite positive. People felt good about their selfless acts. It gave them a false sense of unity while working toward the same goal of survival. Han Feng knew something they didn't, however. They just had to wait and see as the disaster continued for an eternity. They would soon regret giving up their resources. Brother Lee, still shivering from his stunt earlier, decided to head up first and said goodbye to Han Feng. Looking around the car park, Han Feng noticed someone eye-catching. It was that airheaded nurse he had met in the hospital when he broke his leg. She was wearing a cute winter onesie while clumsily carrying a stack of boxes, struggling to navigate the crowd near the committee. Given her awkwardness, she eventually bumped into some of the men standing nearby. She would have slipped onto the floor if Han Feng hadn't swooped in to save the day once again. While steadying her in her box, he asked if she was okay. When she finally opened her eyes, she expressed her thanks and eventually recognized Han Feng from the hospital. Then she remembered that his leg was supposed to be severely injured. He shouldn't be in any condition to catch falling maidens. Realizing he had acted without thinking about the current situation, Han Feng struggled to find an explanation. He stumbled over his words before claiming that his recovery speed had always been exceptional since he was young. It was very unconvincing, especially with his nervous gestures. Fortunately, the nurse was too dense to detect any dishonesty. She simply found his recovery speed to be fantastic. Han Feng offered to help lift her boxes. She declined at first, saying they were heavy, but he insisted. After a bit of convincing, she eventually entrusted the boxes to him. As soon as he got both hands on the supplies, he was flabbergasted by how heavy they actually were. They were unnaturally weighty. Curious, he asked her what was inside. She explained that these were mainly medical supplies she was donating to those in need. She also acknowledged they might be too heavy and said she could carry them to the donation point herself. Entranced by her beauty and kindness, Han Feng felt like he could carry several more pounds without complaining. Since she claimed to be stronger than most guys, the nurse kept reminding him not to overexert himself. When asked if she'd always been strong since childhood, she became a bit guarded, answering that there was a reason behind it all. Hearing those cryptic words made Han Feng naturally curious, but she looked uncomfortable telling the story and apologized for bringing it up. She mentioned that something had happened recently that she couldn't quite explain. Also, they'd been talking for a while now, and she still didn't know his name. Han Feng politely introduced himself in turn. The angelic nurse shared her name as well, Jin Shui. Based on her wide smile, it seemed she really appreciated this unexpected meeting. He was left speechless whenever he saw that smile. He was almost in the clear, but Jin Shui asked what he did for a living, and he truthfully answered that he was unemployed. Talk about fumbling a chance right at the finish line. But thanks to sudden chaos, an impatient man just happened to pass by, knocking Jin Shui off balance. Struggling to maintain her footing, she eventually fell against Han Feng, grabbing him to stabilize herself. This led to her soft breasts pressing into Han Feng's arm all of a sudden. Having zero charm, Han Feng just stood there and savored the moment. Jin Shui immediately pulled away and apologized, while Han Feng tried to act as if it were no problem. This would have been a perfect first meeting if Li Hyuna hadn't appeared, approaching Han Feng like a sleepless zombie. Hunger and cold were clearly taking their toll on her. Like the parasite she is, the witch immediately pounced on Han Feng, deliberately rubbing her chest against his arm. Grabbing him, she asked who the pink-haired lady was. Jin Shui immediately felt awkward and took the supplies back from Han Feng. She just wanted to log her donations and not interrupt two friends chatting. Han Feng asked why Li Hyuna was down here while regretfully watching Jin Shui scurry away. The witch explained she came for supplies, noting she was worried about Han Feng's inactivity. He scratched his head and said he was just about to message her. She called him a liar since he had been happily chatting with another lady just now. Then came the questions about whether he had spare food at home. She claimed she was almost out and wondered if they could share his. He didn't get angry. On the contrary, he smirked. Continuing his act, Han Feng claimed he didn't have much food left either, but could share some, though only with people who actually replied to his messages. Acting bold, he grabbed the witch by the waist and asked if she would be willing to stay at his place for a few days. Unused to this more confident version of her supposed admirer, the witch lost her composure for a second. She pushed him away and smiled. Li Hyuna insisted that if Han Feng wanted to chat, they could just do so online. Taking that as a flat-out rejection, Han Feng turned to head back to his place. Being in a desperate situation, the witch grabbed him before he could get far, telling him to wait. She asserted that he had changed quite a bit and claimed she was serious about her feelings. With the most convincing puppy eyes imaginable, Li Hyuna professed that she didn't want people to think she was only with him for his money, so she needed more time for something serious. Han Feng looked at her performance with a blush on his face. Thankfully, he checked himself immediately. If he hadn't already died once at her hands, he might have believed those words, but now he just wanted to tear her mask off. The thing was, he still hadn't discovered the identity of the man behind the witch. Why look for the guy when he could just proceed as he did in his previous life until Li Hyuna naturally brought the man over? This time, he would be more prepared. Sure, they had a steel bat, but Han Feng had a sniper rifle. Realizing this, he decided not to rock the boat too much and joked that he was just teasing her. Now the witch felt a little ashamed for putting on another masterclass in acting just for a joke. Still, Han Feng asserted that he would wait for her message so he could deliver some food the next day. With this, they finally said goodbye. She even told him to hit her up if there was anything he wanted to talk about. As the witch exited the car park, an evil smile crept across the corners of her mouth. Unbeknownst to her, Han Feng wasn't the one being played this time. He really enjoyed tormenting her in secret. 2 days passed without Han Feng contacting the witch. This led to Li Hyuna blowing up his phone with angry texts about the promised supplies. Han Feng just let the salty messages pile up while he ate a piping hot steak meal paired with a fizzy drink. How satisfying it was to eat good food while tormenting the witch who killed him in his previous life. Figuring out how to make delicious meat was a game changer. While everyone was miserable in the cold, he was actually sweating in his bathrobe. Absolute legend. He hadn't just been lounging around these past few days either. He conducted numerous experiments that allowed him to confirm two important things. First, his meat could not be expanded infinitely. Second, just like soybeans, meat could be reproduced without limit. His experiments had already yielded pounds of it. For every full batch of beans sprouted, he would use half to grow more and eat the rest. He could freely apply the same principle to meat. Under the red and green light, half a steak and a handful of soybeans could produce a whole new steak. Repeating the process would yield an unlimited supply. After numerous tests to prove this hypothesis, he concluded that he wouldn't have to worry about food in the future. Some TV stations were still sending out reporters to chronicle the unprecedented snowstorm on its 19th day. It was August 2nd now, and even the Maldives near the equator had reached temperatures of negative 42 degrees. The entire island had been engulfed by ice and snow. Even the ocean was freezing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was unreal. According to expert readings, the ice layer had reached 55 centimeters deep. Similar situations were observed in other tropical countries. Watching through his massive entertainment center, Han Feng scoffed at the news. In reality, the situation outside was far worse than the media's portrayal. He was peacefully sipping red wine, when a sudden noise from outside sent a shock to his system. Han Feng hurriedly went to the window and opened the curtains. He could see a building engulfed in fire in the distance. This was the 7th explosion in the past few days. Even he was clueless about the cause, but it was certainly not a good sign. There had also been a ramp-up in the number of military helicopters flying through the city. If he was clueless, so were the rest of the survivors. The situation outside was causing panic among residents. All of them were basically camping around the basement car park to trade for goods and food. Human greed knows no limits, so many residents took advantage of others, leading to several conflicts and altercations. At the center of it all was Mr. Zhang, still playing the role of the reliable leader who provided resources to the destitute for free. Today was a special day as Han Feng decided to go down to the basement car park with the other survivors. He'd only been out for a few minutes and the cold was already getting to him. Every time he left the comfort of his home, he regretted his decision. The real reason he came down was to gather information. If not for that, he wouldn't have shown his face to these people ever again. Before his rebirth, he remembered a rebellion sweeping through the neighborhood. If memory served, it was related to the people in this basement. Right now, they were still keeping their promise to give away resources instead of outright scamming people. To find out what was really going on, Han Feng decided to do some detective work on this chaotic gathering. Based on the long lines in the collection area, it looked like the number of households facing shortages was quite high. At the front of the line, a man was complaining about how few resources he received after donating several large boxes, while Mr. Zhang insisted everyone was given an equal share. With a single canned good and one sausage in hand, the man demanded his donated resources back, but the committee couldn't do that. Since the disaster was ongoing, Mr. Zhang urged the man to look at the bigger picture and promised to pay him back in cash once things settled, but promises of money for an uncertain tomorrow were worthless. Finally, others in the line started speaking up against the complaining man. They bashed him, telling him to stop being shameless and move along. It didn't take long for a mob to form against the man who just wanted supplies for his family. They were thoroughly under the influence of the interim committee. Han Feng knew all too well that there was no way those in charge would concede their resources in this current situation. But placing oneself on high moral ground against those who donated the most at the start of the crisis was equally shameless. Speaking of shameless, a legendary figure finally made another appearance in the basement. It was none other than Brother Lee. He looked much worse than a few days ago, frail, sickly, and thin. It had been a while since the two had seen each other. Brother Lee claimed he wasn't doing too badly, but it was clear that he was. According to him, he was trembling from being flustered and powerless. Not to mention the cold, he was far from not too bad. Brother Lee finally admitted he was having a difficult time, depending on water to suppress his hunger since he had no food left. When the donation drive was in full swing, he had donated most of his resources. In the end, his own supply ran out before the storm ended. Additionally, the rations the committee doled out were too small. If Brother Lee had known how bad the weather would be, he would have kept a personal stash. Realizing he had a solution for Brother Lee's plight, Han Feng pulled the gangster closer to whisper a favor. Brother Lee pulled away in disbelief. Han Feng had just offered him 4 packs of instant noodles and 2 sausages for a simple job. He made sure to mention this would dent his own supplies. The gangster took it as his little bro looking for an excuse to give him food. He was moved to tears, promising to remember this kindness forever. Brother Lee grabbed Han Feng with sincere intensity and assured him the matter would be settled. As for the food, he would swing by Han Feng's house later. But first, Brother Lee really needed to fill his stomach, so he lined up for rations. Han Feng was pleased with the deal he'd cooked up. For a few packs of noodles, he wouldn't have to come down here personally to gather information in the future. He felt a little sorry for Brother Lee, but sticking his nose into other people's business wasn't as important as lounging on his sofa and playing games. Han Feng would have had a perfect trip to the basement if he hadn't been spotted by yet another familiar face. After hearing his name, the next thing he saw was a palm heading for his face. Lee Hyuna's greeting for the day was a crisp slap across his cheek. Not expecting to be assaulted so early in the day, he didn't know how to react to this absurd scenario. With anger in her eyes, Li Huna told Han Feng he was a disappointment. The broke girl proceeded to yell at him for not responding to her messages, asking for food. She made sure to raise her voice so everyone in the car park could hear. Han Feng was stunned. He just stood there trying to process what was happening. The witch he had been messing with just slapped him in front of everyone. He hadn't even settled her previous life's debts yet, and now she was slapping him for no reason? This was blasphemous. With his anger rising, he realized Li Huna still saw him as a pathetic wimp who was easy to bully. He remained silent for a few moments as she berated him for not responding. She called him deaf and mute, demanding an answer. Han Feng took a deep breath, the cold turning his breath into mist. Then he proceeded to put on another act, sincerely apologizing to Li Huna. He explained that his supplies had been stolen. He claimed he had placed the food outside his door for a second to get his keys, but it was gone by the time he returned. He said he tried to look for the culprit but found no clues. At this point, she looked desperate as she asked him if he still had any resources tucked away. He answered that he didn't have much, only enough to last a few days if rationed to 1 meal a day. Hearing that food remained, Li Huna's unhinged face lit up with a sweet smile. She was back to her sweet girl act flawlessly. But when she asked Han Feng to split his food and eat only once every 2 days so they could survive together, she looked truly unhinged. Han Feng could barely stand how shameless she was. Being able to say such selfish words without batting an eye was terrifying. In her eyes, this man was still just a tool to be used when needed. Letting her continue thinking that way, Han Feng smiled and lovingly agreed to the plan. He acted like a man who would split his supplies equally with her. She demanded the food immediately, but he scheduled the delivery for tonight, insisting he had packing to do. She teased that she'd be waiting for his message. Heading back first, Li Huna wished him well and hoped he wouldn't catch the flu going around. Han Feng bid her farewell as well, a sinister plan already brewing in his mind. As early as 8 in the evening, Li Huna was already badgering Han Feng for the food. She grew so impatient that she went to the lobby near his room around 9:30. She was shivering, alone and miserable. Han Feng was back to his favorite hobby, hooking her with bait, then completely ghosting her. The elevator was broken after weeks of cold without maintenance, so if she really wanted to cause a scene, she'd have to take the stairs up to Han Feng's unit. Seeing no other choice, Li Huna swallowed her pride and took the creepy staircase. Halfway through the climb, she was exhausted and shivering. It was a hellish ordeal. If it weren't for the supplies, she wouldn't be doing this. The exhaustion kept piling on as she had been starving for days. Each step took all the strength she had left. You have to give it to her. Very few people would climb more than 16 floors just to leech off someone's food. Coincidentally, even the emergency lights on the higher floors were busted. This just made her climb darker and spookier. Upon hearing what she perceived as an eerie sound, Li Huna anxiously asked who was there. In response, a black plastic bag fell directly from the higher floors, on track to land on her head. Shocked and unable to move, Li Huna was forced to stand there and wait for the bag to hit her. As soon as the bag landed with a loud bang, the emergency lights kicked back on, and white dust filled the staircase. The cheerful Li Huna was blasted with flour. Han Feng appeared, claiming he had fallen asleep and came running down when he saw her messages. In the darkness, he claimed he accidentally dropped the bag of flour. Wiping the flour from her hair, Li Huna felt disgusting as hints of her real nasty personality peeked through the mask. Han Feng was quite pleased with this sight. He had specially prepared this mean-spirited prank for her, and he wasn't finished yet. He lifted another plastic bag, telling the witch he had packed up his remaining resources for her. Upon inspection, she noticed most of the food was moldy. It looked more like trash than edible supplies. Playing the fool, Han Feng scratched his head and claimed he worked hard to keep these leftovers. There was even rotting meat mixed in. Then he expertly acted offended, grabbing the bag and telling her to give it back if she didn't like it. Afraid of starving, the witch hurriedly grabbed the bag away, claiming she wanted it. Han Feng looked her over from head to toe and scoffed at himself. In front of him was the so-called goddess he had pursued with all his might before. Now she looked like a homeless addict stuck outside on a winter night, rummaging through trash to find something edible in a moldy pile. She even greedily grabbed the remaining bag of flour from Han Feng's hand. Li Huna was celebrating even half a bag of flour, not minding that she'd been blasted by it minutes ago. She took off without saying thank you. Han Feng didn't mind. Giving her garbage to eat should give her some stomach problems for a few days. Showering in this weather was also impossible, so she would have to walk around with that flour sticking to her body for a while. As Han Feng cheerfully headed back to his place, he started feeling something strange. He played it off as if he hadn't noticed, but something was moving in the background. Keeping his wits about him, Han Feng acted naturally while heading to his unit. He exited the stairwell and walked like everything was normal. A shadow followed his footsteps a few seconds later. It was definitely a person, judging by the snow boots they were wearing. Taking advantage of the surprise factor, Han Feng hid behind a door and pounced on the figure tailing him. He grabbed the mysterious person firmly and aggressively, taking them down to the ground. Just as he was about to punch the spy, Han Feng paused as his hostility died down. The one tailing him turned out to be a girl with messy hair, sleepy eyes, and ultra-thick glasses. Han Feng could only think of one reason she'd be there. She must have been spying on him and he wanted to find out why. But all he got in response was silence and a blank stare. The girl was obviously not the talkative type. She didn't say a word, so Han Feng decided to use more aggressive arguments to make her talk. He threatened to take off her coat in the cold if she didn't speak up. Even that wasn't enough. Han Feng got tired of messing with her and decided to let her go for now. But he warned her that next time she might not be so lucky if she kept spying on him. He told her to stop her silent games and hurry home before she caught a cold. As he was about to leave, he suddenly felt someone grab his sleeve. This silent girl wasn't going to let him go so easily, though he didn't understand what she wanted. She just stared at him and remained silent. Han Feng told her to stop looking at him and threatened to leave if she didn't speak. Instead of answering, she pointed at something with her hand. She pulled him along with her. Even someone as slow as Han Feng realized he was being shown something. They arrived at her room. It was surprisingly warm and bright inside. Han Feng was left speechless. Looking around, he noticed piles of supply boxes. Some were empty and the room was full of trash. But the fact she had so many supplies weeks into the apocalypse was incredible. Had she also prepared in advance? Han Feng asked directly if she knew the ice apocalypse was coming, and surprisingly, she finally spoke. Though she said some strange things, it turned out she had done the calculations herself and predicted the future ice age. She turned out to be the strange person who had been posting in the group chat about the coming apocalypse before it happened. Han Feng didn't understand most of it. It was hard for him to realize that research and math could predict the future without being a regressor. But he knew she didn't bring him here just for a lecture. He was right. She soon showed him the real reason. The girl had numerous screens in her room displaying CCTV footage. And on all of them was Han Feng. In one, he was picking his nose while carrying boxes. In the second, a delivery service was bringing gas cans into his room. In the third, Brother Lee was bringing him a gun case, and so on. It turns out his first guess was correct. She had been spying on him for a long time. She was now comfortable enough to change her clothes right in front of him. Her room was too warm for winter gear. Han Feng blundered and asked why she was undressing. She simply replied that it was hot, but he had meant why she was doing it in front of him. He demanded she stop immediately and put her pants back on. Eventually, as much as he resisted, he had to take off his own coat due to the heat. This girl had dangerous information, and he couldn't leave until the issue was resolved. Summarizing what he'd gathered, Han Feng realized she spied on him because of his suspicious behavior in stocking up early. Fortunately, she wasn't looking for blackmail, but to see if he was capable enough to cooperate. Now it was just a matter of figuring out what she meant by cooperation. Talking was difficult for her, so she decided to show him instead, while Han Feng misinterpreted everything in his own way. Han Feng couldn't even imagine what she was planning with those movements. Instead of what he expected, she simply pulled out a generator from behind the bed. She just wanted Han Feng to teach her how to use it. She was a master of computers and books, but her everyday survival skills were critically lacking. After a while, the generator was running steadily. We'll ignore the fact that running one indoors is a bad idea. Let's assume it's hydrogen-powered and quiet. Han Feng hoped that was the end of her requests, but it wasn't. Her blue eyes were asking for help again. This time it was the hot water boiler. Our hero set it up so she'd have hot water around the clock. He advised her to save water and remember to close the tap. Next, she needed help with the refrigerator. It was a mess, and he had to teach her that raw meat goes in the freezer, not the fridge. He also told her she had to keep things clean to avoid getting sick, as he wouldn't do it all for her. Han Feng couldn't understand how she'd survive this long without basic knowledge. He even showed her how to connect gas cans to the stove, emphasizing safety precautions. It only got more complicated. Han Feng had to teach her how to cook and roast food over a fire. Finally, when he was completely exhausted, a delicious dinner was ready. He advised her to eat while the food was still hot. He couldn't believe his life had come to this, babysitting an adult child. His new friend's self-care skills were incredibly low. Though she didn't seem embarrassed, the dinner was clearly very delicious. Han Feng realized they were on different wavelengths and awkwardly excused himself. He was incredibly tired and dreamed only of his warm bed. It turned out he wasn't the only one tired. When he looked at the girl, she was already asleep. The dinner table served as her bed just fine. This was the first time he'd seen someone fall asleep while eating. Nevertheless, he decided to carry her to the bed. Who would have thought he'd spend the day teaching a child? Overnight, the snowfall intensified and the temperature dropped further. Han Feng had just woken up when guests already demanded his attention. It was the same girl again. She brought gifts to thank him, and even he was surprised by her generosity. But after he took the boxes, she remained at the door. He knew that look. She wanted another favor. She brought another generator and asked him to teach her again as she hadn't memorized yesterday's lessons. So Han Feng had to start over. After a few days, he realized she was a complete idiot when it came to survival. She also critically lacked common sense regarding what was socially appropriate. But she didn't give up, dragging Han Feng to her room every day to learn everyday skills. Eventually, she managed to cook something remotely edible. Han Feng considered it a massive improvement. Previously, even dogs wouldn't eat it, but in an ice apocalypse, humans would line up for such food. After so long, Han Feng finally decided to ask for the girl's name. She introduced herself as Zhao Xinghan. It was still a mystery why she spoke so strangely, but he wasn't going to leave her to her fate. Meanwhile, downstairs in the basement, things were far from calm. Hungry residents were fighting over the few supplies left. Chaos reigned as residents snatched supplies from each other. The weak fell from powerlessness, while the strong grabbed more. The quiet days in this community were over. People were fighting for resources they felt entitled to. They guarded their loot with their lives. Any attempt at stealing quickly devolved into mindless violence. These people punched and kicked one another mercilessly until their fists and shoes were bloodied. While everyone else was hastening the collapse of civilization, Mr. Zhang remained calm. He turned up the volume on his megaphone, stopping the fighting as everyone covered their ears in pain. He was using a real sonic attack, a true supervillain move. After a few seconds of that grating feedback, Mr. Zhang finally addressed the survivors, asking if they had had enough. He picked up a badly beaten man and asked if risking death for a few remaining resources wasn't the definition of ridiculous. But the masses were still angry. Mr. Zhang suggested the donation system, yet they only received a packet of noodles every few days. If they didn't die fighting, they'd die of hunger. Mr. Zhang pretended to listen to their complaints about distribution. He then turned to the crowd and stood his ground. If they were fighting for such ridiculous reasons, perhaps they deserved to starve. Mr. Zhang asked who caused this situation and urged them to think. The irritated crowd blamed him. He picked up a piece of bread and began his manipulation, helping them remember the truth. Bread that originally cost a few dollars was now being sold by those with resources for hundreds. The elite squeezed the unfortunate dry, splitting a single piece of bread into 10 for an auction. They used the disaster to get rich, while those in the basement car park had long since run out of cash and resources. Yet here they were, fighting one another over a system that used to work. They were killing each other while the elites hoarded supplies without donating to the common good. They were the ones maliciously raising prices. And yet here the poor were, fighting to the death. Mr. Zhang asked if that was fair. Seeing that the masses were hooked on his words, Mr. Zhang urged them to unite and take back the resources that belonged to everyone. The hungry citizens began rationalizing his speech, convinced they were being treated unfairly. Why should the rich get all the benefits while they struggled to avoid starvation? Mr. Zhang watched as the pieces fell into place after planting the seed of hatred in their minds. The anger was now directed at the rest of the building's residents. The survivors believed they were simply taking their fair share. Seeing the brewing violence and desperation, Mr. Zhang smirked silently. In the midst of the mounting chaos, Brother Li was observing. He was the only one who could see through the nonsense of that speech. The people had gone mad, something big was coming, and he had to inform Han Feng immediately. In his room, Han Feng was lounging around, pretending to read while actually snoring. He was woken by his phone's ringtone. He received Brother Li's texts about the trouble brewing in the car park. With Mr. Zhang's incitement, the people were planning to snatch resources, going door to door to pry locks open. These raiders were armed and dangerous. Brother Li advised Han Feng to hide and not face these lunatics head on. Han Feng could only hope that Brother Li could take care of himself out there. Han Feng didn't expect things to escalate like this. Although he had guns, the idea of using them against other humans mortified him slightly. Furthermore, if an organized mob discovered his resources, they would come for him like piranhas, leaving nothing but bones. He needed to be prepared for every possible scenario. He retrieved wires, tools, and fire extinguishers from his stockroom. He tried to rig his door by strapping live wires to the doorknob for security. Upon finishing his makeshift rig, Han Feng slowly unfurled the wire on the floor. His experiment was interrupted by a sudden loss of power. It was clear that every building in the area had lost power simultaneously. Some tried to contact management, but they had lost touch with them long ago. Han Feng reckoned that between the storm and the overloaded power usage, this blackout was inevitable. Moreover, the snow and abysmal temperatures made maintenance impossible. Considering the factors, the power and signal loss might be permanent this time. Once people realized the power wasn't coming back, things would only go downhill. Panic would lead to a more serious rebellion, and that's when the real hell would begin. 30 minutes before the power cut, Li Huna was greedily shoving noodles down her throat. Her current benefactor bragged about buying resources at 50 times the market price, and how the poor had no choice but to sell. He had only spent $500,000 on his entire stock. He also started auctioning supplies, letting the poor fight for crumbs. Using this tactic, Blondie earned quite a lot. He ran his hand across Li Huna's face and asked if she felt she had made the right choice to follow him. The witch smiled and cheerfully nodded. The rich prick was already thinking of what he'd do with this pretty girl. Their moment was interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps in the hallway. It was the people from the car park, and they brought tools to break down doors. Blondie overheard that he was being targeted specifically for raising prices in the chat. Raiders started kicking his door, trying to force it open. Blondie might be rich, but could all that cash save him from what was coming? He stood there, unsure of what to do as the people tried to break in. Finally, the crazed followers of Mr. Zhang had gone full tilt. The snowstorm continued to rage, showing no signs of stopping. Inside Han Feng's stronghold, a mess had accumulated as wires and supplies littered the ground. He was still working on his Home Alone-style door trap. Han Feng did everything right, but the reading showed no power was going through. Just as he wondered what was wrong, the bunch of wires exploded and burned. The line must have become live right then. Caught in the blast, Han Feng coughed and tried to recover. He extinguished the fire. He couldn't figure out why the process was so difficult. If the internet were working, this wouldn't be a problem. Unfortunately, someone started knocking before he could finish the trap. Han Feng looked through the peephole to confirm who was on the other side. He couldn't see a face, but saw someone short with hair sticking out. It was that outcast girl, Zhao Xing'an again. This time, she came with her nonchalant face, asking for help. This was not a good time, as Han Feng was busy improvising his defenses. But then he remembered the incident that sent him back to the past when he was clobbered by a madman. He released his grasp from the handle, fearing what might be lurking on the other side. Han Feng warned her that people were robbing supplies and told her to return home quickly, as he wouldn't open the door. Zhao Xing'an stood in the gloomy hallway as silence filled the air. Then she started banging on the door even harder. When he still refused, she chose to sit and shiver on the floor at the entryway. The cold was getting to her, and the voices of raiders grew louder as they reached his floor. They didn't care who lived on the 18th floor, they just wanted to break every door open. Two rough-looking men surveyed the hallway and celebrated being the first to arrive. They divided up the rooms to ransack. Coincidentally, Han Feng's room was the nearest. One raider used a crowbar to start working on the door. They pretended to be delivering resources to see if anyone was home. Inside, Han Feng grabbed the girl and covered her mouth. When they heard no response, they proceeded to try and force their way in with the crowbar. Han Feng quietly assured Zhao Xing'an that they wouldn't make a dent in his reinforced door. Hearing his words, she visibly calmed down. The door handle flipped up and down multiple times. But the raiders couldn't find a way in. With the sturdy door resisting, they decided to mark his place and proceed to the next door first. It was a good thing he'd installed 5-centimeter thick iron plates. Even the contractor had been shocked by the request. Han Feng was so busy feeling good about his choice that he forgot to let go of her mouth. He was afraid to attract attention. Still, Zhao Xing'an thanked him for taking her in before the raiders saw her. They opted to wait a few more minutes just to be sure. But it sounded like those raiders were gone now. Han Feng immediately went back to fixing his trap. If he did this right, anyone touching his door would be electrocuted. The girl asked what he was doing, and he explained his electrocution defense measure. He condescendingly told her she wouldn't understand, though he didn't really understand it himself either. Little did he know, she was an expert in anti-theft devices and voltage. These were simple concepts for her. So Zhao Xing'an coached Han Feng, instructing him to cut the power while wrapping the wire around the handle. They connected the circuit and, for the finale, turned the power back on. When he measured the current, the tester indicated a high level of electricity. When asked how she knew this, she answered that the true eye of the evil king could see the truth of everything. Since the trap was done with her help, he asked what she needed from him. She didn't bother with a story. She just emptied her backpack on the couch, ignoring him. Then, the girl boldly declared that she would be staying in this place from now on. It took Han Feng a second to process what he just heard. He was opposed to her living in his private space and desperately urged her to go back home. Han Feng was so flustered that he tripped over the coiled wires on the floor. His body launched forward after wobbling for a few seconds. He fell onto the floor, making a mess in the process. His hands emanated a bright purple color and a bizarre energy. The fall should have hurt quite a lot, but it didn't. That was when he noticed where he had fallen. His coffee table, which was solid a second ago, had turned into a moldable, clay-like form. Could he have unconsciously made the table turn soft? Han Feng noticed the purple light dancing around his hands and connected it to the table's soft property. Even the toolbox and tools nearby turned wonky upon being touched by the light. He grabbed a hammer and the metal head bent on itself. As he waved it around, it started losing its shape. Simply put, the purple light could cause items to turn soft. Zhao Xing'an witnessed this with her own eyes and didn't make a peep. She was so quiet he forgot she was there, getting carried away figuring out his new ability. Zhao Xing'an just looked at him with her usual blank stare. Then she labeled him as an emissary chosen by the true eye of the evil king. Han Feng played along to avoid revealing too much. Since she thought her way was peculiar, he might get away with it. She proposed they help each other, meaning his apartment should be shared. Before he could reject her, she was already heading to a room as if she owned it. He hadn't even agreed yet, and she already thought they were building a lair. He just let her be for now. What was more important was figuring out that purple light. At a glance, it had the ability to soften objects. This meant he possessed more than just two kinds of lights. Perhaps there were many more. The trigger was him tripping and almost crashing into the table. He tried to recreate that feeling to reproduce the power. After concentrating, Han Feng managed to summon the purple light again. He was getting the hang of calling his powers automatically. First, he tried it on the cables that triggered the discovery. Then he branched out to a sharp kitchen knife. Curious, he activated the light and its essence swallowed the blade. He was shocked that the softening worked on steel too. It got so soft that the sharp knife felt like jelly wrapping around his skin. He then tried this softening touch on many other materials. Every material was susceptible. The longer he used it, the softer they became. Other than softness, there were no other changes. By itself, the purple light's effect was pretty useless. Then another idea struck Han Feng. What if he combined lights? What if he mixed purple and green on a softened object? It didn't take long to get good at merging them. He grabbed the melted-looking knife, applied both lights, and shouted Bankai, as if he were in an anime. Much to his surprise, it worked. The knife returned to its solid state, tougher and sharper than ever. He could even use the blade as a mirror, considering how polished it looked now. He found a box of tissues nearby. Han Feng did the same to a piece of tissue paper. He had a very hard time trying to bend it. This meant he could change an item's toughness when the lights were combined. The toughness imbued in these objects was quite extreme. Didn't he have a very practical use for this ability? Meanwhile, the owners who raided supplies were acting selfishly, refusing to hand over loot for fear of running out. They argued they didn't want to split the haul with the women and elderly, but had to keep it secret. While they plotted, one of them noticed something odd on the walls. To their disbelief, the wall of the 18th floor appeared to be wriggling. Shining a light, a face started emerging from the solid concrete. It moved and grimaced, as if trying to break free. The raiders might be tough, but this was unexplainable and horrifying. As soon as arms joined in, as though it were a ghost breaking through, it was lights out. Anyone would have thought they were witnessing paranormal activity. The raiders ran back to the floor below, terrified of the 18th floor. Meanwhile, Han Feng was struggling to breathe while stretching the soft walls with his face. He had to get out of that clay-like mess before he ran out of oxygen. He picked one of his walls as a testing ground for his combined powers. But applying these lights to an entire wall was strenuous. After a while, he managed to get enormous amounts of light to join and blend with one another. It was exhausting, but it gave him an even sturdier wall than before. To test it, he brought out a sledgehammer. He stood in front of the wall and lifted the hammer, determined to check his success. With anticipation, he began. Han Feng swung as hard as he could, making solid contact with the surface. He did this multiple times, so many times that he could barely hold the heavy sledgehammer anymore. Nevertheless, the exhaustion was worth it, as his reinforced wall proved to be extremely durable. He couldn't even scratch its surface with all his strength. Back in the basement parking lot, most of the raiders had returned to surrender a few bags of their loot. One man scratched his head and apologized for only managing to seize a small amount of food during the audit. He seemed on edge. When someone tapped him on the shoulder, his nerves flared instantly. The man who tapped him proceeded to take him down to the floor, securing his arms behind his back. This concerned citizen was one of the Jin brothers. He pressed down hard and demanded to know where the rest of the stolen food was hidden. The raider denied hiding any supplies. However, the Jin brother clearly saw him carrying 3 large bags before surrendering just 1 small bag. Even with his arms being twisted, the man continued to vehemently deny hiding resources. Since he was unwilling to speak with just a simple arm twist, perhaps a beating would squeeze some honesty out of him, just as the Jin brother was about to strike the dishonest raider. Someone calmly stopped him with a simple tap on the shoulder. Much to everyone's surprise, it was the man of the people, Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang urged the young man to let the raider go first so they could talk things out if there really was a problem. He heard the case regarding the hidden food intended for everyone and wanted to deal with the matter in his own way. The Jin brother finally relented and threw the man to the ground for Mr. Zhang's sake. When the raider looked up, he saw a helping hand being offered to him. It belonged to the representative of the basement parking lot, the benevolent Mr. Zhang. His smile gave people a sense of peace, but there was always something sinister lurking behind that kind face. After a few minutes of persuasion, the man finally brought out the rest of the food he had pillaged. As previously suspected, there were 2 more large bags unaccounted for. The man shamefully apologized for being greedy, explaining he had 5 mouths to feed and the distributed food was insufficient. Hearing this, Mr. Zhang took his own share of the day's rations and selflessly handed it over to the man. He respected the rules. People must hand over collected items to receive rations based on household size, but he claimed to sympathize with those struggling to survive. The kind gesture almost made the dishonest raider cry as he thanked Mr. Zhang from the bottom of his heart. The thief, Lao Wang, swore that if Mr. Zhang ever needed anything in the future, he would be at his service. Turning to the masses lined up in single file, Mr. Zhang urged them to quickly receive their rations and return home. The Jin brothers were curious about how Mr. Zhang got the thief to surrender everything so willingly and why he gave away his own rations. He insisted that he didn't do much and merely helped the man understand a certain principle. Naturally, the Jin brothers were curious about this principle. Mr. Zhang explained that in their country's history, riots and rebellions often occurred due to clashes of interests between social classes. However, the nature of these riots was defined as collective social behavior. If you weren't arrested on the spot, you wouldn't be convicted. Mr. Zhang simply informed the man that if he broke the rules, the collective would no longer welcome him. He would become nothing more than a common criminal and would have to face the revenge of those he stole from once the disaster passed. Those compounded fears made his decision easy. Uncle Lu watched everything unfold from afar as a passive observer. He knew Mr. Zhang deliberately omitted the fact that within such groups of rioters, there's always a leader guiding the collective's actions. Heroes and villains always emerge in troubled times, and he could see that potential in this young man, Zhang. As for Han Feng, he was still busy swinging his sledgehammer against various parts of his house to ensure they were virtually indestructible. This activity was draining him significantly, but at least he now had invincible windows. Now that the entire house had been strengthened and the toughness verification was complete, he could finally relax, right? At that moment, someone started knocking on his door again. This was becoming increasingly common. He treaded softly across the floor, wondering if it was those resource-stealing neighbors again. Upon arriving at the entryway, he looked through the peephole to see what was happening. Much to his surprise, it was Lee Hyona calling out his name with tears in her eyes while shivering in the cold. It was a hauntingly familiar scene as she spoke of her feelings for him. She claimed that one can only understand a person's heart during tough times, and only someone who truly loved her would invest in her unconditionally. She promised that if he opened the door, she would open her heart. Han Feng's mind replayed the night he died after being ambushed in his own room. He recalled how this witch and her partner had made a fool of him. Today, this girl was repeating the exact same words she had said to him before he died. This meant that outside that door, a man was lying in wait to bash his head in if he fell for the act. Han Feng's first thought, now that his revenge could finally be put into action, was to get his gun and kill the wretched couple immediately. But he stopped halfway through. Since there was no electricity, the enemy hiding in the dark would have the advantage while he was exposed. If Han Feng couldn't kill them in one shot, he might lose his life instead. If he used electric shocks, tricking two people into touching a trap at the same time would be nearly impossible. For now, he tried his best to calm down as he turned his generators off. He had only one shot at this, which was even more reason not to lose focus. He needed to analyze the situation calmly. The one posing the higher threat wasn't the witch at the front door, but the man hidden in the shadows. Han Feng needed to locate his position and deliver a fatal blow the moment he stepped out. That first part would be tricky. However, he had prior knowledge of how this event had unfolded in the past. As far as he could remember, that man should be hiding in the blind spot behind the door. He estimated the approximate position of his killer through the wall while clutching the sledgehammer tightly. Han Feng had an idea. Although he would need to act it out, it was likely his best shot. Touching the surface of the wall, purple lights coalesced in his hand as he hoped the plan would work. Lee Hyona continued acting like a damsel in distress, desperately calling Han Feng's name to be saved. The man she brought to rob Han Feng was already beginning to hesitate, but she insisted that this loser had a mountain of resources delivered just before the disaster. Anyone would jump at the chance to plunder enough food to last for days, but they made the mistake of choosing a superpowered target. The wall behind the killer morphed and moved like clay. A sledgehammer-shaped protrusion emerged, seemingly trying to break through the softened wall. The killer started to hear strange noises nearby, but Lee Hyona was too focused on her performance. By the time the killer realized the noise was coming from directly behind him, it was too late to turn around. A massive sledgehammer coated in softened cement collided with his jaw, shattering it with destructive force. The witch stood back in shock as she watched her partner in crime fly back like a rag doll. She asked what happened, but he was in no condition to speak, his body shivering in agony and cold. It was then that the seemingly unopenable door slowly creaked open. Han Feng burst out of the room with a fire extinguisher in hand and a sly smile on his face. The haggard witch looked at the man she once considered a loser in pure terror. Before she could utter another word, Han Feng let the fire extinguisher rip, covering her in white foam as she screamed in pain. Lee Hyona was a good actress. She maintained her soft cadence while begging Han Feng to stop spraying her with the substance. She even ingested some of it, which she certainly wasn't supposed to do. The witch coughed violently as her body began to break down from the intense cold of the extinguishing agent. When she finally opened her eyes, she saw the wealthy blonde man she had brought as muscle lying on the floor. He was convulsing uncontrollably and desperately pleading for help. Unfortunately for him, Lee Hyona was in no position to provide any assistance either. Han Feng's hand emerged from the extinguishing fog as he reached for the witch. She reacted quickly, but he managed to grab her hair and scarf simultaneously. Driven by pure adrenaline, Lee Hyona managed to break free, though she lost a handful of hair in the process. She was a slippery one, managing to stand up and run away while screaming for help. Han Feng clicked his tongue in annoyance as the witch escaped far too quickly. The same couldn't be said for the man he had struck with the sledgehammer. He was still struggling to even stand. Fueled by anger and frustration, Han Feng kicked the man squarely in the stomach. Just as he was about to stomp on the person who had killed him in his past life, the blonde man pleaded for a moment. The fool started mentioning his father's name and other nonsense, promising that bad things would happen if Han Feng touched him again. Han Feng responded by delivering another solid punch to his face, goading the spoiled brat about what he planned to do next. Han Feng didn't give a damn who his father was. He intended to inflict as much pain as possible and beat him to his heart's content. Seeing that threats wouldn't work, the man tried a more respectful approach, calling Han Feng brother. He asserted that they had no personal grudge, so the beating was totally unjustified. Infuriated by the memories of his past life, Han Feng punched the bastard's head into the ground once more. Han Feng mounted his chest and rained down blows while voicing his grievances. This man had treated his life as worthless, killing him while he was minding his own business. With his gloves stained with blood and eyes filled with malice, Han Feng urged the man to say something. The man might have wanted to, but his jaw was too mangled to form a coherent sentence. Han Feng stood up and grabbed the modified baseball bat lying on the floor. Holding the weapon that had ended his previous life, he looked down at the defenseless culprit lying helpless on the ground. The man cried and coughed up blood, demanding to know why he was being treated this way. Han Feng's temper flared. The man who had killed him without a valid reason now dared to demand one from him. He raised the steel bat, customized with nails, and swung it down on the man's face with full force. The sound of bone cracking and blood splattering filled the hallway of the 18th floor. He had finally achieved his revenge. He had killed the man who once killed him. Han Feng's heart was racing, and his adrenaline was spent as he looked at the gruesome sight before him. Realizing the gravity of what he had done, he nearly retched at the gory mess. Luckily, he managed to turn his head to the side and vomit on the ground. Han Feng tried his best to recover his composure when a familiar voice cleared her throat. He turned around and saw the outcast girl sitting by the door, quietly staring at the blood. She must have seen everything and offered to help him clean up the mess. They cleared the scene quickly. She wasn't even fazed by the gore. Han Feng reckoned there was something off about her, and it wasn't a good idea to let her stay. He used the excuse of being targeted by more criminals to convince her to go home, lest she get caught in the crossfire. Sipping her orange juice, she didn't seem bothered by the threat of intruders at all. Han Feng genuinely wanted her to leave for her own safety. However, she was adamant about staying in the apartment, and it seemed nothing could convince her otherwise. He emphasized that the coming days would be dangerous, and that they both could die. She resolutely placed her glass of orange juice on the table as if taking a stand. The outcast girl assured him that the evil king's true eye would protect them no matter what. But for now, the evil king's power was depleted and she needed sleep. Han Feng was done with this act, so he grabbed her arm before she could lock herself in the room. He demanded she stop dismissing him with her edgy nonsense and listen, as they were facing a very serious situation. She simply glanced at his grip on her shoulder, then looked up. Confused, he watched as she told him to go ahead and open the door to the room. Han Feng chose to follow her lead and peeked inside. I don't know what he saw, but it shocked him to his core. Han Feng was speechless. Meanwhile, the basement parking lot was bustling with activity. People were loitering around, blocking the way for others awaiting rations. Nevertheless, the system worked once more. They were still short on supplies, but it seemed peaceful for the most part. Lee Hyona, who had just escaped Han Feng, lined up with the commoners for her share, having nowhere else to go and no one left to manipulate. She stated her name and apartment number and was given a single piece of bread. The witch was still bitter about how everything had unfolded the previous night. Her wealthy partner hadn't returned after suddenly collapsing. The only logical explanation was that Han Feng had set a trap. But that only made her more curious about what he was hiding behind that door. Before the commotion, she had seen a light flicker and felt a warm breeze coming from inside. That meant he had a power source and hadn't just stockpiled supplies. He was prepared for the snowstorm. All she felt was bitterness. The sneaky bastard hadn't said a word to her about the disaster. He enjoyed the luxury while she accepted his scraps. She wanted to find a way to get inside Han Feng's place. While she was busy seething, she bumped into another man lined up for rations. The man recognized her, and a mysterious bright light flared in Lee Hyona's direction. The man with the flashlight cheerfully invited Lee Hyona to the Block 5 lobby, where survivors had lit a brazier for warmth. Uninterested, she insisted on keeping herself warm at home, but the man was being far too pushy. He bragged about his supplies, claiming he had enough food to last for days if shared by 2 people at his house. The creep had always liked girls with her style, so this was his chance to score. Lee Hyona might be an insufferable witch, but even she felt her skin crawl at his proposal. Seeing his attempts to lure her fail, the creep started making a scene, accusing her of falsely claiming resources for other households, which was actually true. The other survivors began to pay attention to the commotion. Lee Hyona shoved the creep out of the way, slapping him with the food she had just scammed, humiliated in front of everyone. The creep raised his hand, motioning to strike her with his flashlight. Before he could assault her, Nurse Jin intervened. She slapped the creep with so much force that it sent him flying against a nearby wall. As the situation escalated, the other survivors opted to call the almighty Mr. Zhang to handle it. Lee Hyona was stunned by the nurse's incredible strength. In case she was injured or feeling unwell, the angelic nurse handed her a business card and an invitation for a checkup. Not wanting any more attention, Lee Hyona thanked Nurse Jin and tried to leave as fast as possible. But the creep was persistent. He stood back up and charged at Nurse Jin. He pinned her to the ground while hurling insults at the kindest person in the building. Just as he was about to strike her, someone grabbed the creep and pulled him off the nurse with a forceful yank. With one swift motion, our favorite gangster, Brother Lee, neutralized the raging man. His lips might be chapped, and he might be severely malnourished, but Brother Lee cannot stand men who hit women. Finally, Mr. Zhang arrived to defuse the commotion. The creep started pointing fingers at Lee Hyona, snitching about her false claims and her association with the rich kid who inflated prices. Seeing that the bastard hadn't learned his lesson, Brother Lee moved to jump him once more. But before he could reach the creep, Mr. Zhang grabbed the snitch by the collar, lecturing him on the committee's purpose: to protect the weak and ensure everyone eats. In the end, the creep only received a stern warning. Mr. Zhang approached Nurse Jin and Brother Lee, apologizing and inviting them to join the committee. Brother Lee declined. He had no interest in robbing others in the name of a committee. He would rather starve than compromise his principles. Likewise, Nurse Jin declined more politely. She couldn't accept the committee's forceful methods, but she would be glad to help the sick. While the two made their way out of the parking lot, Lee Hyona interjected and asked Mr. Zhang if she could join the group. The witch clung to Mr. Zhang's arm, trying to use her diminished feminine charms to latch onto someone with power. Being the calculating man he is, Mr. Zhang clarified they only accept people with valuable skills. Brother Lee is a fighter, and Nurse Jin can treat the sick. A woman like Lee Hyona was useless in the apocalypse. Currently, she had no value worth bringing into the committee. The witch racked her brain and insisted that she knew a place with plenty of resources. Inside Han Feng's room, it sounded like he was playing a guessing game with his new roommate. Between the outcast girl's hands, there was some sort of black hole. As she pulled items from the hole, Han Feng cheered. He had been trying to describe an item he needed, but she just pulled out a mannequin. To explain what was happening, the outcast girl revealed she had a dimensional storage ability. She could open a black hole to suck in everything nearby. While sucking items in was easy, taking them out was hard as her accuracy was very low. Han Feng was curious about the black hole's interior and how the ability worked. The outcast girl herself had never explored it. Since she could rummage through it with her hands, Han Feng reckoned he could take a look inside. So, he inserted his head into the girl's black hole. It's not what it sounds like, with half of his body inside the subspace. He opened his eyes to a vast dimension, filled with endless supplies. The scale was massive, with supplies and random items floating around in chaos. As expected of the superhuman who had emptied the supermarkets in the East region overnight, suddenly Han Feng started tearing up as he realized the space inside the black hole was completely devoid of oxygen. He forcefully pulled his head out of the gasless subspace and gasped for air like a madman. Just a few seconds inside, that cursed subspace was traumatizing enough. He complained to the outcast girl. She hadn't even warned him there was no air. It felt like all the moisture in his body had been sucked dry. Ignoring his complaints, she continued to rummage through her infinite stash, and finally found what they were looking for. As it turned out, Han Feng was looking for remote-controlled toys. Boxes of drones and RC cars poured out of the black hole. Han Feng was so hyped that he forgot his near-death experience in an instant. On the cold, icy stairs of the 18th floor, some raiders tried their luck at robbing poor souls again. By now, this floor had gained infamy with rumors of a monster roaming the halls. The raider with glasses didn't believe such supernatural rumors. Besides, Mr. Zhang had personally sent them to scout the floor. They couldn't afford to let their boss down. Some were skeptical of the info from Lee Hyona. Still, workers must work and earn their keep. Unbeknownst to the raiders, they were being watched by Han Feng and his new toys. Fortunately, they managed to get the monitoring system in place just in time to anticipate the uninvited guests. They devised a plan to deal with situations like this. Han Feng would light the fire and Plan 2 would commence. Setting a 2-minute timer on his stopwatch, he exited the room. On the stairs, the raiders stopped in their tracks upon hearing a faint and creepy sound up ahead. What followed the sound was a cacophony of lights. The source of those lights was none other than the remote-controlled cars Han Feng had set in advance. The raiders calmed down upon seeing the toys. What they didn't see were the explosives strapped to those toys. This would surely teach them a lesson. The fuse burned out. Small explosions filled the stairs, swallowing the raiders. Don't worry, it wasn't lethal. It was just some lime explosives meant to blind the intruders. While they were incapacitated, a drone flew over their heads. On the drone's tail, they saw yet another explosive. That made the raiders scatter and retreat back to where they came from. They tried to outrun the drone, but the outcast girl was an adept pilot. Han Feng insisted they must truly teach these bastards a lesson this time. But in his desire to toy with the raiders, the drone got far too low and close to one of them, leaving it vulnerable to attack. In a desperate attempt, the raider with glasses swung. One of the drone's propellers got clipped by a crowbar. With the loss of control on the left side, stabilization became impossible. They couldn't afford to lose this, as it was their only aerial toy. The outcast girl tried to regain control, but the spiraling toy flew right out of the window. The timer Han Feng had set finally hit 0, and the firework attached to the drone exploded like a New Year's celebration. This explosion caused the right propeller to malfunction, and they finally lost all control. The outcast girl tried to salvage the situation by making a tough emergency landing outside the window of a certain floor. Han Feng suited up, preparing to go out and retrieve the toy. That drone was far too important, but their aerial camera caught something odd, a corpse on the stairs. Upon zooming in, it became clear that the alleged corpse looked an awful lot like Brother Lee. Han Feng wondered what the gangster was doing out on the cold stairs. Maybe he had been robbed as well. Now, there were 2 reasons to go out. Han Feng warned his roommate not to open the door for anyone. He packed some essentials in case anything happened. The outcast girl also handed him a radio to maintain communication. As a final touch, Han Feng grabbed his pistol, loaded it, and hoped he wouldn't need to use it. Flashlight in hand, Han Feng cautiously descended the staircase. The 17th, 16th, and 15th floors were safe now that the scouting raiders had retreated. Based on drone measurements, the temperature outside was negative 49.8 degrees Celsius. Without protection, humans would freeze to death within minutes. Brother Lee was in a precarious situation, and Han Feng needed to be quick if he wanted to rescue him. Meanwhile, the scouting team relayed what had happened to them on the upper floors. Mr. Zhang calmly listened and thanked them for their efforts. For their trouble, they each received 3 thick pieces of clothing and a pack of noodles. Given how scarce resources had become, these noodles were priceless, rewarded only to those who contributed to the cause. Looking ragged, Li Hyona asked Mr. Zhang if she could finally join their group. He coldly rejected her again. Right now, they couldn't confirm if the attack was Han Feng's doing. Moreover, if Uncle Liu hadn't witnessed someone moving resources, Mr. Zhang wouldn't even entertain her words. For now, they needed to gather and check the floor with superior numbers. Whether Li Hyona's information was true or false would be confirmed in the next operation. This was her chance to prove her worth. Taking a steel pipe and gripping the weapon with both hands, she was determined to do whatever it took to get in. Before going up, Mr. Zhang reiterated that everyone was important manpower for the collective and must be safe. With the boss at the forefront, a sizable raiding group assembled and took to the stairs. Halfway up their climb, they spotted the unconscious and freezing Brother Lee. Taking a hot water canister, Mr. Zhang forced Brother Lee to drink, and he woke up with his tongue burning. When he finally opened his eyes, he looked at the raiding force surrounding him with utter contempt. He clicked his tongue, feeling unlucky that these bastards were the ones who rescued him. Mr. Zhang's lapdog jumped into action and demanded that he thank Mr. Zhang for saving his life. Brother Lee just sarcastically laughed. He still refused to bend to the collective's will, calling them thieves pretending to be heroes. The lapdog tried to curse and beat him, but Mr. Zhang held him back. Once more, the smiling boss extended an invitation to Brother Lee to join forces, and just like before, he was harshly rejected. The raiders were getting annoyed at his stubbornness and perceived lack of gratitude. Brother Lee did not like being forced to do as he was told. Before he could climb back up, Mr. Zhang firmly grabbed him by the shoulders. The shady bastard smiled broadly and asked if there was a misunderstanding, claiming they just wanted to bolster their strength for survival. But Brother Lee could see through Mr. Zhang's phony smile. The committee, supposedly committed to protecting the weak, was rationing only 1 meal every 3 days for the elderly, a death sentence. Moreover, Brother Lee had no relatives nearby, so guilt-tripping him into joining wouldn't work. On the stairs leading to the next floor, Han Feng was silently observing and listening to their conversation. What he heard confirmed that Mr. Zhang didn't really care about anyone. It also explained why they wanted young people while letting the weak rot. Eventually, the committee would erupt in conflict, done with Brother Lee's rudeness. The lapdog barked at the gangster for not appreciating the kindness they were extending. He made the mistake of entering Brother Lee's range. Without batting an eye, the gangster headbutted the lapdog as hard as he could. After that headbutt, Brother Lee's whole body trembled in pain, but he continued to stand his ground. One stare from the man with nothing to lose made the armed raiders subconsciously step back. His men wordlessly looked to him in anticipation of the next order. Mr. Zhang contemplated. Slowly, the armed raiders overcame their fear and started closing in on Brother Lee. While trembling and struggling to stay upright, he challenged the thieving bastards to come at him. Monitoring the situation from above, Han Feng noticed his brother was about to fall and needed help. As much as he wanted to help, there were far too many raiders down there. If he intervened, he might fall victim to their numbers, but Brother Lee had helped him many times before. Han Feng couldn't just watch his benefactor throw his life away in a miserable last stand. Suddenly, an idea struck the young man's mind. He pulled out his pistol and aimed downwards. He calmly watched the commotion with the weapon in his hand and a finger on the trigger. No one had even swung at him, and Brother Lee was already swaying as if about to collapse again. Han Feng finally had enough of the raiders ganging up on his friend and fired a warning shot. The bullet nearly hit the lapdog in his crotch, freaking everyone out. The sound of the gunshot shattered their confidence. They couldn't believe someone had a firearm in the building. Han Feng slowly descended the stairs with his gun raised, demanding that nobody move. It was quite effective in getting the raiders off their backs. Nervously looking around, Brother Lee saw the familiar gun and immediately identified Han Feng. While the raiders were terrified, Mr. Zhang remained unnaturally composed. In the crowd, Li Hyona's eyes widened at the sight of the gun-toting Han Feng. He carefully handed Brother Lee his house key, and they slowly retreated while keeping an eye on the intruders. The underlings looked to their boss for the next move. Some wanted to attack while they were fumbling. That thought was quickly dashed when Han Feng fired yet another warning shot. He had already warned them not to move, and they were still testing his patience. He then ordered them to throw their weapons away and kneel. The raiders followed the order while maintaining fearful vigilance. This should buy Han Feng and his brother enough time to return to the room safely. After a few seconds of kneeling in silence as the duo's footsteps faded, Mr. Jiang was the first to stand up and ask if anyone knew who the gunman was. Li Hyona took this opportunity to snitch that it was Han Feng, the owner of the place they were originally targeting. Mr. Zhang's lapdog directed his anger toward the witch for not warning them that their target was an armed man. Mr. Jiang de-escalated the situation, believing that Li Hyona had no reason to lie. He also explained the implications to his men. If Han Feng possesses such a weapon, isn't it fair to assume he also has supplies? The thought of seizing more supplies lit a fire under the brainwashed crowd. Mr. Zhang is convinced that the deliveries Uncle Lu saw before the catastrophe are the real deal. While they have renewed hope for more supplies, proceeding with the original plan is tough, given the risk of being shot. But Mr. Zhang believes Han Feng is a coward incapable of murder, or he would have shot some of them by now. Furthermore, no one can hide inside forever. Still, the boss gave his men a rundown for a change of plans. For now, they will retreat and prepare safety measures before returning. They must take down room 1804 as soon as possible. Speaking of room 1804, the duo finally arrived. Brother Li's hands are still trembling, making it hard to unlock the door, while Han Feng stays alert for any retaliation. As soon as Brother Li successfully unlocked the door, he felt a wave of pleasant, warm air wafting from inside, a sensation he had long craved. When they entered, Brother Li was surprised to see a fully functional radiator and a running generator. Behind one of the glass doors was a sea of supplies that would make anyone's mouth water. Brother Li turned to his companion and curiously asked about the deal with this heavenly house. While the gangster was marveling at the luxurious setup, the outcast girl popped out of her room to ask if Han Feng had retrieved the drone. He was so caught up in rescuing his brother that he forgot his original reason for going down there. 2 hours and several hefty meals later, Brother Li was finally caught up with a portion of the true story. Han Feng told the gullible gangster that he had predicted the disaster and prepared accordingly. The young man also apologized for not looping him in, explaining he was worried about information leaks and had to limit who knew. After finishing his meal, Brother Li stood up and bowed with utmost gratitude. If not for Han Feng, he would have starved or frozen. Being able to enjoy a warm meal was an extreme kindness. When the gangster lifted his head, tears of appreciation were streaming down his face. Han Feng insisted he was just returning the favor for all of Brother Li's past help. Deeply moved, Brother Li praised Han Feng for being such a good person and a loyal brother. Now that he's here, Brother Li also shared the current situation within the building complex. Things have changed drastically. The last time he updated Han Feng was before the power supply was cut off. Since then, that bastard Zhang has been stealing supplies from everyone in the name of collectivism. He has many followers, but also many formidable enemies. Some people could not survive on the minuscule rations and left the group, but the boss seemed unconcerned about their dwindling numbers. He might look unbothered, but he regularly sends Jin Chinwu, his lapdog, to take care of deserters under the guise of reducing threats to the collective. Han Feng was surprised. Jin Chinwu and his brother used to be a smart and caring pair of twins. Essentially, this collective committee expanded its influence quickly through underhanded tricks. But Brother Li firmly believes in the saying that evil always meets its retribution. Mr. Jiang and his goons made a massive mistake when they tried to rob a man named Li Zhenghao. That man was a professional boxer and a former national middleweight champion. Naturally, the committee's thugs were badly beaten, but Zhang refused to admit defeat and lose face in front of his cult-like followers. Under his direct orders, raiders kept returning to fight Li Zhenghao. Of course, all of them were pummeled into a bloody pulp. Because of this incident, the boxer amassed a following of his own, including 2 standouts who are making names for themselves. One is Jung Young-yu, a boxing fan who used to participate in underground matches. He is notorious for his incredible speed. The other is Jin Jiangzai, another die-hard fan of Zhenghao. He is blessed with overwhelming strength and built like a monster. With these two in the boxer's corner, a new faction was born, and they hate Zhang Shuai's hypocrisy with a passion. Brother Li added that Zhang was desperate to resolve this conflict and decided to target Han Feng's supplies. He tried to warn him but passed out on the stairs. This is good news, as it means Mr. Jiang's empire is slowly crumbling from the inside. While the trio were discussing their next move, skittering noises could be heard from outside. The outcast girl pulled up the live camera feed from outside the door and saw the raiders gathering in the hallway. Han Feng stood up to set up his electric door handle trap. The outcast girl stopped him, warning him about the smell of sulfur coming from the hallway. Without warning, the whole room shook as something exploded outside. Mr. Jiang and the raiders are actually crazy enough to use bombs. By the sound of it, they are using localized demolition explosives that aren't too powerful. Looking at the live feed, it finally makes sense why they are lugging heavy riot shields. It is also apparent that Lee Hyona was the one who tipped off these bastards. While the raiders set up their next charge, Han Feng hurriedly plugged in his electric trap. A second later, an anguished scream was heard outside. The trap worked, taking down one of them. The other raiders stepped back in fear, but Mr. Zhang ordered them to continue placing explosives, specifically targeting the door frame with double the charges. Blindly following his orders, the raiders rigged the walls and blew them up once more. The blast cracked the walls but failed to blow open the entrance. Mr. Zhang is certain the explosives aren't the problem. The door is simply equipped with heavy defensive measures. Refusing to give up, Mr. Zhang increased the charge to 3 packets. He is determined to breach the house today. He is determined to take this house down today. Inside, Han Feng and Brother Li barricaded the entrance as best they could. The third explosion shook the barricade and nearly shattered their eardrums. Following that massive explosion, an odd cracking sound could be heard. It seems the demolition explosives are finally weakening the walls. If this continues, the cracks will only expand until the structure gives in. Barricading the entrance is becoming useless, but Han Feng has another idea. They need to clear the junk they crammed into the entrance. The outcast girl stepped in to help. Brother Li was skeptical until she raised her hands and produced her black hole ability. Brother Li stepped back in shock and confusion. When she began sucking in the heavy furniture, Brother Li nearly passed out at the incredible sight. The work that should have taken minutes was finished in just a second. Brother Li felt a newfound fear of the little girl and her powers. Without time to explain, Han Feng activated his purple light, coated his hands, and ran toward the walls. He spread the light over the surface, softening it to reshape the cracks. He had to stay focused, or the hardening process would take too long. After making sure that all the cracks were accounted for, he activated the green light for the next part. Thankfully, his idea worked. Combining purple and green lights allowed him to repair and strengthen the targeted area. Brother Li just saw his 2 new roommates perform tricks beyond the realm of possibility. He is losing his mind. The outcast girl nonchalantly warned them to get down. Just in time for the next explosion, the trio squatted down and covered their ears. Han Feng had just finished strengthening the walls, but new cracks were quickly forming. This time, the raiders have switched their focus to bombing the floor. If that's the case, it won't matter how much Han Feng repairs the walls. He had to devise another plan, but it required absolute trust among the 3 of them. The outcast girl is down for whatever, and Brother Li is a ride-or-die ally no matter the move. All they have to do is follow Han Feng's instructions to the letter. After a few more rounds of bombing, the door to room 1804 finally gave in. The demolition explosives finally did their job and blew the entrance wide open. The raiders remained vigilant as they slowly crept inside with their shields up, set on seizing everything. Mr. Zhang warned his men about potential ambush angles as they swarmed the house. Sweeping the kitchen and living room for supplies, they mysteriously came up empty. All they found was some rubbish and a box of seeds in the kitchen. The raiders turned to Lee Hyona for answers. She insisted she wasn't lying and pointed toward the bedroom. As soon as they tried to open the door to the last unchecked room, Brother Li burst out, kicking a shield into the raiders' faces. Behind him was Han Feng holding a pistol. He raised the gun and pointed it at Mr. Zhang without hesitation. Han Feng pulled the trigger, but the bullet was stopped by a heavy-duty shield. Han Feng warned the fools to get out, or he wouldn't be so polite next time. From behind the shields, Mr. Zhang accused him of hoarding supplies and neglecting the collective, making so many residents suffer and starve. He asserted that they came to demand justice for such a grave offense. The bastard was shameless enough to tell Han Feng to hand over resources to clear his conscience, spouting nonsense about working together. Han Feng couldn't stand the man's hypocritical words, as they were clearly just practicing moral kidnapping. But his men completely bought into the insanity, hanging onto their leader's words like a pack of starving wolves. Instead of despairing, Han Feng saw a chance to manipulate the narrative. Putting on an offended face, he asked where these alleged supplies were. Lee Hyona interjected, insisting they must have hidden everything somewhere. She reiterated that she saw light and felt heat the last time she was here. Tired of her voice, Han Feng fired another shot that made her buckle in fear. Unfortunately, the shield protected her. Han Feng called her shameless for spouting lies. He added that if this witch hadn't scammed him into exchanging food for useless seeds, he wouldn't be in such a poor state today. Slowly but surely, the raiders started turning on Lee Hyona. Unfortunately, Mr. Zhang was level-headed enough to stop the internal strife and proposed a way to see who was lying. All they have to do is check the bedroom to see if the house is truly empty. Han Feng acted tough but permitted them to check, his finger still on the trigger. After several minutes of ransacking the bedroom, they only found more rubbish and a little girl. The outcast girl played her part, calling Han Feng her brother. She hugged him and cried that she was hungry and afraid. Now the raiders are pissed that they worked half a day to break a door only to find nothing. Evidently incensed, Mr. Zhang demanded an explanation from the witch. Since they wasted time and resources on this raid, she must provide a plausible explanation or they would gladly tear her apart. Losing her mind, she could only insist she wasn't a liar. While that may be true, no one believed her anymore. The only logical explanation she could think of was that Han Feng was playing tricks on everyone. As always, she blamed Han Feng for putting her in a tough spot. Lee Hyona finally snapped, ran out from the shield's cover, and charged at Han Feng. He was blinded by her flashlight and had his gun taken away. In a twist of fate, the witch managed to grab the pistol. She aimed it at his chest and demanded to know where the supplies were. The raiders looked at her like she was insane while she threatened to shoot Han Feng. Egging her on to shoot, the young man continued to insist she had scammed all his resources long ago. Just as she was about to pull the trigger, the raiders stepped in and knocked the gun out of her hand before she could harm anyone. Mr. Zhang's lapdogs restrained the insane witch while she continuously claimed she wasn't a liar. Before Han Feng could grab his gun, Mr. Zhang's hand extended and picked up the weapon. He slowly raised the pistol while staring Han Feng directly in the eyes. His lapdogs continued berating the witch for leading them on a wild goose chase. Before they could start beating her with metal pipes, Mr. Zhang intervened and stopped any unnecessary bloodshed. Seeing the failure, he entered damage control mode. He hypocritically reminded his men the committee wasn't violent. Scaring her with the gun, Mr. Zhang offered her a chance to turn over a new leaf. He even apologized to Han Feng for the distress caused today. Surprisingly, he handed the gun back to its owner and promised a proper apology soon. Han Feng cautiously took his weapon back, and the shameless Mr. Zhang invited him to join the committee. He insisted that Han Feng should mull it over and get back to him with an answer. As they retreated, he urged Han Feng to answer at the supply collection spot tomorrow. And so, the trio were left alone in the mysteriously empty and depressing home. Han Feng's head hung low as he spoke with Brother Lee. With a sigh of relief, he lifted his head, glad that the farce was finally over. With the performance done, they could go back to chilling. They transferred to the outcast girl's cozy house, right above Han Feng's. It was all thanks to her that they could pull off such a convincing performance so quickly. Before the raiders entered, Han Feng coordinated the plan, storing all valuables in her subspace and leaving rubbish behind to sell the lie. They even opened the windows to quickly lower the temperature inside. They had to make it seem like they ran out of supplies long ago, so the committee would waste energy for nothing. While sharing a meal, the trio celebrated because Zhang Shuai's failed mission would surely stir up anger within his group. In that situation, greedy raiders will point fingers at the weak links, and Lee Hyona will definitely get the worst of it. The plan worked wonderfully, though Han Feng's gun was briefly taken, a worst-case scenario he had already accounted for. He was certain Zhang would opt for a peaceful resolution to maintain his righteous image. Even if the madman had pulled the trigger, Han Feng had already emptied the magazine with his first 2 shots. Letting them take the gun only enhanced the reality of the performance. Brother Lee finally relaxed, thinking they just needed to play the victim, but Han Feng corrected him. Their main mission from now on is to bring the committee down. Back in the car park, the distribution of paltry supplies continued. Despite the dwindling food, people were still grateful to Mr. Zhang. While everyone was busy, 2 sneaky figures were moving in the background. They quickly entered the off-limits area where only a few were permitted. The committee members in charge of security were just returning to the car park. Those 2 figures, Han Feng and Brother Lee, tried their best to blend in and remain undetected. Surprisingly, it worked according to Brother Lee's prior investigations. The first 4 floors are clear, the 5th and 6th house workers. Mr. Zhang resides on the 9th, 12th floors, and the warehouse is likely on the 7th or 8th. The duo must be sneaky, avoid firing the gun, and use metal rods whenever possible. As the 2 ascended to the higher floors, there was an odd absence of security. Without needing to use their weapons, they reached the 7th floor without a fuss. Brother Lee doubted they were on the right path. Having no guards at all seemed a bit much. Splitting up, Han Feng and Brother Lee searched the entire floor for the warehouse. Han Feng expected some action but was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly they infiltrated this far. Since the committee has superior numbers, they have to work smart to bring the whole thing down. That organization is only held together by supplies. If they find the stash, they can empty the coffers. Still, finding the exact room will take time, and they must watch their steps along the way. Eventually, Han Feng heard Brother Lee's signal. When he saw what he was clamoring about, Han Feng was flabbergasted. One room had the word warehouse blatantly stuck to it. This was such an obvious trap. Even the key was left in the hole. If Brother Lee were alone, he would have fallen for it already. This blondie might be a good friend, but he isn't the sharpest tool in the shed. Thin wires were wrapped around the key and handle, the simplest trap. Who knows what they have set up? Han Feng had to direct Brother Lee not to touch anything so carelessly. For now, they just need to scout and identify key locations for their attack. While the duo were quietly discussing their plan to continue searching the upper floors, the door next to them creaked open. 2 guards emerged just as the reckless duo were planning to scavenge the supplies. They all stared at one another, taking a moment to process exactly what was happening. Han Feng regained his composure and bolted away as fast as he could with Brother Lee in tow. They eventually reached the stairs, but the guards quickly caught up. Han Feng had to step in to save his brother from a nasty concussion, blocking a metal rod strike with one of his own. Retaliating, Brother Lee landed a painful kick to the guard's groin. That bought them enough time to return to the staircase and lock the door behind them. Unfortunately, the commotion attracted other guards from the lower floors. With no other choice, they had to hurry upward, hoping not to encounter any more enemies. When they reached the 8th floor, Brother Lee noticed Han Feng clutching his right arm. It was likely fractured from blocking that strike earlier. For now, they had to find a place to hide, and quickly. Just as they were about to look for a hiding spot, Brother Lee saw something that made him stop in his tracks. Before he could warn Han Feng of the figure looming behind him, the young man was snatched away into a dark room as if he weighed nothing at all. As soon as Han Feng was dragged into the dark and isolated room, the door slammed shut. When he opened his eyes, the sight of a tall, hooded man towering over him terrified him, while Brother Lee banged on the locked door. The hooded man sternly asked what they were doing on these floors. Trying to salvage the situation, Han Feng lied and claimed they had only come to collect supplies. But his lies did not work. The man stepped on his arm, making Han Feng scream in anguish. Under the hood was an old man with gray hair and an unkempt beard. He urged Han Feng to stop lying as he wasn't buying it. He had seen the duo deliberately avoid the 5th and 6th floors, clearly acting against the committee. When asked if he was tailing them, the old man simply asked Han Feng why he thought there were no guards around the higher floors. In the corner of the room, the guards supposed to patrol the warehouse were unconscious and stacked atop one another. Before they could talk further, the sound of more committee guards flooding onto the floor echoed from outside. That must mean Brother Lee has been caught. The old man clicked his tongue in annoyance and slowly walked over to the nearest window. He turned the frozen handle, letting the freezing, frigid air into the dark room. Han Feng asked the old man what he was doing opening an 8th floor window, arguing that the height was extreme. The piled-up snow had already reached between the 3rd and 4th floors. With that snow cushion, jumping from such a height shouldn't be a problem. With a battalion of raiders hot on their heels, they could either jump down or wait to be beaten to death. Speaking of the raiders, they were already working on busting the locked door open. Han Feng began to consider the old man's words. The madman had already jumped down without a second thought. As soon as the door burst open, Han Feng chose to risk it all and follow in the old man's footsteps. As terrifying as it was, he jumped from the 8th floor, hoping the snow would soften his fall. For extra insurance, Han Feng positioned himself to fall hand first, using the purple light to cushion his landing spot. As he landed, the old man dug himself out of the snow, completely unharmed. Han Feng might have landed awkwardly, but he was alive, albeit a little winded. The raiders at the window looked down at the two as if they were absolutely insane. Moving quickly, the old man ran to the nearest window and elbowed the brittle glass open. Even Han Feng was impressed by the old man's relentless survival skills. He followed him into the room, successfully escaping the clutches of the angry committee raiders. Mr. Zhang's men didn't have the guts to jump and give chase. They had to take the stairs like normal people. Eventually, the old man led Han Feng to a room and lit a fire for some warmth. Han Feng admitted he would have been caught if not for this bearded old man. He had practically dragged him back up to the 5th floor instead of settling for the 3rd. The goons chasing them would naturally assume they'd hide on the lower levels, and were now swarming those areas with traps. Seeing the uneasy look on the young man's face, the old man asked if he was scared, which was only natural considering they were chilling by a bonfire next to a corpse. When asked why he saved him, the old man corrected Han Feng immediately. Given the chance, he'd like to kill Han Feng himself. He then praised the young man for having enough brain cells not to fall for the trap at the fake warehouse. For now, he wanted Han Feng to reveal everything he knew about the committee. If he clammed up or lied, the old man would gladly beat the truth out of him. Considering the old man had taken down all those guards, Han Feng reckoned he was lurking on the upper floors to either steal supplies or settle a grudge against the committee. Either way, their appearance must have disrupted his plans. When asked if he had a vendetta against Mr. Zhang and his goons, the old man admitted he did. He was also aware of a secret that Zhang Shuiyu was hiding. Han Feng perked up and asked what kind of secret that was. The old man stood up, prodding further, suspecting the kid was connected to Zhang Shuiyu somehow. He demanded that Han Feng spit out everything he knew about the committee, unless he wanted to be the second corpse in the room. The choice was solely his. Afraid of being beaten to death, Han Feng began trauma dumping about his encounters with that shifty-eyed bastard. To summarize, Zhang blew up his house, stole his girl, and ransacked his supplies. He even went all out and threatened them with a gun for revenge, but a mere pistol wouldn't cut it. Han Feng mixed a little truth with a few lies, hoping the old man would buy his story. It seemed the old man did. He sighed, confirming that a junk pistol was nothing for the committee big shots to worry about. The fact that Zhang set Han Feng free without taking the gun proved that. When asked why, the old man presented two theories. First, the bastard was just putting on a show to maintain his image as a righteous leader. The second, more terrifying theory was that he had an arsenal of even more powerful weapons stashed away. Han Feng added that he brought his brother along to finish Zhang Shuiyu off, hoping the committee would die without its head. While the committee's original intention was good, they did help some people survive. However, Zhang Shuiyu's increasingly pragmatic philosophy convinced everyone that being evil was the only way to live comfortably. Even if the apocalypse ended, those who lost their conscience wouldn't fit back into society. That was precisely why they had to stop the corrupt committee. The old man was on board, but he was worried about what would happen if they succeeded. In this world, the strong have always preyed on the weak. Killing Zhang Shuiyu might only plunge the neighborhood into lawless slaughter over the few resources left. If that's the case, they might as well ask for a third opinion. It just so happened that another person had been eavesdropping on their conversation from the other side of the door. Whoever it was tried to throw a water canister at the old man's face and missed. Upon retaliating, the old man was surprised that his fist was stopped by such a small figure. He then noticed that the hands holding his fist back were trembling with fear. He repositioned to bash the Snoop's head, but stopped as soon as he heard a familiar voice. With pink hair and an adorable coat, it was none other than the charming Nurse Jin. Seeing the man inside, she recognized him as the Han Feng from the hospital. When things calmed down, Nurse Jin treated Han Feng's fractured arm while profusely apologizing for eavesdropping. She had come by after receiving Grandpa Lee's supplies for a re-examination. She discovered the poor old man dead, and upon hearing the door, she got frightened and hid in the other room. The old man suspected the nurse was involved in the death, seeing her selfless dedication as a joke. While he might be right in some respects, Nurse Jin did not regret her actions. People could call her heartless, but only by surviving could she save more people in dire need. Furthermore, Zhang Shuiyu gave her a pass so she could move freely wherever she needed. She also benefited from the committee's supplies, even if she didn't work for them directly. But Mr. Zhang had been casting out many sick and elderly people recently, Grandpa Lee being one of them. It made sense. With fewer mouths to feed, the committee could hold on to authority longer. However, according to Brother Lee, a new faction has been rising, with boxers at odds with the committee. Zhang Shuiyu must be eager to eliminate the competition. That's why he's ramping up the abandonment of the weak. He wants to keep the young and healthy fed and happy. With increasingly desperate measures, there's a good chance that a factional war will erupt sooner rather than later. If that's the case, it would be wise to find Zhang's alleged weapon arsenal. The old man asked the young man what he could even do alone if he found the stash. Han Feng asserted he'd figure it out when he got there, refusing to just sit around and die with everyone else. The old man thought they were doomed either way, so he wouldn't stop Han Feng from digging his own grave. He then warned the youths that Zhang Shuiyu and the committee were just small fish in a big pond. More bloodshed was coming down the road. In a dog-eat-dog world, the one who survives till the end wins. With that, the old man opened the window and exited. He was clearly allergic to using doors normally. With only Han Feng and Nurse Jin left in the room, the nurse with super strength eagerly asked if there was anything she could do to help. Han Feng politely declined, as he did not want to drag another person down with him. But Nurse Jin was persistent. She'd heard the whole story and couldn't stand by while the neighborhood was in danger. She was even furious at that bastard for what he did to Han Feng. Seeing the determined and genuine look in her eyes, Han Feng could not reject her. Now that she was on board, there was actually something Han Feng needed help with. Back in the car park, the guards were reporting their encounter with Han Feng and the old man. Speaking of the devil, the man they thought was hiding like a rat appeared in the open. Showing himself got him dragged right into the lion's den. In an isolated room away from everyone else, Han Feng was beaten until he was coughing and throwing up. Mr. Zhang's lapdog tied him up, kicked him repeatedly, and warned him of the dangers of stealing from the committee. The brainwashed twin threatened to cripple his other arm if he ever set foot in their territory again. He would have wailed on Han Feng even more if Mr. Zhang hadn't needed all hands on deck for an emergency that just cropped up. After making sure the goons had left, Han Feng's body emanated a green light, healing his injuries. He paid the price in bruises and wounds, but he had finally made his way back into the committee's area. Han Feng intended to look for the armory once he finished healing. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. Every second counted after bathing his body in the green light. He softened the rope using his purple light. He even fixed his fractured arm, but using the green light drained so much energy he almost fainted. He really needed to learn how to heal specific parts instead of coating his whole body. Right after freeing himself, Han Feng heard footsteps coming from outside. The door creaked open and goons tossed a tied-up Brother Lee inside. Fortunately, Han Feng moved fast enough to wrap the rope back around himself. Seemingly in a hurry, the goons exited soon after, giving Han Feng a chance to check on his brother. Brother Lee's face was unrecognizable. He wasn't the best-looking guy normally, but his bruised mug was even worse. Han Feng added to the injury by slapping Brother Lee awake. At least it was an effective way to rouse him. Brother Lee only wished his brother had slapped the less swollen side. He couldn't feel anything on the left side of his face. He then recounted how he was dragged to a different room. Before getting caught, he managed to hide in the power distribution room. In there, he found a large, out-of-place hole connected downward to an unnaturally deep location. Knowing they'd check the room eventually, Brother Lee risked it all, grabbed the wires, and climbed down into the unknown. He thought he'd end up in basement 1, but the line extended to basement 2. Oddly enough, there wasn't a single soul down there. All he saw were rows of neatly arranged boxes on the ground, all sealed tightly. Curiosity got the best of him, and he opened a few. To his surprise, they were filled with sausages, each as thick as his arm. He was about to investigate further when he heard someone come up behind him. The next thing he remembered was Han Feng's wake-up slap. Now it made sense why the committee and that Zhang bastard were so arrogant. They had heaps of supplies in the lower floors. Han Feng skeptically asked if they were really just sausages. If they had so much food, why work so hard using explosives to steal more? The boxes had no labels, but since they were shaped like sausages, Brother Li assumed they were. Nevertheless, something didn't feel right. At least now they knew Zhang Shuiyu had a secret warehouse. Suddenly, the duo heard guards returning. They were talking about how odd it was that Mr. Zhang was rushing to dispose of Li Ji after trying to recruit him just yesterday. Hearing that a kill order was out scared Brother Li out of his wits. When the goons entered with weapons in hand, the prisoners were gone. Confused, they searched the room. Unbeknownst to the goons, the duo had already set up a vengeful ambush. And so they turned the tables, jumped their captors, knocked them out, and tied them up. Since Zhang Shuiyu was issuing kill orders now that his stash was discovered, whatever was down there was worth investigating. Brother Li wondered what they could even do against dozens of boxes. Han Feng assured him it wouldn't be a problem once they regrouped with the evil king. Retrieving and reactivating his earpiece, Han Feng contacted the evil king and asked if the big sister he sent had arrived. Oddly, the little girl asked if it was really okay to let the girl who snatched Han Feng's gun into the house. This was bad. Instead of Nurse Jin knocking, it was that witch, Li Hyona. Han Feng hurriedly warned the evil king to keep the door shut and avoid her at all costs, but it might be too late. The transmission cut out. Han Feng was in the dark about what was happening upstairs. They had to go back and check on the evil king first. For the second time today, the duo sneakily traversed the frigid halls of the lower floors, ensuring they didn't get caught again. While they were mindful of noise, loud crashes could be heard up ahead. Survivors reliant on the committee were evacuating to the upper floors. The injured, elderly, and women were ordered upstairs, while able-bodied men gathered in the basement. It was pandemonium as they tried to prevent enemies from reaching their supply stash. The only logical explanation Han Feng could think of for the chaos was that the war with the Legion House faction had finally started. This hectic situation was beneficial for them. All they had to do was cover up, wear their masks, and try to blend into the crowd until they reached the evil king. The stairs were crowded with distressed survivors, and the duo fit right in. Unfortunately, their plan to stay low profile was no longer feasible. Mr. Zhang's lapdog, coordinating the evacuation, just fell on his ass. Li Jianghao's number 1 and 2 had intercepted the evacuees and were hungry for violence. Brother Li subconsciously pulled his brother aside, protecting him from the shit show about to unfold. Meanwhile, on the upper floors, the evil king was observing Li Hyona through the peephole. The witch carefully stuck her ear to the door, trying to suss out if Han Feng was inside. She looked highly suspicious in every sense of the word. It was at that moment that Nurse Jin finally arrived with her medkit. When asked what she was doing snooping around Han Feng's door, Hyona was stunned, struggling to formulate an excuse. The best she could come up with was searching for food. Of course, Nurse Jin was not buying such flimsy bullshit. You see, Li Hyona was not alone. Behind her was a battalion of emaciated good-for-nothings equipped with weapons. Li Hyona and her goons confronted Nurse Jin, who stood her ground, saying she'd been called to treat someone. Unfortunately, the mad witch was too sharp for that. She had seen the nurse and Han Feng talking before. So she turned to her miserable goons and whispered poison into their ears. One by one, the creeps approached Nurse Jin as she retreated, threatening to report them to Zhang Shuiyu. Hyona thought using her as a hostage would lure Han Feng out. The goons weren't exactly enthused to hold the only medical staff captive. Nurse Jin threatened to drop the polite act if they kept this up. When they ignored her warnings and kept restraining her arms, the dainty nurse lifted the goons and smacked them together as if they weighed nothing. Hyona and the rest of the creeps retreated in terror. Nurse Jin took a deep breath and warned them again. The witch had gone absolutely cuckoo. She pulled a hidden knife from her pocket and swung it at Nurse Jin, having no regard for the well-being of others. If Nurse Jin wasn't wearing a thick coat, the blade could have cut her. Hyona warned her goons to be careful of the freak with human strength while everyone was distracted. The apartment door slowly creaked open. The raiders were confused as the weapons in their hands trembled in unison. The trembling became so strong that it turned into an irresistible suction force. Standing at the door was the self-proclaimed Demon King with her hidden ability in full view. She even executed some useless ninjutsu hand signs to make it more dramatic. Knives, bats, and pipes were confiscated by her domain. She went at it so hard that even Li Hyona's dilapidated clothes started getting sucked in. The sketchy raiders tried to run, thinking a ghost was playing with them, back on the lower floors. The war between factions continued, becoming more violent by the second. In the midst of the chaos, Han Feng and Brother Li were running from a hulking man. Han Feng punched the wrong guy, and now they were in a cartoonish chase scene. Who wouldn't be fuming if a punch made their cheeks swell like an apple? Han Feng took a shot in the dark, combining his green and purple lights to form a reinforced glove, achieving a powerful result. To make matters worse, Mr. Zhang's lackeys recognized them. If caught again, those sadists would never give them another chance to escape. So Han Feng thought of a quick plan to separate from Brother Li. While the gangster picked up their little roommate, Han Feng would serve as the distraction. It would be hard alone, but he was confident. Han Feng made a show of running around the basement parking lot, drawing every eye to himself. He vaulted onto a car and screamed at the top of his lungs, turning heads in every direction. Han Feng raised his middle finger to everyone and falsely confessed he was the one who raised supply prices to starve the peasants. What followed was dead silence. Every raider, regardless of side, gnashed their teeth in anger. It was as if everyone forgot their differences. Now they were united by one goal, to catch and kill Han Feng first. The first part of his plan was a success. Han Feng recalled seeing the basement entrance closed by a metal gate, one holding back tons of snow waiting to be released. He ran for the gate, failing to notice one of the twins hot on his heels. He was swept off his feet, tumbling all the way to his destination. With the metal gate at his back, the angry mob closed in on Han Feng. He touched the cold metal, focusing on his ability. With intense concentration, he covered the gate with his purple light. Fearing the light, the mob stopped. When the light died out, their anger rose again. The final push was Han Feng screaming at them to come at him. While the mob rushed forward, the solid metal gate turned soft and malleable. The material wasn't nearly strong enough to hold back the snow. Seeing the incoming avalanche, the mob quickly forgot their beef with the young man. Now it was a run for survival. The avalanche was brutal, washing away cars. The warring factions were swallowed by the cold white frost. Those fast enough ran for the exit, saving themselves from the disaster. When things settled, the basement was useless. Han Feng had planned ahead and found a decent hideout. After confirming the threats were gone, he dug himself out of the snow. To his surprise, turning the gate into jelly didn't cause fatigue. He was getting better at his abilities. While lost in thought, the old man appeared before him. He felt as though this weird boomer had been watching him the whole time. After the avalanche stopped, the mob re-entered. Hearing footsteps, the old man forcefully dragged Han Feng away. The two found themselves in a remote corner of the first basement floor. Catching his breath, Han Feng demanded to know who he was. Seeing no point in hiding, the man introduced himself as Li Jianghao, the leader of the war against Mr. Zhang. He offered a handshake to the young man, but Han Feng was hesitant about his motives. Li Jianghao wanted cooperation. He might have rejected teaming up before, but minds change. Han Feng was reasonably skeptical. He didn't want to be scammed into something horrible. Li Jianghao saw it as two parties with a common goal. Teaming up with someone as capable as Li Jianghao would drastically increase their chances against Mr. Zhang. Although he didn't fully trust the graying boomer, Han Feng was willing to enter a temporary alliance. The two shook hands, officializing their collaboration. On a lower floor, Mr. Zhang was doing final checks on vehicles stashed in the second basement. He was only now receiving news about the avalanche. The temperature was dropping fast and people were scattered. In addition, their prisoners were nowhere to be found. Mr. Zhang remained calm, believing these incidents wouldn't mess with the big picture. Within earshot, Li Jianghao and Han Feng were sneaking around. Li Jianghao had found this place filled with military jeeps earlier. It was a mystery where anyone could relocate in the frozen wasteland. To find answers, Li Jianghao wasted no time and charged in with his fists. Unaware of what was happening, Mr. Zhang continued ordering his men around. Their operation was interrupted by the unmistakable sound of nearby gunshots. Before they could assess the situation, the enemy had already infiltrated behind their lines. Li Jianghao used his strength to take down Mr. Zhang's inner circle one by one. Caught off guard, Mr. Zhang's guards started firing everywhere. Li Jianghao was unfazed by the gunshots and gunpowder. The only weapons he trusted were his battle-worn hands. Mr. Zhang's best guards stuck close to the boss, but they didn't account for multiple assailants. Han Feng managed to bypass the spotty defense. Now he had a gun aimed at the back of the boss's head. Instead of panicking, Mr. Zhang smiled and thanked Han Feng for showing up. He claimed to know this confrontation was coming. It was only a matter of time. One of the twins turned to see his boss and checkmate, and Mr. Zhang urged his boys to stand down. He knew Han Feng was the man who stockpiled supplies. He thought Han Feng was in contact with certain people, but that didn't seem to be the case. When urged to look at his magazine, Han Feng found a recording device attached. Mr. Zhang secretly stuck it there earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given a weapon to the enemy. He knew every bit of Han Feng's plan. If he wanted to end the young man, it would have been done already. In truth, Mr. Zhang still wanted Han Feng to join him. That way, they could keep sending people to a certain group so the majority could survive. Being a pawn wasn't really Han Feng's thing, so he passed. With that, Mr. Zhang gave a hidden signal, and a bunch of soldiers in full gear entered the scene. Judging by their precise movements, they must be special forces. There were 3 gunmen, each aiming to riddle Han Feng's body with bullets. He would have run like a headless chicken if Li Jianghao hadn't grabbed him to take cover. Mortified, he turned to the old man for a plan. Li Jianghao urged him to chill out. They were just against 3 special ops soldiers. It was no big deal. Li Xianghe would play decoy, while Han Feng had to exploit an opening. The plan was ridiculous. How do you play decoy against automatic rifles? To prove it was feasible, Li Jianghao left cover, kept his center of gravity low, and charged headfirst. He moved so fast it looked like he was dodging bullets without getting grazed. When he finally entered effective range, the power in his fists was equally lethal. His close combat skills weren't human. While the old man danced with bullets, Mr. Zhang got ready to board a vehicle for his next delivery. Han Feng wouldn't let him get away, though. With his purple light, he turned the ground into mush. As the concrete softened, the tires sank into the floor. This was enough to stop Mr. Zhang's vehicle from exiting. Looking in the mirror and seeing the soft ground eating the tires, he thought his eyes were playing tricks. Han Feng was glad he could mess with them from a distance. Just then, a frag grenade flew in his direction. A hooded stranger found him, skipped every weapon, and jumped straight to throwing grenades. While Han Feng's life flashed before him, the figure smiled and saluted. The grenade bounced on the jeep. The explosion was imminent. Han Feng ate the blast at point-blank range. No normal human could survive that. His body was torn apart. The grenade did its job well. The next thing you know, Han Feng opened his eyes to a tickling sensation. Those goats from his dreams were back, flocking over him and licking his body. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the process, until he felt an oversized tongue joining the fun. Of course, the giant tongue belonged to a giant goat. The enormous, slimy appendage wrapped around his naked body, green light flickering. The flickers grew until his body melted and reformed around the green brilliance. In the real world, his body rapidly repaired itself, as the green light healed damaged parts in an instant. Han Feng died and was resurrected when his power kicked in. His body was restored, but his mind was absent. The twin in the driver's seat managed to get the tire out and was ready to drive away. Before he could step on the gas, the side of the Jeep crumbled into nothingness as a red light erased everything in sight. The light flickered ominously, devouring all matter. With a single swipe, the unconscious Han Feng deleted half an armored Jeep. After tearing the vehicle apart, one of the twins aimed his gun at Han Feng. Han Feng looked at the barrel with bloodshot eyes and grabbed it with his glowing hand. The pistol exploded into smithereens. The destruction continued, devouring Jin Chenwu's clothes. Mr. Zhang's calmness vanished along with the roof as he scurried out. Exposed to the bone-chilling elements, the twin shivered in pain. The cold quickly spread as the red light devoured the surface of his skin. Within seconds, the poor underling died from the cold. His twin brother saw everything and felt a desire for vengeance brewing. Jin Qinwen charged the berserk Han Feng with a metal pipe. He was eager to bust his head open, but it wouldn't be easy. When the pipe touched the red light, it burst into pieces, dissipating in the air. Mr. Zhang called for reinforcements. This was beyond his expectations. Ignoring the surviving twin, the unconscious Han Feng sought a different target. With purple, bouncy lights in both hands, he strutted toward another armored jeep. The occupants didn't know what to do as the gooey light devoured the vehicle. Suddenly, the exterior started dripping like melting wax. The vehicle had turned almost liquid. People inside screamed for help, but it was too late. The material hardened again, turning them into metal statues. To stop the rampage, someone started shooting at Han Feng. A bullet grazed his cheek, and the green light immediately healed the wound. The guards trembled as they ran out of bullets, seeing what happened to their comrades. All they could do now was run for their lives. Covering their retreat, the special ops shifted their target to Han Feng, prioritizing Mr. Zhang's party. Seeing them change course annoyed Li Jianghao. At least one soldier stayed behind to engage him in hand-to-hand combat. Throughout this, Li Jianghao tried to decipher Zhang Xueyu's plans. As bullets chased him, Han Feng used purple light to stick to walls for verticality. He responded by turning the floor into a gelatinous substance, making it difficult for them to aim. Once he took away their balance, he closed the distance and erased their rifles with a burst of red flash. Mixing it up, he used green and purple light to reshape the remaining metal into a melee weapon. It was a twisted, crude blade, befitting a man who had lost control. With one clean swing, Han Feng slit the throats of the agents hounding him. After those kills, the exhaustion of his powers finally caught up to him. As his body was shutting down, the vengeful twin jumped from the shadows for a sneak attack. Before the metal pipe could crack his skull, Han Feng collapsed onto the cold ground. Seeing the monster become defenseless, the twin thought he could land a killing blow. Unfortunately, Li Jinghao was still there to protect his partner's body. In a one-on-one, a special ops soldier couldn't survive the champion's fists. Today he learned Han Feng was a madman when out of control. After retrieving the young man, he heard movement and immediately ran to hide. Mr. Zhang returned with a fresh battalion equipped with riot shields. He commanded them from the middle, holding a gun tightly as a lifeline. Upon a perimeter sweep, they found 2 dead special ops guys. There were supposed to be 3. Jin Qinwen had frozen to death, leaving only a few survivors. With the soldiers dead, they no longer had a guide to reach the other base camp. Mr. Zhang accepted that today was a failure. They had to rethink their strategy. Meanwhile, in an abandoned room, someone was burning books for warmth. Han Feng woke up screaming about a grenade. It was the last thing he remembered. He wondered why he was still alive and where he was. Thankfully, a familiar face was nearby, Li Jianghao. When asked what happened, Li Jianghao couldn't explain it without sounding insane. More importantly, he knew what Zhang Xueyu was planning. As for specifics, he had a volunteer for answers, paid for with blood and torture. The soldier confessed a base sent them to trade with Zhang Xueyu, food and weapons in exchange for residence. When asked why, the soldier mumbled they needed manpower for construction. Anyone could tell that was bull. No one takes on more mouths to feed right now. The soldiers insisted they were trying to rebuild civilization and save people. To stop the lies, Li Jianghao broke one of the soldiers' fingers. He confessed that failure today would only lead to the base sending more people. When asked about superhumans, the soldier averted his gaze, pretending not to know what Li Jianghao meant. That confirmed the base has mutants. Making an enemy of them would be troublesome. Han Feng had just woken up and was now seeing Li Jianghao's cold cruelty firsthand. Li Jiang, who killed the soldier. In his eyes, this new base was just another faction with nefarious goals. They could either get rid of them or find a new place to settle away from the chaos. For now, Han Feng wanted to get back to his crew to discuss. On the way to the apartment, Han Feng mulled over their choices. Finding another foothold outside seemed like the safest bet. Before heading up, he stopped at basement 2 to check the jeeps and machinery. He tried to sneak around until he heard light footsteps heading his way. When he tried to get the jump on them, he realized he'd fallen for bait. A figure snuck up from his flank, her fist homing in on his head. Han Feng raised his arm, enhanced by green and purple light, just in time to block. He did it fluidly, without thought. To his surprise, he felt no pain. The earlier incident had unlocked powerful combos. As he prepared to retaliate, a flashlight revealed it was Nurse Jin. The allies almost fought. Once things calmed down, Han Feng gave a rundown and shared his plan to find a way out. Brother Li was incensed that Zhang was trading people for supplies. The nurse thought a base might offer a better chance. Realistically, Zhang Xueyu would have gone there himself if it were a utopia. He wouldn't need escorts. The bottom line, they didn't have all the information yet. They didn't even know if the base was real. More people would likely storm the building soon. For now, they had to secure a transport vehicle. They had plenty of choices among the heavy-duty vehicles parked there. Unfortunately, they didn't have keys for most of the good ones. Brother Li snooped around and found a crate of weapons. They let the Demon King collect the valuable loot. The crate was retrieved from the melted jeep. This was Han Feng's first time seeing the aftermath of his rampage. Meanwhile, the ladies were distracted elsewhere. In a corner, a massive curtain covered something. Nurse Jin swore she heard noises behind it. The Demon King retrieved a large flashlight. With the light focused, the three of them pulled the curtain down. When the cover dropped, everyone stared in disbelief and awe. There was a huge tunnel dug under the snow, leading somewhere unknown. Whoever dug it must be extraordinary. The soldier's confession was just the tip of the iceberg. The neighborhood was no longer safe. Brother Li looked around and found frozen drain pipes. Before they got carried away, Han Feng called for a pause, backing everyone away. This exploration required preparation. They should return and plan ahead first. They gathered survival gear, food, and explosives just in case. With weapons and supplies, they had enough to last for a while. Han Feng made it clear this was purely for scouting. If an emergency arose, they would return to camp. Of course, this wasn't possible without the Demon King's storage dimension. Han Feng and Brother Li headed out while the girls stayed. Han Feng reinforced the room to keep intruders out. The girls sent them off with a reassuring glance from Han Feng. The little Demon King professed that her true eyes would bless her apostles. Zhang Xueyu wasn't the only threat. Something worse might emerge from that tunnel. The main goal was to find another survival point. The brothers entered the tunnel and marched forth. They thought it would be warmer underground, but they were mistaken. Everything was frozen. It was a miracle someone had dug through. 15 minutes in, they traversed tricky terrain. 30 minutes later, the tunnel branched in multiple directions. They picked a path and walked for another hour. Whenever they found a manhole, Brother Li tried to push it open, but everything was blocked by snow. They walked so long they forgot their origin. Thankfully, they saw drain pipes and a sign from a nearby residential area. They followed them until they saw brick structures. Like a gift from heaven, they came across a map of the sewer system. They'd been at it for half a day, yet were still right next to their neighborhood. Ignoring Brother Li's disappointment, Han Feng whispered to turn their lights off. He heard vehicles speeding nearby. It was a caravan of military trucks, heading toward Han City's neighborhood. Han Feng and Brother Li concealed themselves in time. It was safe to assume they were affiliated with the Special Ops. They must be using the sewage system to ferry people to the utopian base. Brother Li had the idea of tailing the trucks. Funnily enough, he knew a backdoor to Han City. A year ago, he saved an old lady who fell in. He bragged about his memory as a straight-A student. When they arrived, The manhole cover was frozen shut. It was a bit off, so they tried the one up front. Brother Lee climbed and tried to force it open. 3 more attempts resulted in embarrassment. At the 4th and farthest cover, it finally budged. They emerged in Han City's basement car park. Man, this series really loves parking lots. Han Feng urged Brother Lee to stop bragging and keep his voice down in unfamiliar territory. The duo stayed low and crawled around the lot using cars as cover. Along the way, they saw frozen corpses and signs of fighting. At the back wall, men were slaving away with sledgehammers. Supervising them were special ops soldiers dissatisfied with their assignment in a crappy neighborhood. It looked like Han City was under complete military control. Suddenly, the ground shook vigorously. The soldiers yelled at the laborers to run. Something was about to penetrate from the other side. The wall started to crumble and crack. Before they could reach safety, a massive explosion sent them flying with debris. Emerging from the dust was an overgrown baby with a bald head and an unusual glimmer in his eyes. He didn't even look human. He must be the one who dug the tunnel to their neighborhood. Han City was a bad place to be. If discovered, they were finished. After digging, the baby demanded snacks. The soldier promised some after the passageway was cleaned. He did not like that at all, veins bulging on his neck. He struck the ground, shattering the floor. The destruction reached all the way to their hiding spot. That was the sign to get the hell out. They crawled away, careful not to attract attention. Brother Lee was doing well until he breathed in dust from the tremor. He couldn't hold it in and sneezed out loud. Han Feng was mortified to hear his partner jeopardize their clean escape. The soldiers noticed the bastards crawling toward the manhole and ordered their forces to give chase. Now that they were exposed, all they could do was run as fast as possible and not dwell on their mistakes. The big baby was fast. The duo had a decent head start, but the superhuman was hot on their heels. Once within range, the big baby slammed the ground, causing the sewer system to collapse. The terrain turned jagged, making it borderline impossible to continue running. With no other choice, Han Feng urged Brother Lee to run while he stalled for time. Now seemed like a good time to test his abilities against another superhuman. Using his purple light, he blanketed the torn-up floors of the tunnel. The big baby marched forward only to feel his boots sink into the jelly-like floor. He tried to pull himself out of the sinking ground, but his massive weight accelerated the process. He now realized that Han Feng was a superhuman too, someone worth capturing alive. That would be difficult now that the young man was mixing in his green light to harden the floor he had just softened. The restoration of the soil's original properties was quick and easy. The big baby was infuriated. Now he just wanted to kill the man trapping him with these strange powers. Han Feng was sweating bullets. Even with his combined power, the big baby was about to break free through sheer strength and rage. Brother Lee, who was making decent headway in his escape, saw that his little bro was in danger. He spotted some loose metal pipes strewn across the floor and was struck by an idea. With tenacious and consistent power activation, the big baby was slowly being drained. Just a bit more and Han Feng could trap their pursuer completely. He would have won the battle of attrition if it weren't for Brother Lee's overprotectiveness. The boastful gangster abandoned the escape plan, grabbed a metal pipe, and burst in to join the fight. With the big baby rooted to the ground, he managed to land a clean hit on that large bald head. Unfortunately, the full swing dealt no damage. All it did was anger the fat bastard even further. This was the second time Han Feng had been screwed over by Brother Lee's blunders. The steadily weakening big baby suddenly hit his second wind. Fueled by a desire to bury these 2 pesky bugs, he charged. Brother Lee quickly turned and ran, forcing Han Feng to abandon his trap. The duo was back to square one. Brother Lee had good intentions. He didn't want to leave his friend alone, but it did more harm than good. After a few more minutes of endless running, they miraculously shook the oversized meatball off their trail, with the path behind them blocked by loose boulders. They were clear from immediate danger for now, but they had a different set of problems to worry about. First was finding out exactly where they had ended up. Brother Lee assured Han Feng that the map they saw earlier had been firmly imprinted in his genius brain, so he would lead the way to safety. The gangster merely picked a path and confidently strutted forward. Han Feng was not in the least bit convinced. 10 minutes later, Brother Lee yelled that he recognized the sewer layout on the left. 20 minutes after that, he continued following some random pipelines. By the 40-minute mark, he was starting to doubt his own navigating skills. Thankfully, Han Feng felt a light whisper of wind coming from nearby. He finally wrestled control of their direction and followed the breeze. They eventually reached a path leading upward, a literal light at the end of the tunnel. Brother Lee jumped to the front, acting as though he were the one who had found the exit. They climbed a wall of ice, being careful not to slip on the frozen grooves. Finally, they reached the end of the line and laid eyes on the outside upper crust world. It was dark and gloomy, but the snowfall had subsided. The world they once knew no longer existed. Everything was frozen in time. Brother Lee jumped out of the tunnel and confirmed that the surface, which used to be water, had already hardened. Han Feng carefully observed his surroundings and identified a structure that looked like the Dingfeng building. The Dingfeng was supposed to be the tallest structure within 5 km north of their neighborhood. That meant they had wasted a lot of time heading in the wrong direction while fleeing danger underground. For context, Xingfu District is located within the southern third ring of Hanchuan City. Right now, they were in the northern fourth ring. With the tunnels compromised, their only option was to travel overland to return home. To do that, they had to pass through Jingshan District. Under current conditions, it was practically impossible to get home within the day. Once again, Brother Li bragged that he had plenty of contacts in Jingshan who could hook them up with a good meal and a place to rest. While he was prancing around the snow-covered roads, his foot slipped. Thankfully, the snow cushioned his fall. It was a sign to move slowly, given how slippery the roads had become. As the night deepened, the snowfall grew heavier. They needed to find a decent shelter for the night, so the duo tried to cover as much ground as possible while keeping an eye out for a potential camping spot. They were about 3 kilometers outside Jingshan District, but the blizzard was worsening. If they powered through the cold for another hour, they could reach familiar territory. A few minutes later, it became clear they had to either pick up the pace or freeze to death. To make matters worse, they found a pair of men frozen to death in the middle of the road. Based on their packed bags, they seemed prepared for travel, but the cold trumps all. There was no food in their bags. Perhaps that was why they were heading out. This was simply the new normal. With the snowstorm intensifying, it seemed wiser to rest and continue the icy trek tomorrow. No one wanted to suffer the same fate as those two frozen blokes. The duo managed to reach Jingshan District just as the snowstorm reached its peak. Interestingly, some of the villas in the area weren't buried under the snow. As they headed toward a potential campsite, they spotted silhouettes through the heavy snowfall. Brother Li volunteered to go ahead and talk to whoever was in front of them. Before Han Feng could warn the gangster about the dangers of strangers, Brother Li was already gone. He was captured by 2 men and now had a gun pointed at his temple. With Brother Li held hostage, Han Feng was robbed. The young man tried to slyly grab the gun at his waist, but the robbers fired a warning shot and yelled at him not to try anything funny. The 2 muggers then started quarreling about keeping their captives in one piece. They didn't want to carry dead weight up the hill. Han Feng was forced to surrender his firearm. A muzzle was tapped against his forehead. He reckoned he could survive and heal from one headshot with his ability, but that route would certainly end in Brother Li's death. So he surrendered peacefully and they were escorted up a hill. The robbers patted themselves on the back for successfully apprehending captives who were armed. Han Feng acted deferentially. They had surrendered all supplies and equipment, so it should be safe to let them go, right? But the robbers had other plans. Han Feng worried they might be heading into a cannibalistic den as backup food supplies. Still, this was actually a strategically good spot. From the hilltop, one could observe the entirety of Hanchuan City. When they reached their destination, one robber opened a villa gate with an automatic fob. That meant the place still had power. Since the inner city's electricity was long gone, the villa must have a generator. Despite the snow, the quality of these villas was obviously high. Much to Han Feng's surprise, defensive structures had even been constructed around the houseway. At that moment, a devilish plan formed in his mind. If they could get rid of these incompetent captors, he could turn this place into a fortress. His sly giggle at the notion earned him a sharp slap to the back of the head. Finally, the robbers ordered them to finish digging near the protective wall. If they finished the task, the robbers promised to let them go and return their supplies. All they had to do was keep their heads down and stop trying to pull any tricks. Kyozi, the bigger and dumber one, was assigned the first shift of watching the new laborers. Big Kyozi was starting to get annoyed at how bossy the smaller robber was. He turned to the captives and threatened to fire if they didn't get to work. When asked to remove the cuffs, Kyozi snapped and forced them to dig while still restrained. So Brother Li and Han Feng did as they were told. The superhuman and the gangster were reduced to simple laborers. It was uncertain whether the bastards would even keep their word once the job was done. Han Feng looked around the massive yard and saw a huge pile of snow near a truck. Upon closer inspection, he found frozen legs, arms, and other body parts sticking out of the pile. This did not bode well for them. Han Feng quietly pointed out the pile of corpses to Brother Li. The hardcore gangster almost passed out when his brain finally processed that he was looking at dead people. It was likely their captors were responsible for that pile. One thing was for sure, they couldn't just sit and wait for death. Han Feng devised a quick plan and relayed it to Brother Li for execution. The plan kicked off with the two yelling and hurling insults at one another. They acted as though they were fighting about shoveling methods, making the work much harder than necessary. Kyozi took note of the scuffle, aimed his gun, and urged them to get back to work. The duo continued bickering, selling the act perfectly. Eventually, Kyozi gave up, but asserted the digging must be done by sunset. As soon as he nonchalantly turned his back, the wrangling stopped. Kyozi walked toward his post, unaware that a shovel was about to strike the back of his head. The big captor was down, and the duo had regained a firearm. Inside the villa, the smaller robber sat comfortably with a dirty magazine in hand. He was practically drooling, thinking no one would interrupt his private time. Before he could do anything, a light flashed in his face. He looked up into the muzzle of a gun. The duo waved the handcuffs provocatively and teased the robber for his behavior. Within just a few hours, the situation had been completely reversed. The captors were now the captives. They claimed to be debt collectors who visited the villa before the apocalypse. They swore to their gods that the corpses outside had nothing to do with them. They might be hardened criminals, but they drew the line at mass murder. Han Feng holstered his gun. He believed their story. Since the pair of robbers weren't too bad, they were told they could go. Brother Li didn't buy it at all, thinking they shouldn't let such threats walk free. Han Feng promised them freedom, but of course, it came with a small stipulation. Kyozi and his buddy were released into the biting cold of the icy district wearing nothing but their underwear. It was only a matter of time before they succumbed to the elements. With that side quest handled, it was time to prepare for the trek back home. The day had started with a simple scouting mission. Due to unforeseen blunders, they had strayed too far from base. Han Feng could only pray that his allies in the neighborhood were safe. Speaking of allies, Li Zhenghao had joined Nurse Jin and the little Demon King inside the reinforced room. They were still anxiously waiting. The old man asserted that rather than worrying about the duo, they should focus on their own situation. A few hours after the scouts left, an army emerged from the tunnel, including a baby-faced giant who could control Earth. Zhang Shuiyu welcomed the delegation. With these powerful allies, the entire district was officially under Mr. Zhang's command. Naturally, that made Li Zhenghao's faction the public's #1 enemy. Zhang must be searching the entire building for them. The old man could only laugh at the residents' stupidity. That army didn't come as saviors. They wouldn't realize they'd been sold out until the day they died. The little Demon King spoke like a normal person for once, noting that residents were simply choosing obedience for a chance at survival. Humans were simple creatures like that. After dropping some philosophical truth, she dozed off, and Nurse Jin covered her with a blanket. Somehow, the idea of choosing obedience reminded Li Zhenghao of his own life. He used to be a formidable boxer, a champion celebrated by many. Even so, losses were unavoidable. Inside the ring, he was a warrior, but a vulnerable one. His trainer did nothing but hurl abuse while he was pummeled. All the man cared about was victory. He had molded Li Zhenghao into the man he was, and he could take it all away just as fast. As an old man, memories of those days still haunted him. Li Jinghao turned to the girls and urged them to get ready to move. Zhang's dogs would be searching unit by unit for dissenters. Unfortunately, it was already too late to relocate. The unit's reinforced door was forcefully smashed open. Li Jinghao, Nurse Jin, and the little Demon King were completely exposed. It was a mystery how they had been discovered so quickly. Well, that was because the big baby had sniffed them out, and he was now drooling at the sight of his targets. Down in the basement, the military personnel quickly organized boxes of mystery sausages and loaded them onto trucks. The man in charge received a report. They would be transporting 97 refugees and 126 boxes of supplies. Delivering those assets back to base should not be a problem. The scarred faction captain smoked his cigar and asked about the 3 special ops soldiers he'd sent ahead. Mr. Zhang fearfully confessed that the soldiers were killed by a man named Han Feng, washing his hands of any fault. Hearing that his boys were dead obviously ticked off Captain Scar. Zhang Shuiyu elaborated that Han Feng was a superhuman who used some sort of light-based power. To prove he was a good partner, Zhang mentioned he'd done the dirty work of making those mystery meat sausages. Before his tongue could slip further, Captain Scar shut him up. Zhang was desperate to prove his worth for the sake of his personal safety. Captain Scar was actually pleased with the contribution. Zhang had done enough to be considered one of the boys, and the captain didn't touch his boys without reason. For now, he would send someone to find this Han Feng fella for a stern interrogation. He hated liars. The sleuth he sent to track down the alleged superhuman was none other than the big baby. After busting the door open, the simple brute asked if Han Feng was around. Li Zhenghao grabbed the little Demon King and shielded Nurse Jin with his body. Anyone who could destroy a door reinforced by Han Feng's power was bad news. Li Zhenghao's instincts told him to flee. The big baby gave off the stench of a wild beast. Years of fighting told the old man he wouldn't stand a chance. They needed to get out. He tried to shatter the window with his elbow, but nearly shattered his own bone upon impact. Unfortunately, the glass had also been included in Han Feng's strengthening project. With no escape route, Li Zhenghao urged the girls to run while he tried to hold off the beast. Before things got crazy, Nurse Jin calmly approached the big baby and insisted they didn't know anyone called Han Feng. Surprisingly, the beast bought her innocent act and even apologized. Nurse Jin breathed a sigh of relief while Li Zhenghao stood speechless. On the way out, the big baby checked the unit number posted outside, 1804. He was on the right floor after all. That girl had lied to his face. The big baby slammed his palms into the ground, making the entire floor tremble. Li Zhenghao grabbed the window and found that it could finally slide open. He hurriedly grabbed the girls and tossed them out into the snowy air. Before falling, Nurse Jin saw the beast inches away from the old man. If there was one thing the big baby hated, it was dishonest people. From the 18th floor, the girls went into a free fall toward the snowy ground. While the neighborhood was in chaos, Han Feng and Brother Li had just discovered a fun way to get back home. Snowboards. Every blunder Brother Lee had committed was forgiven because of this sick snowboarding idea. Of course, he couldn't resist bragging about how he used to negotiate billion-dollar deals at ski resorts. The boards made the travel back to Xingfu District quick, fun, and easy. They finally arrived outside the neighborhood and were looking for a window to sneak back in. At that moment, the eruption from the 18th floor and the subsequent fall of the girls happened. Staying calm, the little Demon King opened her storage midair and dropped every soft mat she had onto their landing spot. Between the mats and a 4-story pile of snow, the girls made a loud bang, nearly landing on the duo below. Thankfully, the padding was enough to absorb the shock of the fall. Han Feng jumped into the crater to help them up, confused by the situation. Nurse Jin detailed how a monster had broken into the unit, muttering Han Feng's name. Speaking of that monster, it seemed he wasn't patient enough to take the stairs. Fueled by adrenaline, Nurse Jin grabbed Han Feng and their chibi mascot and pulled them from the crater. The beast didn't like being called a monster. He was a good baby. Just when Han Feng thought he was safe from the tunneler, he encountered him on the surface. Straining her limits, Nurse Jin yelled at the deadweights to start running for themselves. As they fled, the group turned to Han Feng for a plan to ditch their monstrous pursuer. The big baby was hungry and wanted to snack on human flesh. Finally, Han Feng was struck by an idea. He stopped running, urged the others to continue, and fished something from his pocket. He found a bag and performed an enhanced baseball throw using his green light. He threw the bag for the big baby to snack on. The contents reacted instantly with the green light, growing at a stupendous rate. The big baby welcomed the bag with an open mouth, biting down like a starving animal on what tasted like delicious soybeans. Han Feng apologized for what was about to happen as his green light was fully triggered. The hundreds of seeds inside the big baby's throat expanded into full-grown plants. Wild vines and leaves exploded out of the monster's orifices in a vicious fashion. As expected, the big baby started choking on the beanstalks, struggling to breathe. He had to yank the leafy obstructions from his maw, drawing blood that stained the snow at his feet. His anger toward Han Feng reached a boiling point. The big baby barked his threats, but his mortal enemy had already vanished. Like the child he was, he threw a tantrum, looking like a spoiled brat denied his snacks. Finally, the special forces emerged from the basement to lock down the perimeter. Captain Scar gave his men a brief pep talk. They would smoke these rats out of the deadly ice. He made a beeline toward his injured star pupil with curiosity. The big baby recounted how the beans had instantly grown inside his mouth. Captain Scar's interest was piqued. With Han Feng's ability, the food shortage could be solved. He radioed the men who captured the old man, his mind working on a plan to lure the superhuman out. The group managed to put some decent distance between themselves and their pursuers. Nurse Jin recounted everything that had happened while Han Feng and Brother Lee were away. She warned Han Feng that he was being specifically targeted by that anomalous monster. Someone who could easily destroy reinforced doors was someone to be wary of. After all, Han Feng's strengthening had even endured explosives. Nurse Jin nearly broke into tears, recalling how Li Zhenghao sacrificed his safety for them. Han Feng coldly accepted that it was likely Li Zhenghao was dead. They had to move forward to honor his sacrifice. Both Nurse Jin and the little Demon King refused to be pessimistic. They wanted to rescue the old man. Even Brother Li agreed they should repay Li Zhenghao. It wasn't that Han Feng didn't want to go back. It was just hard to risk their lives with a minimal chance of survival. The girls were right. Li Zhenghao was still alive, albeit beaten within an inch of his life. They paraded the old man through the snow while Captain Scar spoke through a megaphone. He was certain Han Feng was hiding nearby. He assured the group that everything was just a big misunderstanding. Seeing Li Zhenghao being paraded, Nurse Jin nearly jumped out of their hiding spot. Captain Scar wanted Han Feng to join his organization. He promised that his wife, kid, and brother would all receive official treatment. That announcement confused the group. It seemed the enemy had some inaccurate info. Seeing no response, Captain Scar asked the old man if Han Feng was heartless enough to let his brother die. Li Zhenghao chuckled and revealed he'd only met the kid a few days ago. That earned him a rough smack. Captain Scar couldn't believe this fool risked his life for strangers. Li Zhenghao added that Han Feng had also just met those girls. They weren't his family. Captain Scar realized he was working with faulty intelligence. So he changed strategies, trying to convince Han Feng to stop risking his life for strangers. If he wanted girls, he could pick as many as he wanted at the base camp. For a second, Han Feng almost jumped at the opportunity. Brother Li and Nurse Jin had to calm him down. Since the adults were so unreliable, the little Demon King stepped forward with a plan to help Uncle Li Zhenghao. Down in the streets, Captain Scar stepped on the old man's broken arm, torturing him for info, but Li Zhenghao was one resilient son of a gun. Instead of answering, he asked questions about their so-called base instead. Captain Scar parroted vague answers about saving people, a noble sentiment he claimed normal people wouldn't understand. Li Zhenghao laughed. That cookie-cutter answer was an obvious lie. Well, since he was dying soon anyway, Captain Scar leaned in and whispered the real answer. In this frozen urban wasteland, what living creature is still thriving and plentiful enough to be hunted and eaten freely? Li Jinghao had suspected the worst, but hearing it was still bone-chilling. These monsters were gathering residents like cattle. The living consumed food, and the dead became food. Just as Captain Scar was about to blow the old man's brains out, a bunch of random objects, big and small, started falling from the sky. Upon closer inspection, the soldiers marveled at a rain of cigarettes, alcohol, and food. There were fresh vegetables and meat mixed in there too. The big baby led the charge as soldiers ran to grab whatever they could get their hands on. Captain Scar tried to stop his men, firing his pistol into the air to regain control, but it was ineffective. He raised his vigilance. This was a textbook distraction, and an ambush was surely coming. Sounds of crushing and cracking caught his attention from a distance. The walls of a nearby building crumbled as a giant bulldozer drove through, leaving an enormous hole. In the driver's seat was Han Feng, ready to get his hands bloody. From the little Demon King's perspective, the plan was simple. Sprinkle alluring fodder to attract the starving sheep. That meant throwing a bunch of random junk to create chaos among the soldiers. Then Han Feng would attack the flock with his metal beast form and rescue their comrade. That translated to breaking through with a bulldozer to save Li Jinghao. Only Han Feng could decipher her delusions of grandeur. With the plan established, the four moved according to the Evil Eye's enlightenment. Despite how crude the plan was, they weren't even sure if the soldiers would take the bait. As for that metal beast, she already had one in her storage dimension. Han Feng never thought he'd spend his evening driving heavy construction machinery, but driving such a powerful thing felt good. The dozer made a clean landing, plowing through thick snow easily. Han Feng turned toward the soldiers and pushed them away with the front blade. The soldiers were too busy scrounging for loot to care about being swept aside. Captain Scar turned to the big baby, their only hope to stop that dozer. As ordered, the baby-faced superhuman jumped in front of the barreling vehicle. Believing no one was stronger than him, the big baby pushed against the dozer. Han Feng knew the beast's strength, but challenging heavy-duty machinery was pure insanity. With the front blade, he caught the superhuman off guard and flipped him into the air with one lift. After a dozen spins, the monster's head dug into the snow. Captain Scar demanded Han Feng stop, or he would blow Li Jinghao's head off. Inside the cab, Han Feng couldn't hear a word from the outside, so he drove forward, unafraid of empty threats. In this game of chicken, Captain Scar lost. He dove away from the collision while cursing the young man's ruthlessness. All that was left was to pick up the old man and get out of there. The rescue was a success. Next was the getaway. From the cab, Han Feng used his purple light to soften the ground where Li Jinghao lay for a smoother transition. With comfort handled, he sped toward a nearby skyscraper. Han Feng signaled the others, and they were picked up. Brother Li, Nurse Jin, and the little mastermind broke through a window and boarded the bulldozer's roof. As they sped off, the soldiers finally recovered and rained bullets down on the metallic beast. They boarded armored jeeps and trucks to chase the group that had just humiliated them. They fired with vengeance, but their aim left much to be desired. Captain Scar was practically screaming at his driver to speed up. Unfortunately, the snow on the roads was too thick, their tires lost grip, and acceleration was impossible. They were up against a giant bulldozer that could barrel through any obstacle. It was a mismatch. Even their camp only had a few of those valuable machines, and by the looks of it, that dozer was actually their own property. That only served to infuriate the captain even more. No matter how hard they tried to keep up, the lack of traction was too disadvantageous. One jeep swerved and made a mess of the road, forcing the entire convoy to stop the chase. The captain's car almost blew up from a loose gas canister that hit their windshield. Looking ahead, they found a graveyard of appliances and junk littering the road, obstructing the path. The little Demon King had stepped in once more by dumping another batch of random items on the road. Acting as a deterrent, she stood on the roof, pleased with her contribution and the despair she caused her enemies. She looked badass until the cold made her sneeze adorably. The group drove for a few more hours to ensure no one was trailing them. The rest of the group had long since squeezed into the cab with Han Feng. It was cramped. Brother Li wanted to turn at the wheel while the old man was freezing in the back. Their next destination was the hillside villa Han Feng and Brother Li had found, a decent place to camp. Everyone agreed on the plan, but the bulldozer was starting to falter. The fuel gauge was blinking. They were out of diesel. Han Feng asked the little Demon King to bring out some oil from her dimension. This delusional freak opened her dimension and pulled out bottles and bottles of cooking oil. At least it wasn't baby oil. No diddy. At that moment, the dozer's engine finally died. The cab was flooded with bottles of cooking oil, and Han Feng felt a massive headache coming on. He cleared up the confusion and asked her to take out the actual fuel he'd prepared. The little Demon King fumbled around her dimension, growing more embarrassed by the second. It turned out she had accidentally included the fuel canisters in the pile of appliances she'd thrown onto the road. Even the generators were lumped in. The news mortified everyone. They had basically ditched their most valuable resources. Han Feng had a year's worth of fuel ready, but now they had none. She tried to assuage him by bringing out natural gas for cooking. She also had buckets of coal, though Han Feng couldn't do much with that for the dozer. While holding a lump of coal, a wild idea popped into his head. Based on his experiments, plants that failed to sprout turned into a coal-like flammable substance. Meat, on the other hand, turned into an unknown black liquid with similar attributes. With no other choice, he demanded a metal bucket and some meat. Once everything was prepared, he used his green light. While enhancing meat properly was hard, failing on purpose was much easier. A single piece of meat filled the bucket, halfway with a mysterious black liquid. Everyone recoiled at the smell, but Han Feng had gotten used to it. He fished a lighter from his coat and set the liquid ablaze. Just as he expected, the substance was highly flammable. He was pleased, but Li Jinghao was skeptical. They couldn't replace fuel with this stuff, could they? Unless they wanted to walk in a blizzard, they had no choice but to try. So Han Feng produced several more buckets of putrefied meat juice. He turned the ignition, and the hulking vehicle miraculously started. It was a revelation. Han Feng was truly a one-man survival kit. They continued plowing through the dark night. Halfway through the ride, the little Demon King started offering snacks to everyone. She brought out an entire rack's worth of assorted goodies. Li Jinghao asked just how much she had in that bizarre storage. Then he recalled news of a supermarket being emptied overnight and put two and two together. While the group munched on snacks, the hillside villa finally came into view. With the dozer, they could probably charge up the hill in one go. But as Han Feng put the pedal to the metal, the engine finally gave out and exploded. The makeshift fuel was likely at fault for this one. Thankfully, the dozer held on until they were close enough. They were just steps away from comfort, so they trekked through the blizzard. On the way up, they saw the frozen robbers Han Feng had sent out without winter clothes. Paying them no mind, the crew unceremoniously entered the secured villa. By then, they were shivering from lethal cold, dangerously close to hypothermia. They found the fireplace, fed it coal, and lit the fire, and huddled close to the warmth. Now, they could finally breathe again. They had successfully survived the hunt by Captain Scar and his elite soldiers. Nothing was more comforting than huddling around a fireplace in the midst of a deadly blizzard. Even the serious old man smiled, admitting the Villa District was a great place to hole up. The wind blew snow downhill so the hilltop wouldn't be buried, and intruders would be spotted easily. It was easy to guard and hard to attack, a perfect long-term base. While Li Jinghao asked serious questions, everyone else was busy rearranging furniture. Han Feng handled the generator, the little Demon King brought a TV, and Brother Li gushed over a game console. They were lucky the previous residents had left a fueled generator behind. Han Feng tinkered with the controls and successfully turned it on. Finally, they had electricity again. He announced a celebratory feast for that night, but the girls were more interested in a warm bath. Nurse Jin was particularly pumped at the prospect. She admitted she hadn't showered since the storm started. She had quite the stink on her. The mental image made Han Feng blush like a tomato. He assured her the bath was the top priority. But the basement revealed a challenge. The pipes were frozen and the heater was busted. The bathroom was snowed in, the pipes were hopeless, but they could still salvage the situation with a bathtub. First, they surrounded the tub with space heaters and filled it with a pile of snow. Next came the secret tool, high-powered heating rods. Using multiple appliances, they managed to melt the snow into water, but it was heating too slowly. After hours, the water was still basically cold. Just as he went for a temperature check, a spark of electricity from a rod jolted him. He pulled his hand away and noticed something weird. The spark had made his red light surface automatically. Checking again, the ice-cold water had suddenly turned warm. It was likely the red light had a rapid warming effect. With the tub ready, the girls rushed to the bathroom. Nurse Jin stripped down, preparing to enjoy her holy grail moment. The little Demon King brought out bath bombs of every fragrance. She had every brand of shampoo, conditioner, and skincare imaginable. It was girl heaven. Nurse Jin couldn't contain her happiness. They stayed in that bath for a long time. It was truly heaven on ice. While alone, Nurse Jin commented on the little Demon King's petite frame. The girl felt insulted, revealing she was actually 21 years old. They had never bothered to ask, assuming she was just a middle schooler. She claimed her demonic power allowed her to preserve her eternal youth. Just outside, Han Feng was eavesdropping on the sounds of dripping water. Brother Li came over to drag him away to play games, and Han Feng expertly played it cool, but the gangster knew a fellow perv when he saw one. He announced that a real man would openly take a peek without fear. Han Feng had to drag him away before he did something criminal. They settled for gaming while Li Jinghao watched. He couldn't believe they were in the mood for games, but the duo saw it differently. They had everything they needed, so why not kick back? They were staying for a long time. If they didn't entertain themselves, boredom would kill them first. Han Feng knew Li Jinghao's background wasn't normal. He just wanted a comfortable life, and as long as the old man didn't bring trouble, he could stay. Li Jinghao felt compelled to reveal his real identity, his mission to investigate superhumans. Before Han Feng cut him off, he didn't want to be implicated in anything complicated. The two looked each other in the eye, and the old man saw Han Feng's seriousness. He sighed and respected the young man's stance. He swore he would leave as soon as his arm was healed. Brother Li and Han Feng continued gaming and trash-talking. At that moment, the girls emerged in cutesy new coats. Brother Li invited Han Feng to bathe together to conserve water. After much scuffling, Han Feng was forced into the water, though he admitted it felt nice. Once everyone was clean, the feast finally happened. After stuffing themselves, everyone retreated for the best sleep of their lives. Over the next few days, Han Feng strengthened the walls, roof, and fences of the villa. He modified a top-floor room into a fully functional shared sauna. He'd hang out there to sweat while using the watchtower window to observe the hill. Today, he spotted a few silhouettes walking toward the fortress. One figure limped and eventually collapsed in the snow. The crew went out to grab him, and Brother Li surprisingly recognized the man. He was Brother Chang, one of Director Liu's men. Han Feng had also met him before. Director Liu was the intimidating gangster who had sold him a gun. Hours later, Chang woke up confused and nursing a headache. He saw Brother Li and grew even more bewildered. Chang also recognized Han Feng from their one prior meeting. Once he calmed down, he shared his story. Their office had been ambushed by soldiers, and many brothers were lost. Hearing this, Brother Li was riled up and demanded to know what happened to the director. Director Liu had followed Han Feng's advice and stockpiled supplies early on. They had enough to survive, and the director had generously helped hundreds of residents. But the soldiers had attacked, stealing everything and killing wantonly. Director Liu had led his men in a fight to the death to protect the civilians. Most were injured or worse. The director was shot in the leg and captured. The survivors scattered, agreeing to meet at a secondary supply location, a villa in this hillside region. The story made sense. No wonder Chang was limping at the foot of the hill. Brother Li was concerned, but it was clear the soldiers wanted the director alive. Brother Li owed the man a great favor. Without Director Liu, he might have died in the streets long ago. Fired up, he dragged Chang from the couch, demanding they save him. Chang reprimanded the gangster, noting that two people stood no chance against a battalion. But Brother Li believed they had to gamble on even a sliver of hope. Li Jinghao overheard and asked if it was the Director Liu from the Uprising Volunteer Group. When he was a boxer, that man had paid his ransom. He'd brought him out of the underworld and gave him a second chance. If they were going to save such a dignified man, Li Jinghao would gladly lend his strength. He still had connections in the city and could get the necessary manpower. Chang recognized Li Jinghao as the wild dog of the arena, a legendary fighter with 30 consecutive wins. Han Feng laughed at the corny nickname, making even the old man feel awkward. So 3 men prepared to rescue Director Liu. Han Feng sat silently. He couldn't believe the gangster who'd sold him guns was so righteous. Nevertheless, he had no reason to risk his life for a stranger. He preemptively announced he would stay behind in the safety of the villa. He might not contribute directly, but he wouldn't let them go out empty-handed. He also reminded them to keep his superhuman abilities a secret for obvious reasons. While Chang recuperated, Han Feng looked after him within reason, avoiding any extravagant food that might cause suspicion. They even prepared a very basic room for him to keep up appearances. On departure day, each bag was packed with supplies, guns, and ammo. Han Feng understood the guns, but was confused by Chang's request for so many cigarettes. Currency was useless now. Major factions used cigarettes as the standard solid currency for exchange. Equipped with skis, Han Feng saw the 3 off with a smile. Chang bowed in gratitude to Brother Han and sister-in-law Nurse Jin, swearing to repay the favor. It took Nurse Jin a moment to realize the man had mistaken her for Han Feng's wife. Upon realization, she blushed intensely, her face flushing so hot it felt as if it could melt the ice around her. With only Han Feng and the 2 girls in the villa, he felt more driven than ever to keep everyone safe. To improve surveillance, he installed cameras around the perimeter of the hill. He covered the entire neighborhood with CCTV so he could have a clear view of everything that happened in the area. With security handled, he returned to a carefree daily life filled with snacks and video games. Suddenly, a crisis arose. Nurse Jin came running and screaming out of the kitchen with a knife in hand. She trembled as she tried to explain what happened to Chu Chi. It was a total nightmare. They were now down to their very last head of cabbage. Han Feng demanded to know how many essential fruits and vegetables they had left in stock, and Chu Chi answered that they still had plenty. By plenty, she meant about 3 carts. She didn't really like vegetables much, so she hadn't grabbed many when she emptied the supermarket. The only ones she loved were cucumbers, so she had a massive amount of those. This was a major oversight. They had been consuming supplies without conducting a proper inventory. If this continued, they would soon run out of fresh produce. As of now, Han Feng could only use his powers on soybeans, wheat, broccoli, and meat. Every other product he tested ended in utter failure. With only 1 cabbage remaining, he had to figure out how to produce more. Everyone's health and happiness rested on his shoulders. He brought the cabbage to the living room and racked his brain for a solution. The only real option was to hope that his green light power would succeed this time. The first trial unfortunately reduced the delicious leafy vegetable to a pile of charcoal. He stripped another leaf and tried once more. Using the same crude method, he simply produced more charcoal. He repeated this process until the cabbage was gone. Refusing to admit defeat, he moved on to carrots and potatoes, while the girls watched him for entertainment. By the end of the day, he had wasted every vegetable he touched without a single successful result. Later, Nurse Jin checked on him. Han Feng felt terrible for rendering their entire vegetable supply inedible. Chuki didn't mind the loss since she had her unlimited cucumber reserve. Besides, they could supplement their diet with vitamin pills. Since the superpower route failed, Nurse Jin proposed they try growing a garden. She used to grow vegetables on her apartment balcony year-round. With sufficient light and the right temperature, they could make it work. First, they needed gardening racks, soil, and nutrient solutions. They could also use LED lights as a substitute for the sun. As the plan took shape, Chu-Ki, who had allegedly robbed an entire supermarket, admitted she had none of those items. Nurse Jin and Han Feng had failed to take her lack of foresight into account. Outside the villa, the two tried to gather soil from the yard, but the ground was frozen solid and their shovels couldn't penetrate the surface. Using her superhuman strength, Nurse Jin gave it a try, but her power sent the shovel head flying into the sky instead. They were wasting time in the cold, so Han Feng proposed they go back inside to brainstorm. As punishment for not having the necessary supplies in storage, Chuki was relegated to making gardening containers out of plastic water bottles. Surprisingly, she excelled at the task. She soon had a row of finished products waiting to be filled with soil. Recycling is a vital skill in the apocalypse, and these plastic bottles would house their future food. Since she was doing her job diligently, Chu-Chi barked at the two for the soil they were supposed to provide. They were only at the initial stages of gardening and already fumbling. The frozen ground was a massive obstacle. Chuki suggested using a heating rod to melt the ice, but there was a limit to its effectiveness. If they had a way to instantly melt the ice, they could proceed with the plan. That idea made Chu-Chi jump up from her seat. She called upon the bathwater apostle to use his true power. Han Feng immediately understood what she was implying. Previously, his red light had warmed the bathwater instantly. If he could replicate the principle behind that incident, he should be able to melt the frozen soil outside. He had been dipping his red light-coated hand in a bucket of water for 20 minutes, but it wasn't working. Han Feng tried to recall every detail of that warm bath, carefully examining what had triggered the heat. Then it hit him. The secret lay in electrocution. He turned to Chu-Chi and asked for a tool that could give him a shock. She immediately brought out a high-power power strip. If plugged in, Han Feng could have died instantly by sticking a finger in. She was essentially telling him to kill himself. After searching the storage, she finally found the perfect tool, a low-voltage self-defense electric baton, or as she called it, a basic electromagic staff. Although the label stated it only had a slight numbing effect, Han Feng was still nervous about using it on himself. Choosing to trust Chu-Chi this time, he turned the baton on and dipped his hand into the bucket of water. Please do not try this at home. The numbing effect was a bit too strong, making his eyes roll back into his head, but it worked. The water heated up. Han Feng hurried outside, excited to electrocute himself for the sake of the soil. He didn't fully understand the science, but he knew it worked. He placed his red-lit palm against the ground and carefully touched the electric baton to his arm. This time he handled the shock better. The thick layer of ice embedded in the soil exploded and melted away. In his hand was a small puddle of warm water and some usable soil. Feng was thrilled. It had been a long time since he had seen normal dirt. He dug up enough to fill the makeshift pots, and the initial preparation was finally complete. Thankfully, Chu-Ki had many different seed packs in her storage. Han Feng wanted to grab a few at random, but Nurse Jin insisted that the temperature would make growing most plants impossible. As expected of a farming enthusiast, she picked out a few varieties that could theoretically survive the cold. The crew used the empty basement for better heat preservation, and filled it with high-power LED lights and furnaces. They went all out. However, the temperature was still below the ideal range. If they couldn't warm the room enough, the seeds wouldn't sprout. Since they already had a good setup, Han Feng decided to try supplementing the growth with his green light. He gave it a shot, focusing intensely on the seeds. He expertly controlled the energy and tempo like he was playing a rhythm game. Much to his surprise, it worked. He made some leafy vegetables sprout and then used the green light on the other seeds. The results varied and there were several failures, but through continuous experimentation, Han Feng and Nurse Jin produced dozens of sprouts. Unfortunately, the sprouts began to die a few days later due to the persistent cold. Even with the heaters turned up, they could barely reach 10 degrees. They needed a way to increase the room's temperature to at least 20 degrees. They could add more furnaces, but there was a limit to what they could achieve without better insulation. Logically, the deeper they went underground, the better the heat preservation would be. Perhaps they could dig deeper from the basement. Nurse Jin agreed. With her monstrous physical strength, adding another floor to the house would not be a problem. Before resorting to manual labor, Han Feng wanted to see if he could expedite the process with his light. He knew that green and red were useless against concrete. Maybe he could use the purple light's softening capabilities. As expected, it was effective. Unfortunately, while the softened stone looked like mud, it remained as hard as ever. At his wit's end, Han Feng tried combining all three lights, rearranging the order and rhythm of the energy output. Unfortunately, they were all failures. Failure turned plants into coal and meat into fuel, but stone didn't change its properties. Perhaps this was the difference between organic and inorganic matter. After days of continuous failure, Han Feng reached his limit. Out of frustration, he smashed his red light-coated fist onto the floor. He discovered that when the intensity of the red light passed a certain level, it could shatter anything in its path. Putting this discovery into action, he set the sprouts aside and started tearing up the floor. He fully released the red light, expanded the range, and slowly increased the intensity. It was a great success. He managed a controlled demolition of the flooring with great precision. The rocks that had caused him a headache finally caved in. The effect was terrific, but it took a heavy toll on his body. Disintegrating even a small plot of the floor left him exhausted. Now, he had to train to use this power multiple times a day. With the fastest method discovered, Han Feng took charge of digging the hole. Nurse Jin pitched in by using her strength to transport the shattered rocks outside. The entire operation took a week. They dug 10 meters below the basement and created a new 20 square meter room. After some vigorous remodeling, the underground greenhouse was finally completed. Han Feng and Nurse Jin felt gratified to see their hard work provide a home for their garden of sprouts. Next came Han Feng's favorite part of the day. Whenever they climbed back to the first basement via the narrow stairs, he let Nurse Jin go first, so he could savor the view. He really is one of us. If everything went well, they would be able to harvest in about 2 months. They had started this project 2 weeks ago, their last stock ran out 4 days ago, and they had been eating nothing but broccoli since then. Han Feng couldn't endure those green bastards any longer. But he had no choice. It was one of the few veggies he could reliably grow with his green light. Maybe they could try bean sprouts. Those grow quickly and are easy to eat. Or maybe Han Feng could get a closer look at the view from above. Nurse Jin's foot slipped, and a pillowy cushion descended upon his face. He was caught off guard and couldn't even savor the moment. When they returned to the basement, Han Feng repeatedly assured Nurse Jin that he was fine. He was bleeding from his nose, but there was a good chance it wasn't from the crash. Nurse Jin tried to examine him, but he was too embarrassed to let her help as they ascended back to the living room. They were greeted by a very strange scene. Shuki had drawn an occult symbol on the carpet and placed a laptop in the middle while she danced and chanted. It sounded like she was trying to summon the so-called fifth evil eye. That's what she called one of the CCTV feeds. She was trying to repair one of their cameras using magic. The villa was situated along a steep cliff. As long as the cameras were installed on the hill path, they had a complete lay of the land. Nurse Jin and Han Feng went down to the affected camera to perform some maintenance. Due to the increasingly severe snowstorms, the CCTVs had been malfunctioning more often lately. While Han Feng was replacing the compromised camera, a faint explosion sounded nearby, alarming them. The visibility outside was severely limited, so it was hard to determine the source. Han Feng dismissed it as nothing too worrying. There were definitely people on the other side of the hill, but they would be fine as long as everyone minded their own business. The following afternoon, Han Feng woke up and went about his routine. The first thing he did was descend to the second basement to conduct some experiments. After all, the only thing on his mind was speeding up their garden's progress. He began by sprouting new seeds. However, getting the hang of the tempo was quite difficult. The rhythms he used for certain plants often failed to work on others. For every type of vegetable, he had to start from scratch and figure it out all over again. He kept practicing through constant trial and error for half an hour. Today was a bad day to be a plant in that garden. In just 30 minutes, Han Feng turned most of their sprouts into charcoal. Thankfully, he hadn't touched the first batch of vegetables that were close to being harvested. Maybe he was overdoing it. Perhaps he only needed a very faint application to speed up plant growth. Risking their progress, he exposed the first batch to a small amount of green light for half an hour. He was careful not to overexpose them, using only limited lighting each day. On the 5th day, the crew's hard work finally bore fruit. Veggies in this case. Holding the giant Chinese cabbage pot, Han Feng couldn't stop smiling. Weirdly, he grew a radish, shaped like a foot, and tomatoes that looked out of this world. The strangest was the massive green cabbage isolated in a corner. The vegetables enhanced by his green light microdosing looked odd, but at least they were healthy. In their situation, they would eat anything edible regardless of looks. That radish foot was very suspicious though. They cooked most of their harvest and had an all-vegetable feast. 2 weeks of work were devoured in a single sitting, and it was totally worth it. Even Chuchi had changed her mind about gardening, wanting to grow strawberries next time. Among all the dishes, the only leftover was a pile of sautéed green cabbage from that giant plant. No one wanted to touch it anymore, they simply had too much of it. Moments like this reminded Han Feng of Brother Li. That guy could probably finish whatever you put in front of him. It had already been 2 weeks since he ventured downhill. The food supplies they left with were likely depleted by now. All Han Feng could do was hope for their safety. As they were finishing the feast, another explosion boomed from afar. Today was the 6th day they had been hearing such alarming sounds. Confident in their pristine location, it wasn't a major worry. The explosions only happened once a day anyway. 3 days later, the blasts increased exponentially. This time, a barrage of detonations shook the hillside. It had gotten so bad that it was interfering with Han Feng's peaceful life. Those annoying eruptions were really getting under his skin. Finally, he grabbed a ladder and climbed to the villa's roof to scout what exactly was happening down there. Even with the help of his binoculars, Han Feng could not make out what was happening on the other icy hills. He wondered who was brave enough to cause such a wild commotion. The culprit clearly wasn't afraid to reveal their location. Although there was still quite a distance from the villa, if the bombing continued to move closer, it would definitely prove troublesome. Han Feng didn't want to test if his reinforcement could withstand a direct blast. The problem was their wall. It was a bit too low and thin. He decided it was time for some remodeling. Although what was happening out there was still a mystery, upgrading their walls to be taller and thicker seemed like a good plan. Shuki didn't have any cement in her storage, so conventional means weren't an option. Thankfully, they had plenty of materials ready to use, the stones they had dug up from the basement. First, they piled up the stones neatly. Then they simply poured water over them. Before long, the water froze, forming a strong ice wall that would never melt. With the temperature so low, an ice wall filled with stones could be even stronger than regular cement. The three of them went all out on this new project, building taller and thicker walls, each playing their role diligently. When the stones ran out, Han Feng got more by tearing down the empty villas next to theirs. Through non-stop hard labor, they completed the giant ice wall in just 3 days. They built it so tall it covered the entire house. They could finally rest easy for now. The bombers didn't even give them a moment to appreciate their handiwork. The explosion started once more. This time, the blasts were close enough to be clearly visible from the villa. To make matters worse, the epicenters were getting nearer with every explosion. The bombing increased in intensity. The next one hit one of the villas in the neighborhood. The blast sent debris flying across the hillside. Some of it even hit the newly constructed ice wall. Up on the roof, Han Feng was grazed by a stray stone. That little shard flew so fast it cut his cheek. They were lucky they had finished the wall when they did. It could have been much worse. Han Feng hurried back inside and urged the girls to go to the second basement. They hid in the underground garden for half a day before heading back up. On the second night, while he was bathing, the bombardment restarted and nearly made him jump out of his skin. He had to hurry to the basement with only a towel to cover himself. On the morning of the third day, the villa right next to theirs was blown to bits, and a bomb hit the ice wall directly. On the afternoon of the fourth day, Han Feng was on the toilet when a real explosion made him pucker back up. To make matters worse, he almost exposed himself to Chu Chi. By the fifth day, he had finally had enough. Han Feng grabbed his sniper rifle and put on his ski gear, ready to venture into the war zone. Hiding in the basement every day was torturous. They couldn't eat or sleep properly, armed to the teeth. Pissed off and fully geared up, Han Feng intended to find the madman turning the icy world into a personal bomb site. He told the girls to take care of themselves and follow protocol until he returned. The ski down the hill went off without a hitch. On the way down, Han Feng saw the destruction caused by the bombardment up close for the first time. He found remnants of military uniforms scattered around the area, a sign that the military might be involved. Maybe that big baby and Captain Scar were mixed up in this mess. As he went further into the center of chaos, Han Feng saw more and more blown-up corpses. To be safe, he decided to move to higher ground to observe the situation below. The higher he climbed, the colder it got, which was tough on his lungs. Looking through the binoculars, he found a huge cave that looked like a secret military facility of some sort. Hidden in the walls were several cannons, likely the source of his headache. Outside the entrance, soldiers were acting stealthily as if their enemy were inside. Then they entered the complex, opening fire aggressively. It looked like some sort of internal strife. Before the soldiers could funnel into the cave, they were violently blown out by a domineering invisible force. One soldier was pushed back high enough to land near where Han Feng was spying. When he looked closely at the poor man, all he saw was a pile of mangled parts. The group had been wiped out in seconds. Turning his attention back to the cave, Han Feng saw a group calmly walking out. There were 3 of them, a girl with a bazooka, a boy who looked quite stylish, and a white-haired woman wearing glasses and a fashionable coat. For a split second, she looked as though she had detected something. The woman, Zhang Ruqing, looked directly at his position and smiled, her purple eyes bewitching. Han Feng felt his blood run cold. He was hundreds of meters away, yet he felt like helpless prey being hunted. Han Feng stayed prone, his survival instincts screaming. When he looked through the binoculars a second time, he saw the little girl, Zixi, aiming her bazooka at him with an unhinged smile. She pulled the trigger and blew, up the top of the hill he was hiding on. Fortunately, he managed to slide out of the blast radius just in time. It was confirmed. He had been spotted. Those 3 were bad news. Han Feng decided to find a better hiding spot before making his next move. Following the explosion, sounds of gunfire filled the air. There were still surviving soldiers trying to hold their ground against the trio. They were fearfully retreating while emptying their magazines, unfortunately for them. The little boy, Yuan Yi, was there to cut off their escape by manipulating the snow like a tidal wave. He did so with a completely blank expression on his face. When he pressed down harder, the snow imploded, causing a massive icy blast. Han Feng had to accept that he was out of his depth at this point. The implosion caused an avalanche, and he was in no position to dodge it. Tons of snow rampaged down the hill unimpeded, continuing until the terrain itself was altered. But once things had calmed down slightly, a red spark could be seen leaking out of the snowy surface. Using his red light, Han Feng managed to dig his way out of the deadly pile with another person in tow. He almost smothered, but survived thanks to quick thinking. He dragged an unconscious soldier down the path, eventually finding a dam to use as cover. Otherwise, he would have been buried for good. That nonchalant boy clearly had the ability to control ice and snow, the most overpowered ability in this apocalyptic snowscape. Hopefully, the soldier he rescued could provide useful information about that three-person army. Han Feng walked around and finally found a building high enough not to be completely buried by the snow. He dragged the soldier into a derelict room and tied him up for safety. Now that they were safe, Han Feng slapped the man with his gun to wake him up. When the soldier opened his eyes, he immediately folded and began begging for his life. Han Feng hadn't even asked a question yet, and the man was already ready to snitch. He had thought of so many interrogation methods, it was almost a bummer he wouldn't use them. Han Feng pulled out a chair and demanded to know about the women and children who had dominated the military complex. The soldier shuddered. Those three were inhuman. One practiced ice magic, another released energy waves, and the last was a walking bomb. Han Feng demanded a more thorough description of their abilities, starting with the woman. Zhang Ruqing could release energy waves with a wave of her hand, sending an entire battalion flying like kites. The crazy little girl, Zixi, was an explosion superhuman who could turn anything into a deadly bomb. And the boy, Yuanyi, was a menace who could freely manipulate ice and snow, making him untouchable. While the soldier cursed them as monstrous beasts, Han Feng was deep in thought. Given his own overpowered abilities, he couldn't really fault those three for using theirs freely. As time went by, more and more superhumans were cropping up everywhere. Han Feng had one more question. He wanted to know who was responsible for the bombing near his villa. The soldier swore they had nothing to do with it. Their camp had long been taken over by those three monsters. Today was actually their last effort to retake it after getting reinforcements from HQ. The bombing still pissed Han Feng off, but punishing the culprit might be easier said than done. The corpses he passed earlier were likely killed by Zhang Ruqing and her team. How could one even go against such an outrageously overpowered group? The fact that his peaceful life was being threatened by lunatics really ground Han Feng's gears. Since he had found the answers he was looking for, he let the soldier go. Afraid Han Feng would change his mind, the soldier ran into the snow without even asking to be untied. It was fine. He wouldn't need his hands where he was going. As soon as he reached the open field, he was blown up and erased from existence. What followed was a series of explosions targeting the general area where Han Feng was hiding. One of the bombs nearly blasted him off the face of the earth, but Han Feng managed to reinforce the wall in time to shield himself. Those bombardments weren't random. They were clearly aiming to blow him up with precision. He had hidden several hills away from those monsters, but he was still discovered. The three-person army wasn't even in a hurry. They were still in the military complex. The little girl, Zixi, was simply practicing the destructive abilities she had developed. Zhang Ruqing sensed that the target's ability signature hadn't disappeared. In fact, it had become stronger. Whoever they were targeting was powerful enough to survive both an avalanche and several bombs. Zhang Ruqing ordered a few more explosives for good measure. If the target survived, they would give chase. They couldn't let a potential enemy go free. Yuanyi seemed unenthusiastic, but Zixi was pumped. Back in his hidey hole, Han Feng slumped into his chair. Today was full of deadly close calls. He briefly considered fighting, but facing three superhumans alone was a one-way ticket to hell. Yet if he ran home, the bombings would only follow him. For the sake of a peaceful future, Han Feng had to take it upon himself to eliminate this threat. He grabbed a stone and began to draw his attack plan. Nearby was a thick snowfield in front of the dam, surrounded by hills. The three enemies were stationed there, all possessing special abilities. Zixi could turn everything she touched into a bomb. Han Feng had already gauged that his reinforcement could defend against her bombardment. Zhang Ruqing could emit powerful energy waves from a distance, posing a moderate danger. His biggest headache was Yuanyi, who could create lethal avalanches. If that kid controlled the snow from afar, he could bury both Han Feng and the dam together. Currently, he had a sniper rifle, which allowed him to fight back from long range. Unfortunately, he wasn't a trained marksman. If the distance was too great, he'd likely miss. If the enemies hid in the hills around the dam, it would be impossible to scope them out. Han Feng racked his brain for other ways to eliminate the threat. Setting a snow trap would require knowledge of their route, and the boy could easily render it useless. Then it hit him. He could lure the trio to the lower level of the dam, open the gates to release the water, and flush them away. It was a promising plan, but how would he lure them down while also being able to open the gates from above? He estimated the gate stood at around 7 meters tall. Han Feng recalled that Arctic ice is typically around 2 meters thick. Given the gate's height, he should be able to access the liquid water below the frozen surface. To confirm his theory, he decided to check. Using his red glow, he easily dug through the thick pile of snow. If he went through the trouble of setting this up and the gate didn't release any water, he'd be doomed. Hidden by a snow pile, he sent his purple glow down to the bottom of the gate. Upon reaching the desired spot, he intensified the light and softened the concrete of the gate. With a small portion of the gate softened, water spouted out. To avoid revealing his hand too early, he repaired the gate using his green glow. The test was successful. He could release the water at will. If he could just lure them to the lower level, victory was secured. While Han Feng crafted his plan, the trio was barreling through the frozen woods, undeterred by the snow. Zhang Ruking used a mental trick to pinpoint his location. Excitedly, Zixi pulled out her rocket launcher, eager to blow things up. Zhang Ruking stopped Zixi from acting recklessly, asserting that Yuan Yi should move first to drive the vermin out. Yuan Yi obediently followed orders, manipulating the snow to form a wave. Starting from uphill, the wave quickly snowballed into an avalanche that swallowed Han Feng's heaty hole. Inside the outpost, he desperately reinforced the walls to defend against the incoming snow. Han Feng's reinforcement prevented the building from collapsing under the destructive force. Grabbing his rifle, he used the scope to spot the enemy's position. Tracing the origin of the avalanche, he easily found his targets. With his crosshair on Zhang Ruking's head, Han Feng didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. The high-caliber bullet whizzed through the cold air. It covered a large distance, thirsty for a headshot. Unfortunately, Zhang Ruking saw the bullet coming and put up a barrier just in time, causing the bullet to ricochet away. From that point, Han Feng turned trigger-happy, emptying his clip with increasingly inaccurate shots. Accuracy didn't matter, they were all blocked. Since the avalanche didn't finish the job, it was Zixi's turn to blow things up. With the barrier still up, the trio rushed toward his location. The missed shots didn't bother him, it was all part of the plan to lure them in. Han Feng calmly packed his gear and climbed a table he had fashioned into a ladder. It propped him up as he reached the ceiling and cracked a hole open using his red glow. Out on the roof, he took a deep breath and prepared to hurl every insult and piece of trash talk he had. Han Feng unleashed a flurry of curses that would make a veteran gamer cry. The trio was so shocked to hear such foul language that they stopped in their tracks. Their shock quickly turned to rage. Zixi wanted nothing more than to bomb him to death. She raised her arm only to notice that her rocket launcher was gone. Zhang Ruking had already grabbed it herself, the air around her turning even colder. She did not appreciate being insulted at all. To retaliate, Zhang Ruking went into a frenzy, launching explosives to signal her wrath. Even through her rage, her accuracy was deadly. Unfortunately for them, Han Feng was already on to the next phase. He jumped from the roof and opened a parachute for a slow descent toward the dam. Seeing him retreat to the lower snowfield, the infuriated trio gave chase. Zhang Ruking was so irritated that even Zixi tried to calm her down. The rage bait was too strong. They chased him on foot, gaining on the parachute. Unbeknownst to them, the parachute was only carrying a decoy. Han Feng stayed above the dam to execute the most crucial part of his plan. As his purple glow softened the gate's surface, he quietly bade his enemies a frigid farewell. The leak started slowly, but as the softened wall opened wider, the flood finally broke through. Water cascaded down the snow with unstoppable pressure. Han Feng wasn't satisfied with just one gate. He wanted more. He hopped along the top of the wall, opening the second, third, and fourth gates. The combined force of the 4 open gates was unrelenting. Suddenly, the trio found themselves in a bind. They had gone quite far trying to locate the man who had insulted them. Zhang Ruking tried to use her mental trick, but she couldn't detect any ability fluctuations nearby. The first to notice the increasingly loud sound from behind was Yuan Yi. By then it was too late, the flood had already reached them. Realizing they had fallen into a trap, Zhang Ruking pulled the children close. Yuan Yi touched the snow beneath them, lifting the pile to gain elevation. But his ice manipulation couldn't outrun the rampaging tsunami. To protect the group, Zhang Ruking put up another barrier. Yuan Yi tried to snow surf away from the flood, but the surrounding snow had melted and there wasn't enough to use. Inevitably, the barrier shattered and they were on the brink of being swallowed whole. Despite being tripped up, her instincts kicked in and she grabbed the kids to avoid the worst-case scenario. She managed to conjure a barrier in the nick of time. The transparent orb was the only thing protecting them. In just a few moments, the frozen surface of the dam turned into a churning body of water. The man who made it happen watched from the wall. His view was blocked by hills, so he couldn't see the aftermath, but he figured if they didn't drown, they'd succumb to the cold. This was enough to be at ease and head back to the base to destroy the remaining cannons. Han Feng could already see his beautiful, carefree days returning. He fashioned makeshift footwear to traverse the thick snow without sinking, and headed toward the military base. He wished he could travel as if the snow were flatland, but that wasn't an option. The journey took a while due to the terrain, but he eventually reached his destination. He picked up an assault rifle on the way and cautiously approached the cave entrance. Although he had neutralized the immediate threat, he knew it was better to be safe than sorry. It would be a shame to die from a normal bullet after expertly outplaying 3 ability users. Using his purple glow, he took care of the 2 cannons outside. By altering their properties, the solid metal cannons melted away. He was about to do the same to the shells, but considered the risk of them exploding once melted. A massive explosion could attract unwanted attention. Han Feng decided to leave the shells alone. Without cannons, they were useless anyway. With the exterior handled, he quietly approached the cave tunnel. Inside, he found rows of weaponry with enough ammunition to destroy a small city. Luckily, his villa had only been subjected to small mortars previously. If the larger artillery had been used, his ice wall would have been useless. Those huge shells sent a shiver down his spine. They were essentially weapons of mass destruction. No matter how much he reinforced his defenses, one extra-large shell could blow his peaceful life to smithereens in an instant. So melting the massive cannons was a no-brainer. Han Feng got to work and rendered the hunks of metal useless one by one. It took a while, but he finished the job, turning the long pipes into sad, melted metal. Heading deeper into the base, he found an abundance of supplies, enough to gear up a decent-sized military troop. It was no wonder those soldiers were trying so hard to retake the place from the trio. Han Feng was just one man. He couldn't take all these supplies alone. Still, he worried that someone else might discover the firearms stored here. If Chu Chi were here, taking everything would have been as easy as pie. Just thinking about Chu Chi absorbing everything into her storage space excited him. Maybe he could go back to the villa and bring her here. It would be safer to have this firepower at their disposal. After finishing his thorough sweep of the base, Han Feng made his exit. On the way out of the tunnel, he was greeted by a shower of loose rocks thrown his way. Looking closer, he saw mystical handprints on each of the rock's surfaces. Immediately, the rocks lit up with a crimson hue in unison. What followed was one massive explosion from dozens of charged explosives. The culprits were standing on top of the cavern entrance. Zixi finally felt better now that she had blown up the slippery Han Feng. Using her mental trick, Zhang Ruqing tried to check if the target was dead. Her calm demeanor was replaced by shock upon scanning the blast radius. As the dust dispersed, it revealed Han Feng steadfastly standing while emitting a faint green and purple glow. Noticing the rocks at his feet, he had hurriedly covered up with his winter gear and reinforced his outfit. It was frightening, but he survived. If he hadn't had gear that covered his entire body, he would have died for sure. It looked like the rocks had come directly from above the cave. Cursing his luck, he activated the red glow and targeted the walls of the cavern entrance. Since they were resorting to ambushes, he was ready to retaliate. The red glow quickly covered the mouth of the tunnel. Immediately, the concrete walls gave way and collapsed, disintegrating under the effect of his ability. Before they could figure out what was happening, the trio fell along with the collapsing surface. Zixi landed on her butt, Yuan Yi hit his head, and Zhang Ruqing lost consciousness for a second. Willing herself to sit up, she warned the kids to get moving. Upon seeing Han Feng positioned with an assault rifle aimed directly at them, she tried to drag the other two away. Han Feng ruthlessly opened fire to prevent his tormentors from escaping. Since she prioritized the safety of the kids, Zhang Ruqing fell behind. One of the bullets burrowed through her leg, cutting off her escape. The other two barely leaped to safety while their leader was incapacitated. Recognizing that the tables had turned, Zhang Ruqing surrendered at gunpoint. Always hot-tempered, Zixi threatened Han Feng to release her big sister. Internally, he was terrified of the girl. The explosive power of those rocks had nearly taken him out a moment ago. If he shot the woman first, he might not be able to defend against another explosive rock in time. But if he shot the girl first, the woman would undoubtedly attack him with an energy wave. Not to mention the boy who could bury him in snow instantly. After weighing his options, Han Feng decided to open a dialogue. He asserted there was no bad blood and that if they stopped bombarding his house, he was open to peace. Zhang Ruqing was confused, while Zixi looked like a deer caught in headlights. The girl asked if Han Feng lived in one of those hillside villas. Han Feng passionately complained that he was just minding his own business, yet he was being bombarded daily. He wouldn't even have come down to this dangerous place otherwise. Confronted by her sister, Zixi apologetically explained that she just couldn't stop blowing things up. She felt uncomfortable if she didn't do it daily. Additionally, whenever she thought of the rich people in those fancy houses, she just wanted to bomb them. Someone really needed to lock her up. It finally clicked that Han Feng wasn't related to the soldiers who had ambushed them earlier. He just happened to appear at the same time as those rookies due to an unfortunate coincidence. Both parties realized they were trying to kill each other because of a massive miscommunication. With tears in her eyes, Zhang Ruqing wholeheartedly apologized. She even tried to butter Han Feng up by calling him handsome. Even with the beauty in front of him, Han Feng's annoyance wouldn't be appeased. He called her out on her fake tears. But she was actually tearing up from the pain of the gunshot wound in her leg. Eventually, Han Feng softened and allowed the trio back into the military base. Thankfully, the place was stocked with medical supplies necessary to remove the bullet and treat the wound. Han Feng still held them at gunpoint while observing. During the operation, Zhang Ruqing remained incredibly calm. If he were her, he'd be screaming in pain. He also noted the little girl's skillful handling of the medical treatment. Clearly, this group's background was not simple. Once the wound was wrapped, Han Feng stated his terms. The hillside villas were now a no-boom zone. Both parties would coexist peacefully. Zhang Ruqing readily agreed and apologized for Zixi's recklessness. To show her sincerity, she allowed Han Feng to take any resources from the base. Zixi tried to argue but was met with a death glare. If it weren't for her compulsion to bomb the neighborhood, this wouldn't have happened. She'd better ask for forgiveness properly. Moments ago, they were at each other's throats. Now the woman's demeanor had completely changed. Curious, he asked how she was able to pinpoint his location so precisely. Before answering, she asked him to put the gun down since they had reconciled. But Han Feng wasn't stupid. Sweet talk wasn't enough to establish trust just yet. So Zhang Ruqing explained that she used a superpower technique that anyone could theoretically learn. She elaborated that even before the climate shift, there were people who possessed supernatural abilities. These superhumans emit fluctuations similar to a magnetic field. If you can sense these patterns, you can determine their rough location. Han Feng stayed and continued chatting with her for some time, gaining a basic understanding of how to sense the energy fluctuations of others. Upon learning that powers grow stronger with proficiency, he asked if one person could awaken multiple abilities. She explained that different powers are usually incompatible. One person usually has only one. This meant his red, green, and purple glows were three distinct abilities that shouldn't have been able to coexist. After hours of discussion about abilities, Han Feng finally put the gun away and introduced himself as a former office worker. Zhang Ruqing also introduced herself as a teacher, sealing their new relationship with a handshake. With the gun out of the equation, Zhang Ruqing's gaze turned cold as she brought up the insults he had hurled during their fight. She did not appreciate being called a harlot or uggo at all. Beside them, Zixi laughed maniacally as the entire room lit up with her explosively charged handprints. The girl waited for her sister's signal to detonate the room while Han Feng stood his ground, still holding Zhang Ruqing's hand. He decided to bluff. With fake confidence, he claimed previous explosions hadn't left a scratch, so he wasn't afraid. In reality, he'd likely be heavily injured or killed if the room blew. In a cold tone, Zhang Ruqing asserted that their agreement stood, but she wanted an explanation for his vicious insults. Unable to withstand the pressure, he tried to pull his hand away, but she had a literal gorilla grip. So he resorted to flattery, calling her graceful, wise, gentle, beautiful, radiant, and the dream of all men. She blushed and commanded Zixi to stand down and stop threatening their ally. Zhang Ruqing finally let him go, his hands sore from her grip. Zixi, however, still refused to acknowledge a stinky man as an ally. So Han Feng used the same trick on her, praising the little lady for being lively, adorable, innocent, and cute. It was super effective. While obviously blushing, he had officially won Zixi over. Both Zhang Ruqing and Han Feng worried she might be too easy to trick. Meanwhile, little Yuan Yi was napping peacefully, sleeping like he didn't have a care in the world. With everything settled, it was time for Han Feng to leave. He'd return with help to collect resources in a few days as his generator's fuel was running low. Zhang Ruqing assured him he could take whatever he wanted. Since it was dark, she invited him to stay the night and leave at sunrise. Han Feng wasn't about to let a little past beef get in the way of a potential opportunity. Unfortunately, with Zixi nearby, he didn't feel safe enough to stay. Against his desires, he had to head back out into the snowy fields to return home. Once he was gone, Zixi asked her sister if it was okay to have withheld details about superpowers. Zhang Ruqing admitted she held back info to use as a bargaining chip later. She then turned to Yuan Yi and told him to stop pretending to be asleep now that the visitor was gone. The boy was a great actor but hated talking to strangers. Since he had used his abilities multiple times, Zhang Ruqing asked if he felt any changes. Zixi performed a thorough checkup from head to toe. She even checked his rear. Laughing her head off, Zixi found what she was looking for on Yuan Yi's butt. Zhang Ruqing was relieved that only his backside was affected, but for his safety, they'd limit his power usage in the future. Outside, the temperature was at its absolute lowest as Han Feng trekked through the snowy hills, braving the cold. The physical toll of the day's events and the long walk back had drained his stamina completely. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong with his heart rate and blood flow. He took a knee in discomfort, struggling to catch his breath. He realized he might not last much longer in this environment. Luckily, he had reached the perimeter where he had installed his CCTV cameras. He found one of the cameras and tried to signal for help. Unfortunately, no one was watching the feedback at the villa. Nurse Jin was under the covers, sleeping soundly with a weighted blanket and multiple heaters. In contrast to her cozy room, Chuti was knocked out in her bed, surrounded by junk. Han Feng realized he was in trouble. His housemates were asleep, and he was effectively at death's door. His heartbeat grew erratic, as strange patterns began to emerge on the surface of his skin. He felt a stabbing pain in his chest, unlike anything he had ever experienced. Combined with exhaustion, he collapsed in the snow, unconscious. His body temperature began a free fall. Through some miracle, Han Feng managed to open his eyes after an unknown amount of time. With blurry vision, he made out Nurse Jin's face under the ceiling light. Still in fight-or-flight mode, he jumped out of bed in a panic and fell to the floor. Finding himself exposed, he finally realized he was back in the safety of the villa. He also realized he was completely naked in front of his housemates. Han Feng had been lucky. Last night, Nurse Jin got hungry and happened to glance at the CCTV screen on her way to the kitchen. She immediately put on her coat, went down the hill, and carried him back. With her strength, it was easy. To help him recover, she dragged him into a warm room and removed all his snow-covered clothes. Nurse Jin found no injuries. He had simply fainted for unknown reasons. The last thing he remembered was that sudden, sharp pain in his chest. Once he was stable, Han Feng gave Nurse Jin and Chu Qi a full rundown of everything that had happened. Nurse Jin is still trying to figure out what triggered his near-death experience. She considers that the cold and exhaustion might have caused angina. Chu Q, on the other hand, is more focused on Han Feng's 1v3 fight. Remembering that Zhang Ruoqing is waiting for him to return for resources, he enthusiastically invites Chu Q to accompany him. Nurse Jin emphatically puts her foot down, ordering him to get much-needed bed rest to avoid cardiac strain. She also forbids Chu Q from disturbing Han Feng for the next few days. For the next 5 days, Nurse Jin attentively tends to his needs and he recovers completely. Throughout those 5 days, Han Feng has been practicing the superhuman sensing technique he learned from Zhang Ruoqing. After exerting himself with utmost focus, he finally senses Nurse Jin's location and finds her sitting in a strange posture. Being in the bathroom on the other side of the house, the poor woman suddenly feels as if someone is staring at her. At this moment, Han Feng realizes that he has just unlocked a divine technique. Back at the military base, Zhang Ruoqing in her wheelchair is growing concerned for Han Feng. She thought he would return quickly, but 8 days have already passed since his departure. Her worries dissolve upon sensing his presence heading for the base. To her surprise, he has 2 other superhumans with him. Finally, the 2 superhuman parties are about to meet. With a smile, Han Feng greets Zhang Ruoqing enthusiastically, while he and Nurse Jin pull Chu Q in a sleigh. He turns to his housemates and properly introduces Zhang Ruoqing, Zixi, and Yuan Yi as their new allies. Nurse Jin bows politely with a sweet introduction, while Chu Q gives a deadpan hello. The little demon king and the dominant mommy catch sight of each other and both stop in their tracks. Chu Q immediately turns around and boards the sleigh, grumbling that coming here was a mistake. Zhang Ruoqing miraculously stands up from her wheelchair and worriedly refers to Chu Q as Big Sister. Everyone else present is flabbergasted by this unpredictable twist of fate. Chu Q insists she is just a cute 12-year-old girl, so Auntie must be mistaken. Zhang Ruoqing refuses to listen to her backhanded excuse, leaping out of the wheelchair as if she hadn't been shot in the leg a week ago. A scuffle quickly ensues as she confronts Chu Q for suddenly disappearing from the research institute and worrying everyone. Chu Q asserts that she was simply following her dream of staying home and eating all day until she dies. While the sisters are duking it out, the other 4 are in the same boat, confused by what is happening. It takes a while, but things eventually calm down and everyone retreats deep into the base. Chu Q and Zhang Ruoqing explain that they really are sisters. Zhang Ruoqing elaborates that Chu Q is her blood-related sister from a different father and mother. It was an unclear description, to say the least. Zhang Ruoqing grew up as an orphan. She was adopted when she was 11 years old, at which point Chu Q became her elder sister. Back then, they were inseparable, sharing a bond stronger than real sisters. Han Feng and Zixi stand up simultaneously to protest the timeline. No matter how you look at it, Zhang Ruoqing should be the older sister here. She understands their reservations. It is normal for them to be confused since Chu Q has always looked so small and adorable. To prove the truth, Zhang Ruoqing shows them a photo from their younger years. She was indeed younger by 1 year, which was evident back then. But there is basically no difference in how Chu Q looked years ago compared to right now. If the little demon king is 21 years old, that puts Zhang Ruoqing at just 20. She certainly grew up fast. Zixi comments that rather than sisters, they look more like mother and daughter right now. Realizing she struck a nerve, the crazy Zixi immediately apologizes. It has been a long time since they've seen each other, so Zhang Ruoqing has a lot to tell her sister about what happened at the research institute. Before spilling the details, she looks at Han Feng to signal that she would prefer telling the story only to her sister. Han Feng picks up on that signal and urges Nurse Jin to join him for a walk inside the cave to scout for useful resources. Chu Q steps in and firmly asks them to stay. As companions chosen by her evil eye, she reckons they have as much right to know about these matters. Han Feng and Nurse Jin gladly accept the invitation to stay and listen to the lore dump. Since it was her sister's request, Zhang Ruoqing relents and speaks freely. After Chu Q left, the research succeeded, but the professor leading the charge was killed, and the institute itself was destroyed. The very first sentence contains so much information yet skips many details. Han Feng cannot make sense of what she is saying. With a deadpan expression, Chu Q insists that she already knew all about that. Zhang Ruoqing adds that hostile factions have risen in the city, capturing superhumans left and right. If their identities are revealed, those factions will hunt them to the ends of the earth. Chu Q already knew that too. Desperate to give her sister new intel, Zhang Ruoqing pulls her dress down and explains that using superpowers excessively causes crystals to grow on a superhuman's body. She also found a method to remove these pesky crystals. Chu Q asserts that crystals grew on Han Feng's heart a few days ago, and she was the one who removed them. Han Feng had no idea this had happened. It looks like Nurse Jin was also aware of such significant information that he should have been told earlier. Disappointed that Chukyu basically knew everything already, Zhang Ruoqing dejectedly shares that she has developed a technique to sense superhuman fluctuations. Chukyu was unaware of this one. Zhang Ruoqing asks her sister to stop playing dumb just to comfort her. Chukyu has always been a peerless genius when it comes to everything. Han Feng has to step into this pity party to demand more details about what is really going on from the very beginning. With grim expressions, the strange sisters ask if he really wants to hear about the hellish beginning. He is a little freaked out, but ultimately insists on hearing the full story. About 2 years ago, an 18-year-old Zhang Ruoqing graduated with her bachelor's degree, while a 19-year-old Chu Qiu earned her master's. The sisters were widely praised as genius researchers. They immediately transitioned into the fringe department when the research institute found a superhuman sealed in ice. A year into researching this odd discovery, Chukyu and Zhang Ruoqing unexpectedly awakened superpowers of their own. That same day, Chukyu vanished, never to be seen again. Zhang Ruoqing continued working at the institute alongside the professor Zixi and Yuan Yi. Her work eventually led to the success of their man-made superhuman project. A few months into their testing phase, the professor was murdered inside a women's bathroom. Other researchers involved in the project also started going missing or dying one after another. In the end, the institute building was destroyed. Only Zhang Ruoqing, Zixi, and Yuan Yi managed to escape using their awakened abilities. Han Feng theorizes that the culprits must be after the newly developed superhuman technology and want to monopolize it. The theory fits. The killings and the Institute's destruction can be linked to greed. As far as Zhang Ruoqing knows, there is a hostile organization in the city called Base. They have gathered several superhumans and are at the top of the suspect list. The mention of other superhumans immediately makes Han Feng think of the militaristic bastards who tried to hunt them down. The group of soldiers that Zhang Ruoqing and her gang were fighting a week ago was also affiliated with Base. She managed to capture a minor captain, but the man kept insisting he was not a Base agent, but from the Uprising Volunteer Group instead. According to the captive, he once helped an entire neighborhood through a disaster. He was then captured by the Uprising Volunteer Group and forced to become cannon fodder. He is a refined gentleman, cultured and sophisticated. Han Feng refuses to believe that the uprising that Li Zhi joined would do such a vile thing. Furthermore, the uprising is full of scary-looking gangsters with hearts of gold. They are the farthest thing from looking cultured and refined. Curious about the captive, Han Feng asks the kids to bring him out of the cell for a face-to-face meeting. Since they are in a hidden military base, rows upon rows of jail cells were already set up for prisoners. Zixi approaches the only occupied room and the captive uncle moans that he has already told them everything he knows. This man keeps insisting that he was just a victim of the Uprising Volunteer Group's tyranny and that he was only following orders for the sake of survival. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Han Feng takes over. He cannot help but gloat at the man who forced him out of his home. Zhang Shuiyu, the clever dictator of the neighborhood, is now an emaciated prisoner. Han Feng asks what happened to the great philanthropist who was supposed to lead his people to a better life. Zhang Shuiyu keeps up his fake smile. He wasn't expecting to see the man he tried to rob here either. Trying to flip the script, he insists that back then, he had to take as many resources as possible to save more people, hoping that Han Feng would understand. He's practically saying it's Han Feng's fault for not cooperating. Of course, the master manipulator feigned understanding of Han Feng's decision to prioritize his own safety under such extreme conditions. Han Feng has had enough of this guy's bullshit. It is all an act that only brainwashed fools would believe. The way he sees it, Zhang Shuiyu allied himself with the people from Base, failed, and is now pretending to be a hostage of the Uprising Volunteer Group. Zixi absolutely hates those Base bastards. Now she is furious after being fed nothing but lies. As always, Zhang Shuiyu doubles down on insisting that he never told a lie. He admits that he did join Base initially and was appointed as a minor captain. On his first mission, his team tried to encircle the Uprising group but fell into an ambush. They surrendered and switched sides. Afterward, he was assigned to a battalion trying to impersonate soldiers to take over the underground storage in this cavernous military base. As we know, their defeat was swift, leading to his capture. Zhang Shuiyu is a great storyteller, but all Han Feng can hear is line after line of nonsense. He sighs and accepts that there is nothing more he can do. In response, Han Feng grabs that son of a bitch by the hair and slams his face into the metal bars of the cell. This crappy act duped the residents of the high-rise, but not Han Feng. Even with his face all mangled, Zhang Shuiyu continues doubling down on his story. Unsatisfied with just a few bruises, Han Feng starts treating that duplicitous face like a bony punching bag. Those prison bars cannot possibly stop his revenge. Groggy from the slamming and punching, Zhang Shuiyu tries to sit back up. You have to give it to the guy. His commitment to sticking with his script, despite torture, is impeccable. He admits he has no more cards to play. He is a helpless captive with a horrible past, so for the sake of his survival, he swears to never tell another lie. Han Feng's temper is being tested. He clicks his tongue, pulls out a pistol, and racks the slide. With a gun to his face, Zhang Shuyu gets one more chance to spill all the information he has about the organization known as Base. With a hint of fear in his voice, Zhang Shuyu repeats that he was captured by the uprising not long after he joined Base, so he doesn't know much about them. Since the bastard is dead set on making a fool out of him, Han Feng pulls the trigger and deliberately targets the ear to show he means business. That first shot can be considered a warning. Han Feng won't kill him just yet, as he intends to squeeze every bit of value from the man. But if Zhang Shuyu continues with his virtuous act, then he would be a truly worthless fool. With that, Han Feng and Zixi leave the high-profile prisoner to mull over his options. On the way back to the main room, Zixi praises Han Feng for looking so cool while beating the dog shit out of their prisoner. When they get back, they find the others chilling and leisurely playing cards. Han Feng informs Nurse Jin and Chu Q who the captive in the basement prison really is. Upon hearing Zhang Shuyu's name, their mouths hang agape. Confused by all this, Zhang Ruoqing receives a brief summary from her sister about everything that happened in the frigid neighborhood. She cannot believe she was being led on by a sociopath. Yuan Yi already expected something like this. He believes that most good-looking people are bad people. Since Zhang Shuyu is affiliated with Base, it's safe to assume that the underground storage originally belonged to them as well. It seems that Base's patrol team is being harassed by the uprising volunteers, and they are desperately trying to gather strength to squash the rebellion. There is a good chance that Uncle Li is the one giving Base a headache. However, through his chat with Zhang Shuyu, Han Feng found out that the current leader of the uprising volunteer group is Li Ji. That's right, my goat brother Li is running things. Han Feng didn't believe it at first either. He thought Zhang Shuyu was lying, so he beat that asshole up some more. Still missing parts of the plot, Zhang Ruoqing listens to another lore dump from her sister regarding how they are connected with the uprising. So far, they now know that Base is currently occupying the international airport and has close to 1,000 soldiers on deck. They have been tirelessly searching for resources and manpower throughout the city. They take young men and assign them to the military to be provided with normal meals. The women they deem ugly, old people, and corpses are secretly processed into food for ordinary citizens. Base is an inhumane organization, to say the least. If it were up to Zixi, she would gladly burn the whole thing to ashes. Han Feng just dropped a lot of shocking details, yet his housemates look unperturbed. As it turns out, Uncle Li Zhenghao already told them all about the gruesome operation. Han Feng could tell the annoying old man deliberately left him out of the loop. It is certain now that once Base is done conquering the uprising volunteer group, they will focus all their manpower on conquering this underground storage. The villa they call home isn't far from here either. They will inevitably be exposed. To prevent this situation from getting worse, Han Feng plans to bring weapons and equipment to support the uprising. Chu Q readily agrees with his suggestion. Everyone moves toward the hallway where all the firepower is stored. And Chu Q does her thing. She chants something about the true powers of the evil eye and opens her subspace storage to suck everything inside. Zixi is hyped to see such a flashy superhuman ability, as expected of her big sister's big sister. Once the firearms and ammunition are secured, Han Feng drags Chu Q to suck up all the fuel and rations in the other rooms as well. While he goes through the checklist of other things they need, Chu Q looks as if she is about to throw up everything she has absorbed. To keep everyone connected, Zhang Ruoqing brings up military walkie-talkies with a 30-kilometer range. These will be essential for relaying information in the future. Han Feng continues shoving tons of military supplies inside the little lady, maxing out her capacity. Meanwhile, the fight for the city is raging on. The people from Base have surrounded the remaining members of the uprising. Uncle Li Zhenghao is nowhere to be found, and Li Ji is starting to believe he is not cut out to be a leader. To make matters worse, Base soldiers have tied captured uprising volunteers to their armored cars to serve as meat shields as they advance. Once in range, they give the rebels a chance to surrender at once. Otherwise, they will start shooting. The soldiers warn the remnants of the resistance that they have thermal imaging to see through buildings. At this point, they are riddling random buildings with bullets, hoping to locate the slippery rebels. They have been patrolling the area for a long time, but their thermal imaging hasn't picked up a whiff of Li Ji and his men. The boys manning the tank have been following their captain's orders blindly, despite being totally in the dark regarding the target's position. The 4th squad completely sweeps one sector and wastes bullets, but the plan continues. They are ordered to scour the next street and continue the search. Leading the hunting squads is none other than Captain Zhao. Just like the 4th, the 1st, and 2nd squads find nothing. Tagging along in Captain Zhao's ride, a young man with some immaculate military drip expresses his doubts about the captain. Captain Zhao already has a bad record. He let a superhuman escape not long ago and was punished by the commanding officer. Now, he can't even deal with a bunch of normal humans within a reasonable time frame. Visibly annoyed, the captain explains that the buildings of the old district are cluttered together. Finding the uprising volunteers won't be quick. Shrinking down the area bit by bit and suffocating the perimeter is the way to go. After rage-baiting the guard captain, the young officer gets out of the car out of boredom. He pops a cigarette into his mouth and lights a blue fire at the tip of his finger. The young officer is a superhuman. Once the young officer is out of sight, the captain's driver asks who that arrogant prick was. Captain Zhao describes the rage baiter as something not human. Refocusing on the task at hand, Zhao rouses all his squads to continue shrinking the search area and to leave no stone unturned. Not far from the city, 3 people are speeding through the land, completely undeterred by the thick layer of snow in their path. It is Han Feng, Chu Qiu, and little Yuan Yi, the latter working as a human snowmobile by controlling and surfing through the ice. While sitting on a comfy chair, Han Feng praises Yuan Yi's supremely convenient superpower for bringing them to the city so soon. The kid can't help but feel he is being treated like a mere transportation tool. If it wasn't for the sake of fresh meat and vegetables that Han Feng tempted him with, he would not have gotten out of bed for this mission. According to Han Feng's estimate, they should arrive once they turn left and cross 2 more snow-covered streets. Finally, they arrive at their destination, the sewers that he and Li Ji used to travel back and forth from their original residence. The entrance has been breached by a ton of snow, but Yuan Yi easily clears the way down. Once they set foot in the sewer system, Han Feng warns the two to stick together. The paths down here are very complicated, and it's very easy to get lost. They are heading for the district ahead. There might be people posted there, so they must be vigilant for a possible ambush. The trio traverse the sewers without a hitch, but they encounter a massive blockage on the final stretch. Han Feng easily deals with the pile of boulders blocking the way with his red glow. With that out of the way, they make an exit through Xingfu District's second basement. Looking at the familiar car park, Han Feng didn't expect a day would come when he would return to this place willingly. All those horrible things happened not too long ago, yet it feels like a lifetime away now. Now they have to figure out how to find Uncle Li and the others. According to Zhang Shuiyu, the uprising is camping around the old district to the west, with no concrete location. An hour passes, and the 3 easily secure a high ground position in the western district. From above, they can see the soldiers slowly patrolling and encircling the area in search of the uprising remnants. They thought following the soldiers would lead them to Li Ji, but these armed men suck at their job. An hour has passed, and they're still running in circles. Thankfully, some explosive development happens a few blocks away. Looking through his binoculars, Han Feng sees one of the base tanks blown up and mangled. He turns his attention to a nearby building and finds Li Ji leading the attack with a bazooka in hand. It might look like a win, but the resulting explosion swiftly draws the attention of the other squads. They have been surrounded. Li Ji asks for a megaphone and one of his men fetches it. With his delinquent voice amplified, he curses the bastards from base, taunting the weak soldiers to get him if they can. Their numbers might have dwindled, but their spirits are as fiery as ever. Even if they get wiped out, the uprising will take their enemies down with them. Li Ji's men will literally follow him to hell and back. Captain Zhao arrives on the scene and issues the mandate to shoot with the intent to kill. He doesn't want any uprising bastard left alive, even if the higher-ups ordered him to find the mithril in their possession. This dude is tilted because he had to sacrifice so many of his troops just to locate the rebels. He wants blood. Ignoring the bigger picture, the base soldiers dutifully follow the captain's orders. They set up their own artillery rounds from below and aim them all at the rooftop where the uprising is holding out. With an emphatic signal to fire, multiple explosions erupt, but it is the base tanks that blow up. Confused, Captain Zhao cranes his neck out of the vehicle. From above, they see a man and 2 kids surfing over neighboring roofs, seemingly manipulating snow while unleashing a rain of military-grade hand grenades. Chukyu keeps a steady output of hand grenades coming while Han Feng happily tosses them from above like an airborne bomber. All hell breaks loose as the tanks, vehicles, and soldiers are blown to smithereens. Captain Zhao takes one look at Han Feng's face, and memories of his previous failure come rushing back. Thinking objectively, he reckons Han Feng is trying to lure him away to save the uprising volunteer group. Nevertheless, capturing a superhuman will be highly valued by the commanding officer. This could be Zhao's way back into his boss's good graces. So he orders his remaining men to ignore the jerks from the uprising and go chase after the brat who did a drive-by with grenades. With a megaphone of his own, Captain Zhao tries to negotiate with Han Feng. He promises the post of second-in-command upon joining base. Unbeknownst to the desperate, scarred captain, he is following Yuan Yi, who was tasked with luring the enemies away. Once the assholes from base are gone, Han Feng and Chu Qiu emerge from the neighboring rooftop snow pile. After signaling the uprising group to go downstairs, they meet in the snowy streets below. Li Ji is finally reunited with his little bro. It is quite emotional, with tears, snot, and other bodily fluids freezing in the air. Still crying, Li Ji introduces Han Feng to his men as a sworn brother with whom he's been through life and death. Han Feng asks the volunteers to follow him as he prepares some good stuff for the men fighting the good fight. To help the cause, Han Feng restores some of the heavy cannons he once melted and gifts them to the uprising. He then whispers to Li Ji that they should keep Chu Qiu's abilities a secret from the others just to be safe. With the cannons as his backdrop, Han Feng rouses the uprising volunteer group to prepare for a counterattack. It's time to turn those base bastards into dust. Stealing the scene, Chukyu pronounces the uprising volunteers as her apostles, chosen by the tyrant's eye of truth to rain down cleansing fires of karma. Leisure loves the pep talk, but the older volunteers are just flat out confused. Grabbing Hanfeng excitedly, Leisure wants to learn how to fire the cannons right away. There's a bit of a problem here. Hanfeng just supplied the weapons. He doesn't actually know how to use them. So Leisure turns to his men in hopes that someone knows how to operate a weapon of this caliber. One of the boys, the smallest guy in the resistance, shyly raises his hand. He used to be an artilleryman in the military. Putting him on the spot, everyone relies on this one small dude to teach them how to blow shit up. The artilleryman goes on a winding lecture about the howitzer's manufacture date, caliber, muzzle velocity, maximum range, recoil system, and a bunch of other technical jargon. To put him to the test, Hanfeng points out the building that the people from base are using as a camp. There's no need for a lecture, they just need to make their enemies explode. To make sure those base bastards gather in that particular building, he makes sure to leave something they won't be able to resist. Once those greedy pigs see it, they won't be able to walk away without getting a taste. As expected, every squad loses its target somewhere nearby, but their spirits are up after making a massive discovery. They stumble upon a huge cache of fuel and food. It's a mystery why someone would hoard such valuable supplies in such a place, and Captain Zhao theorizes that this place must have been the rebel hideout. Just to be safe, he orders his men to check the surrounding area for traps. Once safety is confirmed, they can haul everything away. Supplies are especially scarce right now. No matter where fuel and food come from, they're not in a position to pass them up. Looking at the clustered barrels of fuel, Captain Zhao is struck with a deadly premonition. He is frozen in place as a cold shiver runs up his spine. A few meters away, Hanfeng gives the signal to fire up the howitzers. After getting a crash course on how they operate, the uprising volunteers man the cannons and unleash a destructive barrage. The clueless base army was giddily retrieving the barrels of fuel, completely oblivious to their impending doom. Suddenly, sounds of booming blasts fill the area as cannonballs land all around them. The fuel barrels they were happily hauling away are caught in the explosions and serve as a nasty accelerant. The oil inside the barrels quickly burns up and literally cooks everyone nearby. Still inside the building, Captain Zhao is knocked away by the impact. He watches as his men are burned alive, wallowing in their helpless and agonizing cries. No one has ever been so cooked in the history of being cooked. The fire might not have killed off the unlucky captain, but the collapse of the building surely will. The uprising volunteers do not stop firing. They reload cannonball after cannonball until the building is razed to the ground. Leiju is enjoying every second of it, even though their eardrums are suffering from the loud booms. After this barrage, their position will be exposed. The best thing to do when they run out of shells is to move out quickly. The assault lasts for an entire 10 minutes. The high-rise target collapses and is consumed by hellish flames. With the mission completed, everyone rushes to Hanfeng's side to celebrate their savior. They could not have asked for a more badass backup. Before everyone gets carried away, he reminds them they must stop dawdling and use this brief window of safety to escape. The volunteers agree and rush to the cannons, eager to bring these heavy weapons with them. Hanfeng steps in and tells them to leave the cannons be. They'll just plant some landmines around them, so when base bastards come looking, they'll be blown to bits. So instead of laboring and failing to take the howitzers away, the rebels focus their energy on filling the area around them with landmines. While the boys are working, Hanfeng asks how Chief Lu's rescue had gone. Leader admits they don't even know where the chief is being held. They have been capturing base officers to collect intel lately. That's why they've been attacking patrol units. As for Uncle Li Zhenghao, that old fart split up earlier and they've lost contact. Hanfeng reckons that Uncle Li will turn up sooner or later. For now, they should head back to Xingfu District to rest and recuperate. Before heading out, Hanfeng leaves a lot of weapons and supplies in the building's underground garage. There are enough weapons there to equip the uprising battalion to the teeth. He has lost count of how many times Leiju thanked him today. A few hours later, the uprising boys, Hanfeng and Chukyu, have long since vacated the area. The remnants of the base army find the cannons. They immediately report their discovery to the grimly injured and barely conscious Captain Zhao, riding in a wheelchair. His wounds might hurt, but his anger for his useless troops takes precedence. His orders were clear: find the bastards who tried to kill him, not the weapons they used. Frustrated and irritated, he rolls his wheels forward and feels something click underneath. He looks down and accepts his fate as his cigar falls out of his mouth. His last word is shit. 10 minutes of brutal bombings did not faze him, but one mistaken roll took Captain Zhao and the remaining base bastards out. Far away from the blast zone, Hanfeng watches the celebratory fireworks from Xingfu District's rooftop. He wonders which unlucky bastard got to taste those lethal landmines. Leiju sneaks up behind him, his breath stinking of alcohol. A good big bro will always drag his little bro to a celebratory drinking session. Inside one of the bigger apartments in the district, the uprising volunteers drink until they are drunk and eat warm food until they are full. Yuan Yi also circles back and becomes everyone's designated grill master. After 2 instances of worryingly loud explosions, Base sends more people to check on what the hell just happened. The superhuman officer leads the military detachment. Upon seeing the damage, he orders his men to clean up the bodies and pick up the charred corpses. Food is scarce in their camp these days. Burned human meat shouldn't be wasted. In the heart of the blast zone, he finds Captain Zhao's remains and reports to the commander that Zhao was ambushed and died heroically in battle. The commander doesn't give a shit. He just transfers the task of finding the key to the superhuman officer. The firebending officer gladly accepts the task from His Excellence, the commander. Before working on his new mission, the firebender stops by the 3rd Brigade's temporary command post, formerly a high-rise scenic cafe. Base's prized superhuman Zhang Dongxue has taken over as the 3rd Brigade's new captain. He excuses himself, saying there's a blizzard raging outside. Only a fool would work in such hellish weather. He would rather have some hot coffee instead. Besides, his underlings will do all the heavy lifting for him outside. He divides the depleted squads into 3-man teams to widen the search perimeter. He won't tolerate people slacking off. Captain Zhao's second-in-command survived, and this change of leadership sucks for him and everyone in the 3rd Brigade. At least Captain Zhao shared his men's hardships on the field. The new captain is just a lazy brat. Unwrapping a box of rice balls, Captain Zhang Dongxue anticipates that the uprising volunteer group will eventually run out of food and be forced to crawl out of hiding. Once that happens, his patrol teams would undoubtedly pinpoint their location. Captain Zhang takes a bite out of the plain rice ball and praises its impeccable taste. Only someone of his stature could eat such a delectable treat in this new society. He would bet those rebels are probably chewing on snow out of hunger by now. If he was eating like a king, these men were dining like gods. They had tons of meat, warm stew, fresh vegetables, and most importantly, alcohol. By the end of the night, everyone is in a food coma. Some are crying as they shove more delectable meat into their mouths. This is the first time they've had such luxury since the freeze. The artillery boy preferred the fresh veggies. They're so happy that they willingly pledged their allegiance to Han Feng, pronouncing him the uprising's big brother. Leader explains that he just picked up this rowdy bunch 10 days ago, so they haven't seen much of the world yet. Still, as the uprising's new big bro, he urges Han Feng to show some more goodwill. So he brings out the secret weapon, a pack of Huazi cigarettes, and offers everyone some delectable nicotine. Upon smelling that freshly opened pack, everyone, including those who were asleep, is brought to their feet. To cap off their feasting and drinking session, they all quietly enjoy smoking some Huazi. Doesn't take long for the whole room to be hotboxed by a pure lung cancer fog. These dudes haven't smoked in months, so it really hits the spot. Thankfully, Chu Q has gas masks for her and Yuan Yi as they quietly judge the grown-ass men smoking in front of a kid. Since the job is done, Yuan Yi asks Han Feng if they can head back home. The whole reason they came here was to deliver supplies. With that out of the way, there's no reason to stay any longer. Han Feng has also been at odds with Base lately, so he needs to hurry back in case anything happens. Hearing this, Li Ji worries that the villa might have been exposed. Han Feng quickly shuts him up as he prefers to keep his business secret. He then explains how he chased a soldier, found an underground warehouse, looted the equipment, and bolstered the firepower of the uprising. Before parting ways once more, Li Ji asks Han Feng if he can spare a few more cartons of cigarettes. They actually pawned a few of their brothers and might need the smokes to buy them back. Hearing such a ghastly sentence confuses and freaks out Han Feng. Li Ji explains that there's a place in the city where you can trade living people for supplies. The uprising was in a very desperate spot back then. With nowhere to go, they chose to pawn off some comrades. Now they are being asked to fork over 4 times the original price to buy them back. If those human traders dare to kill the pawned hostages, Li Ji won't be able to take it. Right now, an adult male can be traded for 10 jin, roughly 6 kilos of grain, while cigarettes are worth 30 kilos of grain. In these trying times, human life is cheap and cigarettes are treated like gold. Grain is also the cheapest food supply out there. The price of fruits and vegetables has gotten ridiculous. Li Ji heard someone traded 3 fresh tomatoes for 3 beautiful women. Immediately, Han Feng's mind jumps to his garden, which is full of valuable crops. He could trade some of his vegetables for some premium company. He forcefully snaps himself out of that daydream, visibly blushing. What he gathers here is that Base doesn't have full control of the entire frozen city. According to intel from patrol officers, Base uses subway tunnels to transport troops. They have a tight grip on areas along the subway lines. Meanwhile, areas without subways pose too much of an inconvenience, so Base ceded control over them. That's why the uprising volunteer group is entrenched in the old district, far from train lines. With a few cartons of cigarettes, they can finally buy their brothers back. They are going to need the manpower to rescue Director Liu later. Li Ji is pumped to bolster their forces, but the fatigue from endless running and fighting finally catches up to him. An old wound he sustained from fighting on the front lines reopens and knocks him to the floor. They set up the unconscious leader in a room full of electric heaters for comfort. Judging by the inflammation of his wound, he must have been injured several days ago. To avoid holding the group back, he actually hid his injury, enduring the harsh cold and the constant threat of enemies, until now. Li Ji is a real one. Concerned about their leader's survival, the Uprising boys turn to Han Feng for help. No one in this group knows anything about medicine, so he steps up and advises everyone to go outside for a bit. The Uprising boys want to stay, but a sensible old man drives the crowd out of the room. Finally, only Han Feng, Chu Qiu, Yuan Yi, and the unconscious Li Ji are left. Seeing no harm in it, Han Feng tries to use his green glow on Li Ji's gaping wound. After 10 minutes of futile effort, he is frustrated to find that the green glow's regenerative property has no effect, even though he had used it on himself before. Chu Qiu also scours her subspace and finds no medicine that could help. According to Yuan Yi, the military warehouse is also devoid of any medicine. Zhang Ruoqing was treated there, but that was only possible because her wound didn't get infected. Han Feng estimates that without urgent care, Li Ji won't last long. He pulls out his walkie-talkie and contacts Nurse Jin to walk him through what to do with the gunshot wound. She carefully explains the basic steps to at least increase his chances of survival. First, the bullet must be removed. After that, the wound must be cleaned with saline solution. It has to be disinfected with some povidone iodine, and Li Ji will need fever reducers and antibiotics. In order to find the necessary meds, Han Feng decides to suit up. With an old man, Brother Chang, as his guide, he heads for the city's underground black market. To get there faster, they rely on Yuan Yi's snow surfing ability once more. Brother Chang is absolutely floored by this, while the kid starts to feel like he's nothing more than a taxi. They are getting close to the city. The black market is located under the nearby river on the city outskirts. As they venture deeper into the outskirts, the cold winds continue to ramp up. Yuan Yi is unbothered while the other two struggle. Brother Chang elaborates that the market is inside a cross-river tunnel. Scavengers often set up ambushes along the main road, so they must take utmost precautions. Judging from the mountain of wrecked vehicles around the area, a lot of people have died journeying here. Since people bring supplies to the market, it's a hotspot for criminal activity. Not many scavengers have access to guns, so they should be fine with their gear. Unfortunately, they came on a day when a desperate thief equipped with a rifle was keeping an eye on the road. The thief complains that it's been 5 days since they looted anything good. His partner suggests they should be patient and ambush people after they've traded at the market, not before. Their last victim only had a few cartons of cigarettes. You can't exactly eat those. They had already resorted to eating human flesh, but the corpse they set aside had already rotted away. At that moment, the thief spots an incoming vehicle ripe for sniping. As the figure gets closer, he sees 3 people zooming through the snow without a vehicle. He is so flabbergasted that he lowers his weapon to watch in confusion. There's no doubt about it. Those figures are surfing on a wave of snow. His partner just chalks it up to sleep deprivation. Eventually, the group reaches the point where vehicles are banned. According to the rules, they must go on foot. If they disobey the rules of the black market, they'll end up like the clueless corpses surrounding the entrance. Countless dead bodies litter the perimeter, their bodies frozen and blue from the cold. Disturbed by the scene before them, Yuan Yi and Han Feng throw up their guts. Brother Chang calmly guides them to the toll booth, decorated with automatic machine guns and hanging corpses. Han Feng wipes the puke from his mouth, and the gang marches forward. After a few more minutes of hellish walking, they finally reach the secret entrance. They enter a dilapidated building, and Brother Chang tells the other two to steel their resolve for what they are about to witness. Out of nowhere, a hunk of metal sneaks up on Han Feng with a polite welcome, demanding they present a membership card. Upon closer look, the machine must be one of those hotel robots. It's crazy that someone is still charging it up. Brother Chang takes a black card from his bag and shows it to the bot. He is recognized as member 250 and escorted as an esteemed guest. The robot explains that the market is a peaceful establishment, and any violent behavior will result in being riddled with bullets. This place is no joke. The blood of those who disrespected the rules is permanently painted on the walls. Perhaps even more shocking is the fact that this place still has an operational elevator. The robot, the elevator, and the lights are all in perfect working condition. Han Feng can't even imagine how much power this requires. The faction behind the black market must be incredibly powerful. Upon arriving at the farthest door in the basement hall, the robot enthusiastically urges them to step inside. Han Feng grabs the door handle, preparing himself for whatever might be waiting on the other side. Maybe it's a place where the most vicious criminals, murderers, and thieves convene. There's also a possibility that it's some kind of auction house for illegal goods. Either way, he decides to keep his gun in hand just to be safe. Upon entry, they are hit with the disturbing sight of dismembered frozen corpses lining the sides of a long hallway. At the end of the hallway lies a laptop on a podium defended by 4 turret guns. The happy robot reiterates that any act endangering the market will result in grave consequences. The disturbing proof of this policy is plain to see all around them. At this point, Han Feng starts to second-guess whether they should really be in this place. Poor Yuan Yi has been traumatized. Brother Chang has to carry him on his back to continue. The computer is used to conduct every purchase and transaction. It boots up by itself and automatically pulls up the black market's landing page. No matter how you spin it, this place just doesn't make sense. Brother Chang has been here before, so he's used to the absurdity. Navigating through the special webpage, Brother Chang carefully searches for his comrades. The webpage has an extensive library of people for sale, and you can pay for their freedom using cigarette cartons. Once the 3 hostages are selected, the robot prompts them to pay 4.5 cartons. Before finalizing the sale, Hanfeng also adds the necessary medical supplies to their cart to treat Li Zhi. They need saline solution, iodine, mupirocin ointment, amoxicillin, cephalosporin, and more. Once finalized, their total comes up to 17 cartons of cigarettes. They brought quite a few, but they still come up short. Luckily, Hanfeng brought some other currency. He carefully places 6 cartons of cigarettes, 3 tomatoes worth 7 cartons, and 1 banana worth 4. The happy robot gladly accepts the payment and asks them to wait for the goods to be prepared. When the bot retreats, Hanfeng worries they might get scammed, but Brother Chang believes the market operates with integrity. A few minutes later, the robot returns with all the medical supplies they requested. The 3 live human specimens are also brought forward. Reunited with his boys, Brother Chang can't hold back and pulls his comrades into a big embrace. Then comes Hanfeng's other order, 10 game discs and 30 photo books. These photo books are special. They are for men of culture. Hanfeng discreetly and quickly puts them in his bag. Once they have what they came for, they exit that creepy place and vow never to return. On the way back, Brother Chang asks Hanfeng for a few of those special books. With a heavy heart, Hanfeng negotiates that he can only spare 2 books at most. Brother Chang haggles for 3. Yuanyi also asks for 2 as payment for his taxi service. The perverted adults have the nerve to scold him, asserting that these pages are unhealthy for a growing boy. While they are yapping about the magazines, the thief waiting for them finally pulls the trigger. The bullet hits Hanfeng squarely in the chest. Ecstatic, the lowlife licks his lips in anticipation. He finally caught a big fish. The group is forced to take cover while the thief continuously fires away. Brother Chang fires back and screams his lungs out, determined to avenge Hanfeng no matter what. The situation quickly devolves into a blind shootout. The thief starts to feel the pressure. The gunshots are bound to attract other criminals scouting the area. He's struggling to get a kill shot on the rest of his prey. His high ground position isn't helping as much as he'd hoped. Brother Chang is practically spamming the trigger while crying over Hanfeng's untimely death. Just kidding, Hanfeng is alive and well. He just tasked Brother Chang to draw the thief's attention, and now the old man is giving an Oscar-worthy dramatic performance. While bullets rain down, Hanfeng quietly sneaks through a blind spot. He uses scattered cars as cover to get closer to the building where the lowlife is firing from. Once in range, he uses his red glow to avenge himself. No one gets a free pot shot at Hanfeng without going to hell. Still embroiled in the shootout, the thief notices the creeping red glow far too late. Once the building is covered by his power, Hanfeng melts one side of the structure, destabilizing the entire thing. The collapse starts at the thief's foothold, causing him to fall. Along with rocky debris, he falls to the snow-covered ground. The waist-deep white powder breaks his fall and saves him from certain death. Unfortunately for the criminal, Hanfeng is already waiting for him downstairs. The lowlife refuses to believe his sneaky shot didn't kill the guy. Hanfeng reveals he was wearing a bulletproof vest underneath his winterwear. These days, it's common sense to do so. A normal person wouldn't even have access to a bulletproof vest, so the lowlife assumes he must be a soldier from base. Working off that assumption, he claims he is from the White Tiger Gang, which pledged allegiance to base long ago. He claims to personally know Captain Zhao. Instead of goodwill, his desperate yapping earns him a bullet to the head. Hanfeng coldly pulls the trigger. Anyone affiliated with base deserves death. He then hears a woman's voice coming from behind the debris and orders her to come out. The thief's partner shivers in fear. She looks around and sees something inside their loot bag that gives her an idea. Carrying the bag, she slowly emerges while begging Hanfeng not to shoot. With some pretty good acting, she insists she was a victim and had been imprisoned for days. She offers Hanfeng her bag of cigarettes as a token of gratitude, swearing she will do anything he asks. Hanfeng looks as though he is about to fall for it. He steps closer and assures her that he and his group are not bad people. She repeatedly thanks him while stealthily pulling a knife from the bag. Once he gets close enough, she bursts into action to stab him. He calmly raises his pistol and pulls the trigger in quick succession. The woman is stuck in place as bullets tear through her. She never expected a man would shoot a beauty like her. Hanfeng never bought her shoddy story. She claimed to be imprisoned for days, but her clothes were pristine, she had no injuries, and she was even wearing makeup. Only a horny idiot would fall for that. Brother Chang and the others run up and praise Hanfeng for his decisiveness. If Brother Chang had been holding the gun, he would have definitely faltered. While Hanfeng has built up a tolerance for this, the woman reminded him of a witch he used to know. Going through the loot, he wonders why they didn't just trade the cigarettes for food. Brother Chang explains that a membership card is required and the fee is 5 cartons. The unlucky duo only managed to gather 4. From that point, the journey back to Xingfu District proceeds without a hitch. After they get back, Han Feng immediately tends to Li Zhi's wounds. The very next day, the goat wakes up and everybody rejoices. The 3 people who were bailed out also recover their spirits after a proper feast. That day, Brother Cheng offers Han Feng the role of leader of the uprising, but he vehemently refuses. He only helped out of respect for Li Zhi. He's not trying to get pulled into a rebellion that would put his life at risk. 2 days later, Li Zhi's condition stabilizes. This time, Han Feng really needs to head back home. With teary eyes, Li Zhi tries to convince him to stay, but Han Feng has made up his mind. He promises to send supplies every month. He also leaves a walkie-talkie so they can stay in touch. With such support, they should be able to rescue Chief Lu soon. Li Zhi is so carried away by emotion that he almost tears his wound open again. With supplies flowing, Li Zhi would eventually become the official head of the uprising, but that's a story for another time. Finally, after this long side quest, Han Feng, Chu Qiu, and Yuan Yi are heading back. Han Feng recognizes the kids' hard work and promises a treat when they return. He brags about the villa's perfect temperature, the TV, and game consoles. Chu Qiu adds that the sauna is the best. Yuan Yi pictures himself playing video games after a hot bath and feels excitement creeping in. Upon arrival, the little guy sees the state of the villa and gloats that it's not even as good as their cave. After being away for so long, the beloved villa has turned into a miserable, frost-consumed place. The charcoal stove is ruined and the generator has frozen inside and out. Worst of all, every crop in his lovely vegetable garden has withered and died. The culprits are the fried electric heaters placed all over the villa. Han Feng realizes his heaters were technically made in China. They thought they would return the same day, so they didn't turn off the heaters. They forgot to check on them for consecutive days and nights. To salvage the situation, they need to restore power and kickstart the generator. Checking the tank, it shows low fuel, even though he specifically remembers gassing it up. He tries to turn it on, but finds the fuel inside has frozen over. To thaw the fuel, Han Feng needs to raise the indoor temperature. But he needs electricity to do that, and for electricity, he needs the generator. He's stuck in a vicious cycle. He considers caveman style by torching the fuel, but that doesn't sound reliable. His second option is to use his superpower to generate heat. He activates his red glow and grabs a taser. He uses the shock to increase his output while maintaining control so the fuel doesn't catch fire. For a few seconds, it looks as though things are going smoothly. The frost starts to melt. Unfortunately, the electric charge leaks and causes a small fiery explosion. The generator isn't damaged. It actually hastened the process and the machine starts back up. Being so close to the explosion, Han Feng is swallowed by dark fumes. Nevertheless, it worked. The lights turn back on. Chu Qiu and Yuan Yi rush to the room to check on what happened. They see Han Feng covered in soot and can barely hold back their laughter. They manage to get power back, but they can't rely on shoddy electric heaters anymore. Han Feng needs a foolproof, permanent heating solution. His back accidentally bumps into pipes connected to the generator, burning his tracksuit and his skin. He notices the generator's cooling water tank is abnormally hot, sparking an idea. Bored and disappointed, Yuan Yi asks if he can just go back to the cave. Han Feng asks the kid for help with one more tiny thing. He intends to build a complete heating system using the cooling tank, radiators, and steel pipes. Perhaps the cave has all these materials. Yuan Yi is now immune to Han Feng's demands. Thankfully, Chu Qiu got a reply from her sister that there's a warehouse full of pipes at the base. Since Yuan Yi is heading home anyway, they might as well tag along. But going back and forth between the villa and the cave would be too much of a hassle. So Chu Qiu deems this the right time to reveal her new magic. In her palm, she summons a second subspace entrance, calling it Spatial Evil Eye No. 2. This one can detach from her. Someone can stuff objects inside and she can retrieve them on her end. The discovery that she could share her ability was news to Han Feng. Chu Qiu had upgraded her superpower to summon 2 entrances to 1 subspace. After absorbing all that military gear, she automatically gained this ability. Han Feng thinks it makes sense. Powers can be trained and improved over time. With this, they can just send the kid to gather supplies on his own. Back at the cave, Yuan Yi had to perform some child labor, helped by Nurse Jin's monstrous strength. Chu Qiu's new ability is absolutely busted when it comes to making life convenient. After retrieving the pipes, it's now Han Feng's turn to work some magic. Just to be safe, he turns off the generator. The machine is water-cooled and produces scalding hot water from the tank. Han Feng uses his purple glow to shape the pipes to fit the outlet. Hot water will flow through these pipes, bringing warmth to every corner of the house. With complete focus, he softens and bends the pipes into simple radiators. The pipes serve as veins where the scalding generator water will travel. After setting up the radiators, he connects a pump to circulate the water. The pump will draw water back into the system to be reheated. Once preparations are done, he turns the generator back on. With a loud mechanical sound, the machine resumes powering the house. Chu Qiu curiously touches the DIY radiators but feels no warmth at all. Han Feng sits on the couch with a drink and tells her to wait just a little longer. Half an hour later, the project finally bears fruit. The entire villa has turned toasty. They can now wear summer clothes inside while it's winter outside. Even Chu Qiu gives his work a thumbs up of approval. While munching on a bowl of food, Han Feng feels as though he has forgotten something important. That's right. He was so focused on the villa that he forgot to revive his underground garden. After restoring power to the garden area, Han Feng quickly sets up radiators all over the walls, fixing the heat issue. Refusing to let his harvest go to waste, he tries enhancing his yield with a green glow. The plants begin to sprout once more under his care. He spent half an hour infusing the withered plants with energy, but the results were disappointing. The radishes he pulled from the soil were far too small. The tomatoes looked rubbery. Although they had grown in size, they didn't look ripe at all. Thinking it would be a waste to throw them away, he took a bite of one. He immediately spat it out, gagging at the disgusting combination of sour and bitter flavors. Han Feng was clearly disappointed, but he knew he could always restart and plant another batch. With his head lowered, he asked Choo for new seeds while she was busy playing on the PS5 in the living room. Aside from the vegetable staples, she also brought out some strawberry seeds for herself, which she had been craving. She also demanded a steak dinner. Her greed truly knows no bounds. When steak was mentioned, Han Feng remembered the tests he ran when he initially discovered his powers. Combining soybeans and meat using his green and red lights could create a larger slab. Eager to experiment with his failed crops, he grabbed a cabbage heart in hopes of synthesizing a healthy head of cabbage. After using his abilities extensively, his perception of energy had become more sensitive. With patience, he could easily find the right rhythm of energy fluctuations. Unfortunately, it wasn't as simple as he had hoped. His first trial ended with nothing but a batch of coal. If the bean and cabbage weren't compatible, perhaps combining two parts of the same plant would work. He mashed a cabbage leaf and a cabbage head together, but that also produced only dried up coal. Having no luck with the leafy vegetables, he turned his attention to the nasty tomatoes. He grabbed a handful of soybeans and focused all his concentration on feeling the energy fluctuations to match the plant's rhythm. When he opened his eyes, the nasty tomato had grown gigantic. The result was promising, but the product was far from appetizing. Hoping for an improved flavor, he bit off a decent chunk of the tomato. As soon as that slimy texture touched his tongue, he grimaced at the sour and bitter taste. After that repulsive partial success, Han Feng succeeded in fusing a large radish with a very unique shape. He bit into that odd radish and found that it actually tasted the way it was supposed to. The original tomato was unripe, bitter, and sour. The small radish, on the other hand, hadn't fully grown and remained relatively normal. In other words, just like with meat, fruits and vegetables grew larger but retained their original flavor profile. Barging into the garden out of nowhere, Choo suggested that he should grow ripe strawberries and then enhance their size to create giant treats. She actually came down to inform Han Feng that Nurse Jin had just returned, so they wouldn't have to pick her up from the cave. She also mentioned that the nurse had found a pet. This raised the question, in this god-awful weather, what kind of pet could she possibly have come across? Han Feng's question was immediately answered when he saw a clearly traumatized bear standing in his doorway. Nurse Jin's new pet looked a lot like a battered polar bear. She named the frightened bear Dabai. She believed the cute and obedient furball must have escaped from the zoo. It had grown skinny from hunger, and she just couldn't help herself when she saw an animal in need. From what Han Feng knew, polar bears were the furthest thing from cute and obedient. As it turned out, after leaving Miss Zhang's place, Nurse Jin decided to jog all the way home. On the way, she was jumped by the little guy. She threw a punch out of instinct and accidentally knocked poor Dabai unconscious. Nurse Jin felt terrible, so as an apology, she carried the poor thing the entire way home to treat its wounds. Han Feng finally understood why the ruthless predator looked so beaten and frightened. In any case, they ended up adopting Dabai, the polar bear. The poor animal cried tears of joy when Han Feng gave it some meat. Since they had plenty of food to go around, the polar bear eventually became familiar with the villa's residents. Dabai's addition to the team also provided Han Feng with a trusty steed that could pull a sled through the thick snow. He had been feeding Dabai synthesized meat, so they weren't wasting any precious fresh produce. Having a polar bear as a pet in the frozen wasteland was surprisingly cost-effective. Han Feng had been going out with his new patrol partner often, and Dabai always came home exhausted. Nurse Jin welcomed them home and approached the poor baby. After all this time, Dabai still hadn't gotten over its fear of Nurse Jin's superhuman strength. A few more days passed, and after constant superpower tampering, they finally grew some ripe strawberries ready for harvest. All that was left was the finishing touch of enhancing their size. By now, the technique was practically automatic. They grabbed some forks and feasted on a single strawberry. Choo also stored some of the enhanced strawberries in her subspace to share with her sister and the kids. They were absolutely floored by the size of those plump berries. By the time they finished 3 giant strawberries between them, their stomachs were practically bulging. While they were paralyzed by the humongous fruits, the entire cave outpost began to shake. The lowest floor had been breached. Zhang Ruoqing swiftly scanned the cave with her senses and detected a trespassing ability user. If Han Feng were there, he would undoubtedly recognize the big baby who had single-handedly dug a tunnel through the cave. As soon as the wall was breached, base soldiers poured into the site in a synchronized manner. They lined up in the tunnel to make way for Captain Zhang Dongshu and a lady wearing the exact same outfit. The captain signaled the reserve team to advance to the front lines. The so-called reserve team was comprised of a ragtag group of lowlifes given access to firearms. They were ordered to search every room and capture everyone in sight. Captain Zhang promised that once the operation was complete, they would become official members and be rewarded with women. Blinded by the prospect of social advancement and perverted lust, they charged in without thinking. The layout of the underground warehouse was complex, and they were up against 3 dangerous superhumans. To minimize risk, it was better to send the expendables to scout ahead. The lady captain criticized Zhang Dongshu for promising rewards he didn't have the authority to grant, but he was betting on the majority of the cannon fodder dying. Only the living would need rewarding. Captain Zhang proposed that the 2 main forces should split up to cover more ground, and she dismissively accepted. Heading toward the left hallway, Zhang Dongshu claimed the big baby, Old Jin. The lady captain's animosity toward Zhang Dongshu was palpable. But she had to work with the man. She was far more conservative in her approach, choosing to hold their position in case the enemy launched a sneak attack to cut off their retreat. The reserve team moved like rabid dogs that had been let loose. Captain Zhang advised his strike force to move slowly and let the fodder scout for any unforeseen danger ahead. There was no need to take any unnecessary risks. Back in the main warehouse, Miss Zhang Roqing pinpointed the 2 superhumans inching closer. The real threats were still in the deepest part. It was a mystery how they had appeared from underground. Miss Zhang had never accounted for an invasion from below. Zixi had only set up explosive traps near the surface entrance. Yuanyi's powerful ability was also completely useless in a cave with no snow to manipulate. Given her injured leg, Roqing wouldn't be able to handle 2 superhumans on her own, let alone the group of soldiers they brought with them. Han Feng heard the disturbance through the walkie-talkie and asked for an update. Miss Zhang bluntly reported that superhumans had breached the underground warehouse, and they were preparing to retreat. Han Feng demanded more info, knowing that the base must be involved. Miss Zhang described one of the superhumans as a bald giant, far larger than a normal person. His mind immediately jumped to the big baby they had dealt with back in the Xingfu district a while ago. Zhang Roqing assured her sister that they would be fine and would make contact once they had retreated somewhere safe. With that, she turned off the walkie-talkie to focus on the trouble at hand. If those base bastards successfully retook the warehouse, they would undoubtedly seize the remaining weapons and ammo in the cave. That could bring disaster upon Brother Li and the resistance boys in the city. In addition, the villa was positioned not too far from the cave. If the base took over that outpost, they would likely discover his home. Once exposed, the base would stop at nothing to eradicate him and his peace. Han Feng could still prevent all that by getting to the supplies first. If he couldn't take them for himself, destroying them was also an option. So he proudly declared that he wouldn't leave Miss Zhang, their ally, to fend for herself. On the contrary, Chukyu didn't seem worried about her sister at all. She believed the combination of Roqing, Zixi, and Yuanyi's abilities would make escaping a breeze. In fact, she found Han Feng's desire to insert himself into the situation quite strange. Chukyu realized that Han Feng must have been smitten by her little sister. The evil eye approved of his feelings and demanded to be addressed as sister-in-law from now on. Nurse Jin didn't know what was happening, so Chukyu quietly filled her in. She ran with her idea that Han Feng had fallen for Roqing and wanted to be the hero who would save the damsel in distress. A few minutes later, he was fully geared for the harsh winds, with Dabai pulling the sled. The poor polar bear had to pull a sled while carrying Nurse Jin, who was equipped with a massive Gatling gun. Even now, Han Feng kept insisting that he would be fine taking on the rescue mission by himself, but Nurse Jin insisted on tagging along. Back in the heart of the action, Miss Zhang armed herself with an assault rifle while being wheeled out to retreat. They tried to move as quickly as they possibly could, but the reserve team spotted them running through one of the winding hallways. As soon as they saw a woman, the lowlifes turned rabid. They didn't want to use their guns, fearing the goods might be damaged. That was a big mistake. Zixi and Yuanyi swiftly made the wheelchair drift around the corner. Miss Zhang raised her gun and pulled the trigger. She easily dispatched the fools who attempted an idiotic bum rush. Captain Zhang Dongshu heard the gunshots and redirected his troops to follow the sound. The nearby reserves also caught wind of the encounter and quickly spotted the targets. Miss Zhang warned the kids to hold on to her wheelchair's handles while she charged up an energy blast. Yuanyi and Zixi obediently did as she asked as she gathered force between her hands. Miss Zhang unleashed the energy wave, moving like a disabled version of Goku. The powerful recoil from the energy wave sent the wheelchair rolling backward, away from their pursuers. Those reserve team bastards never stood a chance. They were forcefully shoved away by the powerful blast. Some of the lowlifes flew directly into Old Jin's path. Those were the unlucky ones. If they survived the blast, they couldn't possibly survive Old Jin's barbaric strength pressing their bodies into the narrow walls. The big baby was eager to claim all the credit for this operation. Flying like a bullet in a wheelchair, Miss Zhang Roqing, Zixi, and Yuanyi sped out of the underground tunnel. A few meters behind them, old Jin barreled through like a big baby looking for his Dami Mommy's milk. They had been so focused on getting out as fast as they could that they overlooked the pile of debris blocking their exit. With Miss Zhang's quick thinking, she summoned a sturdy barrier to protect herself and the kids from the impact. Using their momentum at an upward angle, she launched the wheelchair into the open air. While they were rapidly gaining elevation, Zixi took care of blowing up the exit to deter any pursuers. Her tiny explosions were enough to pelt old Jin's skin, but they weren't destructive enough to shake him off. Thankfully, the debris around the exit had been weakened enough to cause a rock slide, sealing off the path. Not far from the blast zone, Han Feng and Nurse Jin spotted the commotion. He immediately used the sensing ability he learned from Miss Zhang and determined that they had escaped the base's reach. The barrier protecting the trio almost shattered when they landed in the snow. It would have been a perfect landing, but a wheel got snagged by a rock, throwing them off course. To make matters worse, the big baby did what he does best and tunneled through the blockade with his bare hands. He was visibly hurt, but injuries wouldn't stop him. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to the defenseless trio, ready to smash them flat as a pancake. The kids were naturally shaken by their seemingly impending doom. Old Jin smashed down like an angrier version of the Hulk, but was stopped halfway through. The sounds of continuous gunfire echoed across the snowscape. Bullets tried tearing through the big baby's body, but they barely left a scratch. Nurse Jin might be the most caring health practitioner in existence, but she can also be a Gatling gun-wielding, polar bear-riding badass when the situation calls for it. She pushed old Jin off Miss Zhang and the kids with her unmatched accuracy. Han Feng steered the sled near Miss Zhang and extended a much-needed olive branch to get them out of there. When old Jin saw who just slid through like Santa Claus, his blood boiled. He kept getting outplayed by the same person over and over again. Unfortunately for him, Nurse Jin was there to take care of his baby ass. As soon as she ran out of bullets, she bashed the machine gun right into his face with enough force to shatter it. The kids only knew Nurse Jin as the kind nurse. They had no idea she was actually built like that. After taking the big baby out of the equation, she grabbed the little ones while Han Feng rescued their Dami Mommy. Even after the beating and the bullets, old Jin's durability continued to impress. He managed to stand up and resume his chase. Han Feng called on Yuanyi to use the snowdrift on their side to trigger an avalanche. It would stop or at least slow old Jin down. Without hesitation, Yuanyi touched the snow and manipulated its movement. Now that they were out in his playground, Yuanyi demonstrated once more how overpowered his ability was. In seconds, he amassed a monstrous avalanche at will. Completely full of himself, old Jin faced the incoming snow head-on, thinking a single punch could smash it away. Unfortunately, his dumb ass didn't get the chance to make that mistake as a whisk of blue fire shot past him. The radiant blue fire formed a line, protecting old Jin from the avalanche. It quickly melted the incoming snow with unbearable heat. When everything had melted away, the big baby motioned to continue the chase. But a calm voice commanded him to stand down. The captain of the invading squad nonchalantly told the muscle to leave the runaways alone, as they had more pressing matters. Driving off the superhumans was enough for now. Without a pesky giant on their tails, Han Feng and the gang made their way out of the danger zone. They found an abandoned building nearby to set up camp. The poor polar bear was running ragged and needed a breather. Han Feng asked Nurse Jin to take the others back to the villa. He wouldn't be joining them just yet. He planned to stay back and cover the rear just to be safe. If those pricks tried to follow their tracks, he would gladly unleash hell on Earth. Miss Zhang and the kids were glad they had reconciled with him back then. After a few more minutes of resting, the rest of the group finally disembarked for the sled ride home. Now it was Han Feng's time to shine. He snuck his way back into the underground HQ and saw the damage Zixi had done to the main entrance and exit points. Since it was completely compromised, the soldiers didn't bother putting guards outside. A few guards with normal guns wouldn't have mattered anyway. Han Feng found that reinforcing his clothes was enough to make them bulletproof. The only real threats in this place were the big baby and the other superhuman. They were likely in the deepest part of the cave, so the chance of running into them immediately was low. With that in mind, Han Feng got to work, softening the blockade of rocks with his purple light. Once the rocks were soft enough, he carefully squeezed his body through a gap. He focused all his energy on getting this right. It would be embarrassing to get stuck there. After loosening the rocks sufficiently, he confirmed there was no one manning the entrance from the other side. He slithered back into the reclaimed enemy territory and readied his firearm. As Han Feng traversed the HQ from the entrance toward the supply room, he noticed something was off. He hadn't seen a single soldier the entire way. Those pricks went through the trouble of capturing the cave, yet weren't sending anyone to haul out the supplies. Since they were letting him sabotage their loot so easily, he didn't complain. He retrieved the explosives from his bag and placed them in key positions. As long as he could destroy the fuel, weapons, and ammunition, his goal would be achieved. After rigging the fuel barrels, his next destination was the armory. On the way there, he heard a violent commotion coming from down a winding tunnel. It appeared the soldiers had turned against one another. Captain Zhang Dongshu, the blue fire user, had gone off script and betrayed his comrades. The lady captain knew the guy was bad news, but this was going too far. He was killing his fellow soldiers. Han Feng finally had his answer as to why no one was moving the supplies. These idiots were actually fighting amongst themselves.